For me, Liga kita orang memang tak ada luck. Kita punya map selalu hard shift. Kita ada bina circle, lepas tu hard shift. Memang tak tahu lah, saya rasa memang tak ada rezeki. Like macam kita tak study opponent, kita dah study. Kita memang total dah prepared for PMPL. Cuma I think that time kita memang tak ada luck dari segi circle. Kita buat yang terbaik, and then dia punya tak asyik lah. Meta sekarang team lah more agresif pada passive. So at that time kita kat Liga tu kita orang macam belum lagi ready untuk fight for dia punya champion lah. So kita buat grand final tu lah.
Kita orang akan kejar korang slow-slow. Memang bantai semua orang yang kita ganas.
Diorang ni betul-betul padu. Sekarang tinggi dia ada 2 first aid kit. Rex akan knock down.
Untuk grand final kita orang akan buat yang terbaik. Kita orang nak buktikan yang newcomer pun boleh bagi saingan kuat dalam PMPL.
Masih lagi hidup dan semua orang sekarang ni seperti semalam game yang ketiga Erangel.
Kita orang nak menang, so just push all out and carry champion. I want to be the best.
Kita pandai mah.
Jangan gambar. Bodoh.
Welcome. Hello guys, welcome to PUBGMOBILE RSG Gaming House. Jangan lupa sokong redeem juga semua tim yang ada dekat PMPL Season 4. Res RSG. Tiba.
Tunggu aku lebih waktu murah.
Day 1 Grand Final PMPL Season 4.
Salam Jumaat dan selamat kembali akhirnya ke PMPL MySG Season 4 Grand Finals untuk Malaysia.
Yang paling penting sekali, kita punya tanah air, siapa akan jadi yang terbaik, siapa yang akan orang kata mengangkat trofi untuk Grand Finals Malaysia dan melayakkan diri ke SEA.
Game pertama akan dimulakan dan kita akan mulakan seperti dikatakan Erangel.
Lebih pelan, ini sedang menjaga rekan kita dan kita akan jatuh ready dengan TP. Sam 9 yang akan segera maju. Dia akan jumpa dengan tim Secret. Akan menjadi clutch maker untuk Sam 9. Tapi akan hilang ke tangan Jumper. Jumper last man standing. Parang juga dikeluarkan secara tiba-tiba ke tempat yang ke-12.
Disebabkan dia jatuh dan dikeluarkan langsung.
2v1 situation membuka reason untuk clutch. RSG dalam top 2. Pengejaran untuk Chicken Dinner bersama dengan pasukan Geek Fam. Masih lagi 3v2. Chicken Dinner mungkin boleh jadi milik Geek Fam sebab Rex tak cukup kompak lagi untuk dimainkan dan winner Chicken Dinner.
Rasa sangat bangga lah sebab it's the first day. And then we got the first chicken dinner on grand final, so sangat-sangat happy. Alhamdulillah lah. 30 point, boss.
Rex, are you okay?
PMPC kocok ke grand final.
Shaking a bit. It's okay.
So early first game, day 1, and nampak sedikit bukan cok lah, tapi mungkin sebabkan dia mentah buat numbers daripada player, but still I'm proud of him, proud of my boys.
Match ranking kita akan lihatkan Geek Fam di tempat pertama. Jadi apa benda yang anda lihat di sini, inilah overall score Geek Fam dengan 30 markah, diikuti dengan RSG 22 markah.
First day tu kita orang start off fresh. Macam kita orang dah tak fikir pasal Liga, kita just focus on the grand final. It's a new day.
Saya memang nak cari momentum untuk fight, and luckily ada team yang langgar kita orang and bagi kita orang semangat juga untuk saya dapat 8 kill untuk saya seorang.
Chemistry dah makin mantap. Kita orang punya cara communicate pun dah makin mantap. Tiba-tiba chicken. Kita orang dapat reflect kita susu kambing. Memang mantap. So ya, macam tu saja.
Tapi NC juga dalam kawasan bahaya. One hit race mungkin boleh di knockdown. Bom akan sampai depan muka.
Mendapatkan RSG tapi Rex mempunyai MG3 dan ratap.
Membuka jalan mereka telah untuk dapatkan Rex, tapi dia akan dijatuhkan kembali dan Rainbow Boy akan hilang. Game juga akan meletup. Small Boy akan hilang. Jadi ini memang pertarungan antara dua pasukan, iaitu tim Secret dan juga EVOS. Bom akan sampai. Fredo Jumper akan jatuh. Saya dalam masa yang sama Geek telah pun dikeluarkan. Tapi Secret akan dikeluarkan terlebih dahulu ke tempat yang ke-10.
Tapi tiga ni ada dia. Fighter berwaktu di Forever.
1v2 situation, 1v3 pun akan terus berdiri dan cuba tak mengejar winner jika Dina untuk Sam9 Gang.
Untuk game tu memang kita orang dapatkan chicken dinner yang tak ada kata mudah pun tak, sebab kita orang pun kena push dengan tim-tim lain lah yang bagi pressure. So bukan chicken yang mudah, tapi kita orang berjaya untuk mendapatkan chicken dinner untuk game.
Tapi inilah dia, Sam9 Gang berjaya naik sampai ke tempat kedua. Satu chicken ini merapatkan kedudukan mereka dengan Geek Fam.
Orang kata kalau senang kita nak naik, senang juga kita nak jatuh, sebab sekarang tak ada gap yang begitu besar dan jurang mata mereka juga tak begitu jauh. Macam Sam9 tadi dekat nombor 8, pacak terus nombor 2, macam begitu banyak mata yang dikutip. Habis lagi. Ciao. Ambil phone kau gila. Let's go. Go. Kita. Come on.
Keep consistent and sure. Macam biasa, okay?
Jadi kita akan masuk ke dalam game kita yang keempat. Game yang akan dimainkan di Sanhok.
Diorang punya playground untuk bermain dengan satu alatan yang bernama First Aid Kit tersebut. Tapi kita akan tengoklah macam mana dua buah pasukan yang masih lagi belum dapat taringnya mungkin akan mula untuk beraksi di Sanhok. Juga kan lebih awal dekat sini. Dekat tadi, Secret mungkin akan masuk dalam perangkap ini. Batman, dia akan dapat kit tembakan Micro Z, tapi tak dapat. Tidak mencari berpasukan RNG telah memakan diri mereka sendiri. Tim Secret terus maju dan maju mencari satu persatu daripada Art.
Sekarang ni baru tusun sebab TS, tapi kau tunggu jap lah. Lepas ni kita akan revenge lah. Kau tunggu jap.
Lalu terus dua pasukan yang dilalui dan dia akan hilap terlebih dahulu, tapi dia mungkin baru akan melihat aksi easy shot tu ni. Kena sedikit tetapi tidak jatuh ke sini. Memang dia tahu.
Dua pasukan yang berbeza, tempat kelima untuk Farang.
Bila kita orang start dalam kerja hard shift, position kita orang akan tak tune lah untuk buka opening baru ke tim ke depan. Disebabkan kita orang terkejar-kejar zone, kita orang punya position ni agak off untuk win final.
Secret dan juga Sam9 Gang akan datang timing yang sama.
Bekit bantuan depan muka. Dan ada belakang Bekit. Sangat-sangat licin dan satu lagi bantuan now Team Secret.
Tapi sekarang akan cuba untuk bangun. Tapi Kid akan menutup cerita untuk Sanhok. Chicken dinner untuk Secret.
Saya rasa kredit perlu diberikan kepada Kid, tentunya dia menjadi MVP pada waktu ini.
Okay, so for the game, I think it was very easy for us. Everything was going very, very well.
The first fight that we took with RSG that boost our momentum. I died that game, but three of us was alive, and momentum boost that they had that mindset yang okay, game ni boleh chicken ni. So they push, they masuk circle slowly, and last circle and we got the chicken dinner. But the RSG fight lah yang change everything.
Akhirnya kita boleh kata gap tu dah ada sebab di pusingan keempat Sam9 nombor 1, di pusingan yang kelima
Tim Secret akan menduduki tempat kedua, menghalau Geek Fam ke tempat ketiga, EVOS kekal di tempat yang keempat.
Itu juga menanda selepas ni siapa yang akan dapatkan chicken boleh lonjak dengan begitu banyak anak tangga.
So untuk day 1 tu, pada 2 game awal sebenarnya game kita orang tak menjadi, dan selepas merubah roster, selepas tu baru game menjadi. 3 game konsisten, it's a good day lah untuk kita orang.
Bagi saya lah, circle time tu memang tempat kita orang yang memang favourite kita orang, and tempat kita orang dekat kat situ. Sebab itulah kita orang boleh dapat chicken, sebab circle memang berpihak dekat kita orang. And opponent kita orang memang pressure, sebab itulah rotation diorang agak melalut sikit lah. Diorang main agak messy lah maksud saya.
It's a good moral boost for us sebab we really want to go to C. We really want to get top 3 and get the C slot. Jumping from 11 to 3rd is a good moral boost for us, and just kept on going after that.
Today's overall, I think a good start lah orang kata. Semua team boleh dapat 40 point pada hari yang pertama, so aku rasa benda tu bagus lah untuk kita. It's a good start. Kita tahu kita boleh buat better, so esok kita tengoklah macam mana.
Assalamualaikum dan selamat kembali ke PMPL Grand Finals Malaysia Singapore.
Hari ni ialah isi dia. Siapa yang akan kejar balik mata, siapa yang akan buat gap lebih jauh. Tapi pada waktu ini pasukan-pasukan yang lain berada dalam top 3 mempunyai satu tipan mata yang agak banyak dan boleh kata agak selesa pada waktu inilah.
Untuk hari pertama memang dia tak konsisten sebab kita orang punya game plan bagus, cuma kita orang kena memperkemaskan macam mana kita nak buat game plan tu. So the idea was not wrong, but the execution kena buat lebih kemas dengan disiplin.
Jadi kita kembali ke game kita yang pertama, Erangel.
Nexus RedONE hidup dalam keadaan knockdown macam biasa.
Baik untuk mereka tapi RFJ.
Bukan pada waktu yang sama tapi Sam 9. Zuli juga akan terkeluar sekarang top 4 tiba-tiba je. Kedudukan Miracle dan juga QB sedang beri tembak. QB dicari. Matoy flank jauh, flank Arab ini. Flank daripada Thailand akan sampai. Adakah terkena tembakan beliau dapat Derrut. Sekarang ini cuba untuk mencari sikit ruang pada waktu yang sama. Fredo akan dapatkan QB. Dan winner Chicken Dinner untuk Team Secret.
Tapi itu dia overall ranking sebenarnya telah pun memecut Team Secret di atas sekarang mengikuti rapat.
So apa yang diorang boleh buat ataupun apa yang diorang perlu buat sekarang ialah jangan takut. Main je macam biasa, terus konsisten, jangan terkeluar dengan awal. Dan pada hari yang ketiga, diorang kena all out untuk betul-betul dapatkan slot tersebut. Tapi buat waktu ini memang cantik lah.
We are only 3 alive. One of our teammate kid dah mati awal, and at that time it's over 3v3 fight. At that particular moment, Matoy our AGL just decided to do something. It's like we're just holding and waiting, and it's like, okay, I'm gonna flank, just wait. Dia pergi bawah, he got one knock on Dam road. After Dam dah knock, it's a 2v3 fight. We just masuk lah and we go in and we got the chicken dinner.
For Rivals dah masuk campur pada ketika ini. Mungkin EVOS di situ, tetapi Wales dia satu-satunya yang masih lagi berdiri daripada pasukan Geek Fam. Wolf Ferof berjaya menjadi duri ayam daging. Push dengan terlalu laju.
Tapi Olio pula yang ke depan.
Dijatuhkan For Rivals dikeluarkan pada waktu ketika ini apabila dijatuhkan oleh Trixnity. Tetapi itu dia sudah datang duri ayam daging paling.
Bantai, jangan takut, ambil je. Kadang-kadang peluang tu kita kena ambil. Kalau tidak boleh ambil. Si. Mana? Kita!
Ini dah mula untuk reposition, begitu juga untuk pasukan Wales.
Hampir dilanggar Laksi akan ditembak malam sekali lagi.
Fredo cuba untuk dicari tapi tidak. Dia akan dikeluarkan terlebih dahulu. Wolf ke tempat ke-11. Tapi Miracle bom tangan dia berjaya untuk dapat. Matoy diam-diam dapat dijatuhkan oleh Red. Bom dia. Oh, dapat sebenarnya. Oh, tapi pemburu dekat luar. Pemburu masuk kereta. Dia ditembak. Dia menembak. Bom tangan akan tepat dilaksanakan. Tapi Red masih bersabar. Dia menanti tadi dengan pucat dengan pakai luar.
Mereka terperangkap di bahagian sudut kanan rumah ini.
Bawah dia akan heal up. Tapi Red. Tapi Happy cuba untuk dicari. Winner Chicken Dinner akan menjadi. Rivals akan menutup tirai untuk match kita yang ketiga.
Lagi overall ranking sekarang ini menarik kerana perbezaan 14 markah antara nombor 1 dan 2 diikuti For Rivals bukan saja masuk top 5, malah top 3.
Kalau kau dapat chicken, kau akan naik page yang pertama dengan sangat-sangat mudah. Dan kalau kau terus konsisten, anda akan relevan, layak untuk mendapatkan slot ke SEA tersebut.
Kejuaraan, mereka juga mengejar kemenangan tetapi jalan kemasukan mereka tidak mudah.
Wolf akan dikeluarkan oleh RSG dan kita nampak Sam 9 gang 5 elimination dalam poket. Trixnity akan dikeluarkan oleh pemburu. For Rivals cuba untuk memancing. First aid kita sempat untuk dicucut. Memang pasti menjadi milik For Rivals. Double chicken back to back untuk 2 map yang berbeza dan mereka sekarang mungkin juga dalam pengejaran untuk kejuaraan Grand Finals kita yang keempat.
Kita dah happy lah chicken 2 kali kan. Alhamdulillah, sepatutnya seterusnya mesti tusun. Sekarang Alhamdulillah chicken. Kita akan comeback, orang tunggu.
Hari pertama kita orang berbincang sesekali dan kita orang dapati yang cara perbuatan kita orang macam mana kita nak main game plan tu. Lepas dia berbincang, hari kedua, so kat situ nampaklah game jadi lebih kemas, lagi lebih teratur dan itu menyebabkan kita orang dapat chicken dinner.
Kita akan nampak macam tu tapi overall standings masih lagi, oh wow, For Rivals terus naik ke atas directly. Bukan saja mereka naik ke top 2 atau top 3, malah top 1 terus.
Untuk akak dan fan-fan semua
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Assalamualaikum.
Kita salam.
Santai, kita boleh comeback macam ni.
Alah, lagi je dulu tu.
Lagi je dulu.
Senang tu.
Boleh bro. Percaya bro.
Mikauki akan menuntun saja RSG. Salah langgar sebenarnya bang. Parang Legend masuk dapatkan 2.
Berterabus 3 position untuk pasukan Parang Legend. Peluang untuk For Rivals menang dalam fight ini. Jimmy sampai. Jimmy tembak. Jimmy drop shot. Jimmy tak jatuh dan Jimmy akan dapatkan For Rivals.
Dan Sam Gang juga dikeluarkan.
Ikan-ikan dekat sungai ini. Tak pastilah siapa. Tapi ada Axis, ada Parang, ada Wolf. Ada 7 orang pemain sebenarnya sedang berenang.
iShot juga akan dikeluarkan menyebabkan Team Secret mungkin telah pun menamatkan hari ini di nombor 1.
Masih lagi berenang. 4 pasukan lagi yang tinggal.
Last man standing dari Wales. Hanya tinggal satu ini. Geek Fam akan menang perlawanan ini. Geek Fam akan muncul sebagai juara game 15 elimination ini. Mampukah mereka naik sekurang-kurangnya sampai ke top 3? Mungkin iya.
Alhamdulillah hari ni kita orang dapat konsisten sampai naik balik nombor 1. Harap hari seterusnya kita orang lebih konsisten. Macam tu lah.
Siaran ulangan sebenarnya untuk Geek Fam. Inilah game yang mereka menang Chicken Dinner. Hampir setepat-tepatnya persis adalah tempat mereka menangi Chicken Dinner di game pertama. Mereka mengulanginya sekali lagi di tempat yang sama juga.
Sebab terlampau banyak perubahan anak tangga yang berlaku. Tapi mata tu kita boleh jamin masih lagi rapat.
Terus overall ranking sebenarnya. Ya, so memang Geek Fam naik terus ke nombor 1 diikuti dengan SMG dan For Rivals. Menariknya di sini perbezaan antara nombor 1 dan 2 hanya 10. Memang langsung tak jauh langsung lah kalau kita tengok. Dan esok sangat relevan untuk semua orang bermain dengan serius.
Untuk day 2 tu kita orang banyak try and error. So kita orang cuba benda baru dan kita orang cuba tak menjadi. Itulah rasanya sedikitlah punca kekalahan sebab kita orang pun tak ada peluang untuk fight, kita orang tak ada peluang untuk play as a team lah. So kita orang banyak mostly mati on rotation.
Assalamualaikum dan selamat sejahtera. Anda sedang menonton PMPL MYSG. Kami di meja caster saja yang nervous, bukan anda yang menonton saja yang nervous. Sekarang ni semua pasukan nervous sebab semuanya ada visi dan misi. Ada yang sama, ada yang berbeza. Mungkin mengejar nombor 1, mungkin mengejar nombor 12.
Hari ni last day PMPL Grand Final. So kami akan buat yang terbaik dan all out untuk hari ni dan bantai semua tim. Dan insyaAllah kalau ada rezeki kami dapat champion dan lolos ke SEA. Let's go!
Yap, tapi sekarang kita akan masuk untuk match kita yang pertama. Fly Puff telah pun diberikan kat sini akan bermula. R2K paling dekat dengan pantai, so angin dia lebih kuat sikit. Mattoy dan juga Fredo duduk dekat tengah-tengah, jadi lebih panas sebab ada dua sudut yang perlu untuk mereka jaga, manakala VXM. Tapi kita akan tengok macam mana. Mattoy cuba untuk repositioning. John akan gerak terlebih dahulu.
Tim Secret akan 2v1 sekarang ini. Mattoy tidak berjaya untuk dibangunkan kembali. 3 penyingkiran dapat dia dapat. Esport akan di-reload kembali. Esport Lizard yang sangat garang. Mattoy dijatuhkan lagi. Fredo kena kelas. 1v3 untuk Fredo. Dia makan. Dia dapat 100. Yang betul headshot kena kepada Vincent Mendes. Adakah dia akan dapat lagi satu? Dia lompat. Dia panjat. Dan sekarang ini Fredo sangat-sangat rendah. Adakah dia akan dijatuhkan sedikit saja lagi nyawa dia. First aid kit akan juga dipakai. Adakah dia akan berjaya ataupun tidak untuk mendapatkan Chicken Dinner. Sempat ditutup itu. Dan itulah dia. Chicken Dinner. Tim Secret.
Kau keluar ataupun cari pihak lawan dengan begitu terbuka. Tapi kalau kau perasan kan top, VXM ni dia perlu mata. Geek Fam akan ada di tempat yang kedua, jatuh 1 dengan 114 mata dekat sini. For Rivals tak berganjak dengan banyak.
Fredo yang dia punca lah untuk Team Secret mendapatkan Chicken Dinner sebentar tadi dengan kebijaksanaan. Dia ada game sense.
To be able to stay composed during that sort of situation where you're up against 3 members and you have little to no HP left to play around with, that is why they're a PMGC worthy team.
Saya terkejut lah sebab power main pusing-pusing rumah tu. Walaupun yang sedetik dia dapat lari. Kalau kita panik dan tu tak jadi apa lah.
So situation yang dia 1 lawan 3 tu adalah perkara biasa baginya. Saya tengok Fredo ni is idol and kat situ kita boleh dapat ketenangan Fredo dalam handle situation. Kalau kita kurang sabar and takut-takut pun kita akan kalah dalam fight.
Fredo kita tahu dia memang ada player yang berkaliber tinggi. Nampak dia punya pergerakan bukan pergerakan panik. So itu menyebabkan dia dapat batai budak 3 lawan 1 tu situasi.
Actually dia dapat knock tu seorang. Tapi yang amazing dia dekat situ adalah dia punya section dekat dalam rumah yang boleh main adalah around there je. So memang sempit. Cara bila dia nak lari, bila dia nak hide, bila dia nak take fight and at the same time benda tu berlaku dalam masa yang sama and dia clutch dengan clean.
Banyak tim akan tengok rotation tersebut dan akan membantu secara tidak langsung Geek Fam. Pasti sebenarnya Geek Fam yang akan berjaya untuk mendapatkan Chicken Dinner.
Tempat yang ketiga tanpa barang mata penyingkiran dan game cuba untuk menghidupkan peluang, cuba untuk fly tapi dia akan dihabiskan oleh Geek Fam. Chicken Dinner kita.
Game Miramar kita Chicken. Alhamdulillah kita dapat pecut naik atas terus. Kita potong TS. And tunggu match ketiga kan.
Yup, betul. Cepat sekali Geek dekat sini dengan nombor 1 dan juga Chicken Dinner dengan kutipan mata terbanyak, 10 mata singkir dalam poket.
Memang betul Geek Fam sekarang ini dengan advantage sebanyak 19 mata pada ketika ini. Inilah masanya setelah 4 season dimainkan. Geek Fam finally champion.
Kalau dekat Malaysia ni, Geek Fam belum lagi pernah menjadi sama ada juara Liga ataupun juara Grand Finals, tetapi perjalanan mereka sekarang ni nampak jelas dengan perbezaan sebanyak 19 markah. Ya betul, untuk jaminan geng pula mereka sedang mencari di manakah keberadaan Bad dan akan jumpa, mungkin akan rata tu dia dikeluarkan 3 lawan 4. Situasi yang jauh lebih baik untuk pasukan Geek Fam. Damru akan masuk terlebih dahulu. Oh tetapi mungkin overextension sedikit, mungkin terlalu bercita-cita tinggi untuk mendapatkan chicken dinner mereka. Tetapi itulah dia, Snipes tembakan daripada AWM memangnya tepat dan Geek Fam back to back chicken di dalam tangan.
Ramai yang cakap kita orang banyak luck circle, which is ada yang betul, tapi kita orang actually cari circle juga. Lepas tu circle datang tak. Dia circle ada shift juga, tapi kita orang cari cara macam mana nak ambil circle tu balik, and kita orang buat benda tu smoothly, clean and dapatkan chicken dengan mudah lah untuk match 2, 3, 4.
Tetapi dengan kemenangan ini, Geek Fam yang paling confirmnya ialah mereka sudah pun ada tiket untuk pergi ke SEA Grand Finals. Team Secret tak ada pilihan lain. Mereka kena menang 2 chicken seterusnya dengan markah yang tinggi untuk mereka mendapatkan piala. Kalau tidak, mereka kemungkinan akan duduk di tempat yang kedua mahupun yang ketiga. Ya, hanya menyatakan pada ketika ini Geek Fam sudah pun menjadi juara untuk Grand Finals. Lawan dengan satu daripada 4 rivals, 3 chicken berturut-turut untuk Geek Fam. Inilah dia juara anda, Geek Fam Malaysia, juara PMPL SEA Grand Finals.
3 chicken back to back, rasa dia sangat amazing lah, because I think so far kita orang saja pernah buat finals 3 chicken dinner back to back, if I'm not wrong. It's not impossible for us to chase the secret for the PMBC points, so yeah.
Sebenarnya Geek Fam masih ada satu lagi misi mereka yang mereka boleh buat. Di sini mereka sudah dapatkan 28 mata, dia ada dekat situ. Itu akan meletakkan markah mereka untuk mengejar Team Secret ke PMGC. Kalau dia dapat lagi chicken dengan markah yang lebih kurang, dia bukan saja boleh jadi juara di sini, malah boleh rembat sekali slot pergi ke PMGC.
Match 4 Sanhok, kita orang main lebih awal sebab kita orang dah dapat 2 chicken kan. So kalau kita nak lawan team tu, kita orang memang dah tak takut dah sebab kita orang tengah confident dalam tu. And that time kita orang pergi ke atas bukit, kita lawan some night. Lawan some night kita dapatkan Putra, and then we fall back. And that moment kita just rotate awal, kita just defend, and that's all lah. For me Sanhok is like circle, and then kita rotate awal, and that's all lah.
Jadi 3 pasukan yang secara realistiknya untuk berada dan mewakili Malaysia ke peringkat seterusnya adalah Team Secret, 4 Rivals dan juga Geek Fam.
Laku pada waktu yang sama, bom akan sampai dah, tapi Six akan terbuka dan dia akan di knockdown.
Namun sudah pun menandakan Team Secret, tapi SMG boleh mengatakan bye-bye mungkin kepada slot mereka di SEA. FP akan dijatuhkan FP.
Kemenangannya hampir pasti. Adakah kelas akan dilakukan juga? Itu persoalan yang sebenar. Tapi dua dapat jatuhkan. Team Secret. Kemenangan chicken dinner di game yang terakhir.
At first memang kita orang try to cari middle lah, center of the circle. Kita orang try to main lambat. Kita orang tahu yang akan ramai team yang akan langgar, so kita orang takut kita orang jadi mangsa. Actually Team Secret still alive. There's 4 man squad. Bila snipe kena knock and Secret, and then kita orang baru like macam chances untuk kita orang go to PMGC tu dah off lah. So I think just try our best untuk dapat the best placement.
The last game we had a 28 difference against Geek Fam. So the last game we had a talk. He said that it's okay, Geek Fam won the championship, and how about we just try to aim for the C slot and just top 3. During that last game, we made the gap for the PMGC points bigger. We made it and we got the chicken dinner and just close the gap. We got the C slot and we got the PMGC slot as well.
Feels very good. It feels amazing because season 3 we almost champion tapi tak champion, tapi season ni dapat champion, so alhamdulillah it feels very good lah, satisfying lah. Puas hati, berpuas hati.
Geek Fam.
Kita akan melihatkan tanpa sembarang kejutan juara kita untuk PMPL SEA Geek Fam.
Let's go!
Champion! Tanah air kita untuk PUBG Mobile Top 3 Eliminator kita akan jatuh kepada Diamond itu sudah pasti. Senang kita buat yang kedua dengan 27 mata singkir dekat sini. Dan Aizen daripada Art.
What do I feel now after seeing this? This one made my day. Plus, we got a champion for today. Syukur Alhamdulillah. Thank you my team. Thank you my family, my friends for the support. This is the best day ever in my life. Once again! Tak ada game mesti, Okay. Once again! Baru ada game misteri.
Ini dia qualified teams. Ya, tidak mengejutkan sesiapa.
Masa hadapan kita nampak Axis, Geek Fam, Secret dan juga All Rivals. 4 buah pasukan ini akan mengharumkan nama Malaysia nanti. Jadi berikan segala support.
Tahniah kepada Geek Fam kerana menjadi juara untuk PMPL musim yang keempat. Jadi ini akan menunjukkan bahawa tim Secret adalah wakil Malaysia ke peringkat antarabangsa PMGC PUBG Mobile Global Championship. Tahniah kepada tim Secret kerana menjadi wakil Malaysia ke peringkat antarabangsa. Tahniah
Masih ada harapan. Keep kau konsisten and macam biasa start working untuk hari. So yeah, last year. Let's go.
Let's go.
Last year.
Hai. Once again! Let's go! Let's go!
It's been a very long journey. Macam dia punya journey tu sangat jauh. So it's not easy lah untuk dapatkan champion ni. Kita perlukan 4 season baru dapat champion. Kita punya climb tu bagus. Season 2 kita dapat nombor 4. Third season kita dapat nombor 2. And then baru kita champion kan. So yeah.
Bagi saya susah lah. Perjalanan kita orang susah. Saya sebelum masuk Geek Fam saya di Farang. Lepas tu season 2 dah masuk Geek Fam. Saya kena cari chemistry baru lagi. And Alhamdulillah result kita orang menaik and dapat champion dekat season 4.
Day 3 coming to the grand finals, the points were very close. We were very excited. We came in very strong.
The team has good hope lah. But unfortunately, Geek Fam kejar kita orang di belakang and they got triple chicken dinner.
We were quite down because we know the gap was very far.
Geek Fam did very well on the last day on catching us up and yeah, nombor 2.
Overall performance kita orang agak teruk untuk grand final. Agak terkejut dengan semua team punya gameplay yang agresif and maybe one of the factor is kita orang belum ada analyst and coach yang ajar kita orang. Kita orang punya mistake juga adalah kita orang main tak macam biasa untuk grand final. And kita orang more tu takut-takut while other team agresif gila.
Day 1 kita orang memang perbezaan mata tu terlalu jauh. So kita orang tak memanfaatkan benefit tu. Itu yang membuatkan kita orang tak lepas lah.
Perasaan saya kecewa sedikit sebab result kita orang dapat ni bukan apa yang kita orang target lah. Kita orang target dapat top 3. Mostly of the game kita orang banyak too soon. Kita orang agak kecewa lah.
We as a team, we feel very happy since last season we did make it, and SEA League or SEA Championship is a very fun tournament. It's way different than MYSG, so it's good to be back and we're gonna do better this time.
Perasaan kita orang masa tu memang happy gila lah sebab tangga ke-8 kita orang comeback sampai ke nombor 3. Sepatutnya kita orang dapat nombor 2 tapi tak ada rezeki yang Secret pecut kita orang dapat nombor 3. Memang kita orang happy gila dia.
Untuk semua tim yang layak pergi ke SEA, kita orang daripada Farang Legion say good luck untuk korang.
Saya harap kita semua dapat naikkan nama Malaysia ke pusat di dunia, dapat tunjukkan gameplay dan tunjukkan prestasi yang hebat.
Pada tim Geek Fam, Aziz, Secret dengan Forever, kita buat yang terbaik untuk negara kita, negara Malaysia kita untuk ke SEA nanti. So kita buat yang terbaik lah. Good luck. Untuk player-player lain, korang jangan putus asa, kita teruskan berjuang, training. Tak dapat season ni bukan bermakna kita kalah. mungkin bukan rezeki kita. So next season kita buat yang terbaik lah.
Second season kita orang secure untuk pergi SEA, and then our placement also on that time memang cantik. Untuk season yang ketiga memang teruk. This season of course kita orang akan bagi all out for Malaysia. Kita orang akan revenge balik, and actually kita orang layak untuk pergi SEA. To all the fans out there, to all our supporters, thank you for support us, and untuk jadi die hard fans tu, but kalau boleh jangan toxic sebab benda tu at the same time merosakkan image team tersebut. So yeah, just chill and give support and enjoy the game.
Terima kasih kepada semua fan.
Dari awal sampai akhir,
kita orang akan cuba buat yang terbaik.
Kita orang akan terus
bawa lagi banyak excitement
pada next season, dan
harap korang akan terus support kita orang.
Dan kita orang akan comeback season 5 nanti.
Keep on support. Yeah.
Okay. Tak tahu nak buat
macam pukul lalat.
PMPL SEA Season 4,
PMPL SEA Championship Season 4,
PUBGMOBILE Pro League SEA Championship.
Are you in? Unite to fight! Yeah!
Welcome back once again to the PUBG Mobile Southeast Asia Championship Season 4. My name is Contra, and this is Keith Eligio, and all of this is, of course, hosted by PUBG Mobile, as they definitely bring in all the action here at the PMPL SEA Championship. And of course, we'd like to thank our official smartphone partners, Xiaomi, where you can challenge your boundaries with the Redmi Note 10 series. And also, you can watch and earn exclusively with Esports Fight Club, as they are our official media partner, alongside with our official media partner, WeTV, as they bring you a whole lot more, as you can watch Asia's best content for free on WeTV. You can download it right now on the Google Play or the Apple App Store, just by a click of a button for you to enjoy. And all this is coordinated by VSPN, as VSPN powers esports, will bring us the exciting tournament to come. This is Keith along with me. So Keith,
Yo.
you know, today definitely was a little bit of a rush coming in as we get ourselves ready for the weekend run. So yesterday we've already seen quite a number of teams getting that chicken dinner, and a few were definitely left hungry. So we got 5 more maps here on Saturday, and tomorrow with another 5 to close out the entirety of the weekend. What are we expecting for today?
Well, I think if we're expecting something, it's going to have to be something positive, right?
That's
so I
right.
think we're going to have to start off with the runt in the group, I guess. Banam so far having 16 plays in all 4 maps except for the one, and I think they bow out with only 3 points at maybe 15 or 14. So it was not much of an improvement throughout the entire day, right? And this is a team that has pulled their weight during the first Super Weekend, accumulating about 111 points, and for them to come in the second one and, you know, too soon, like the majority of the map, I'd say, is a bit concerning. So we do hope and expect that they bounce back this very day. But before that, in case you're wondering why we're next to each other without a use of a mask or a face shield, well, we have done all the safety protocols. Just to reiterate again, PMPL SEA Season 4 is held in closed doors under strict safety protocols, which means we're vaccinated, we're tested every single time before we head over here, just to make sure that we give you the best quality for this entire league without, you know, with the safety at hand.
That's right. And looking at the current situation, of course, I hope you guys definitely remain safe all the time. If you guys haven't got your vaccination yet, please be patient, of course. Wait for that to be enrolled. And, you know, if you really have to go out and you just got to apply those sanitizer and put on that mask all the time. As we continue on with where we left off yesterday, it was Axis RedONE that has bounced with that final game to claim that top spot, as we are currently sitting in the middle of the Super Weekend here on the 23rd of October. So tomorrow is going to be the one to close off week 2, and on 26th as well as 27th this month. We're going back to the weekdays here to look at the qualifications again to see who makes it into the Super Weekend, and whoever's in the top 16 will qualify to the very final week after you accumulate every single point that has been stored up during all the 9 days of the Super Weekend.
Yeah, last week, that one's going to be quite the joy to watch. Unfortunately, I don't think we'll be casting. You'll get the duo that you all know and love, Choo Choo and Sir Cloud. But hey, good PUBG Mobile is good PUBG Mobile despite whoever's on the desk, right? I mean,
exactly.
So as you can see, the finals will be happening on the 5th to the 7th of November. You can look forward to that. And here are what's at stake here. PMGC, PUBG Mobile Global Championship, the biggest, if not the baddest, the Super Bowl of PUBG Mobile that happens annually every year. And all these teams are trying to qualify in. So far, 4 has already made it in. Genesis Dogma from Indonesia, D Xavier representing Vietnam, The Infinity from Thailand, and Team Secret coming in from Malaysia. Now, as you look at that, PMPL Country League and Finals Season 3 will get the seed forward. Now this, what we're playing for, is the champion, the top 1 who ends this the whole 3-week run for the SEA Championship League will then also get the seed onto the PMGC, and then the top 3 for the final week will also get the seed to the PMGC. So we're expecting about, I guess, 8 teams to move on forward.
Exactly. 8 total teams from Southeast Asia. I believe it is good enough of a representation for the entirety of what we have to offer on a global scale. And you know what? This is the prize pool of the Southeast Asia Championship with a whopping $200,000 up for grabs. And this is how we run our point system throughout most of the PUBG Mobile competitive circuit throughout the year. 15 for the chicken dinner, 12 points for second spot. And you can see the numbers decrease by 2 all the way up to 7th. And then on the 8th to 12th, you will see only a single point given. Meanwhile, 13 to 16 receive none. Therefore, every single team will have to contest either it's very early on to rake in those elimination points. And you saw some of all these teams like Vampire Esports, sometimes they go out at like 8th, 9th, 10th, but they bring in like what, 8 points, 12 points. There's ways to, of course, play out according to how the teams are comfortable with. And when we're looking at comfortability, I believe teams from yesterday, half of them were pretty happy with the results.
Yeah.
The other half probably
not so much.
Feel like, yeah, there's a lot of work to be done here.
Yeah, but unfortunately, Bigetron happens to be on the other half here. They haven't had a
For
good
the
game.
first time.
Yeah, yesterday I think their best was 6th place maybe, with like 3 kills if I'm not mistaken. Now take a look at the Super Weekend teams. Here are the top 16 who's made it this Super Weekend. Axis from Malaysia, the Infinity from Thailand, EVOS from Indonesia, and RRQ Ryu from Indonesia as well. And FaZe Clan coming in from Thailand, Vampire Esports Thailand, Geek Fam Malaysia, Team Secret from Malaysia as well. In the second half, take it away, Contra.
Yeah, we got Onyx Esports as well as MS Chonburi from Thailand and Core Pubg from Cambodia. For rivals of Malaysia, Vietnam will have 2 representatives here in Eagle Esports as well as BN United. And not forgetting NFT Esports as well as Bigetron Red Aliens from Indonesia. So far, these are some of the top teams out there that have been able to win or at least achieve high-flying colors back in their own regional leagues as well as competition. And when I say competition, you look at even the wildcards themselves with some really grueling span of weekend to play out, and we see how we've already selected some of the best out here. As we take a look at what happened yesterday, Access Rate 1 had Vogi there taking 11 kills and send them flying up top to basically overtake the Infinity, as Infinity now has that 66 pointers. EVOS Reborn coming in with top 3 with 60 points, 56 for RQ Ryu. FaZe Clan now pushing down to the 5th spot, but there's many chances for them to still climb back up. And while Vampire Esports with the 41 points, 1 point behind is Geek Fam, and not forgetting Team Secret, who's been able to garner that 34 points.
Yeah, and obviously this is the accumulation of this week's Super Weekend, but the overalls will be announced at the end of the day, where we saw Axis is the first team to hit the 200 total points mark. Definitely a scary team to go up against here.
I noticed something. There's only 7 ranking points for Vampire Esports, and they're at the first pager. And they didn't rely on that ranking points. Imagine they had both.
Yeah, they're just going in as machine and ruthless killers, right? Now, Bandam, again, only 3 points so far because, like I mentioned, you know, they've been going out on 16th place throughout the entire day yesterday, except for the one game where they got 3 points. But 3 is a little too far off to try and contest, and BTR also not feeling too hot, struggling here down in the second pager.
Yeah, and I look at it as an early game issue for a majority of teams that are currently sitting on the second half of the table. And it's not once or twice that they suffer in that early game. It seems like it's an entire day. Same fate for Batman United, where we saw them basically getting rubbed on by the rest of the other teams that just show heavy firepower. Now these are your matches to be played out today, as we will start off in Erangel and we head to the biggest map of it all, Miramar on match 2, and we go for double repeats of Erangel on match 3 as well as 5, Sanhok in match 4.
Yeah, and finally end the day with Erangel as well, but also look forward to this map, Vikendi making a comeback onto PUBG Mobile. Okay, it should be out now since it's out on the October 8th. Go check it out, go play a couple of games. Now we've got more modes here, Runic Power, that will be out again on the 31st of October, just for Halloween, on the way down to the 15th of November. Survive Till Dawn is playable at this current point in time. Payload 2.0 and Infection Mode will be out for Halloween as well, October the 31st down to November the 15th, so look out for that one. In the meantime, Survive Till Dawn will have to scratch that itch.
That's right, and it just got released like what, yesterday?
Yeah.
So it's time for you to, of course, update some of these maps that you haven't been able to update on your phone. So don't worry, this is going to last for the entirety of the month, all the way to November 15th. So that's a lot of fun for you guys. While we offer you a lot of excitement, we hope that you guys can contribute to PUBG Mobile by voting for them for the Esports Game of the Year and Esports Mobile Game of the Year at this year's prestigious Esports Award. All you have to do is head over to esportsaward.com/voting and select PUBG Mobile for each category to submit your vote. And voting closes in early November, and you can vote once per day so that they can give you even more great stuff to come every single week and month ahead of us.
Yeah, so again, just to reiterate and echo on the sentiment that was said by my co-caster Contra, every single day. Okay, so don't be lazy about it. You're probably
You set your alarm clock and you just, okay, snooze, press that button.
I mean, if
Go
you're
for
a
it.
fan of the game, you're eventually gonna head on in, right? Maybe collect some dailies or whatnot, do some mission. And now that Survive Till Dawn is already out, surely you're gonna be more active on the platform. So go over, just help them out a little bit. Like they say, esports is built on community, and let's show that PUBG Mobile's community is one of the strongest here in the region.
That's right. Not only are the players here trying to be the one to take home the glory, you guys can be the one to, of course, be the best fan out there to get this on top. Now, you can also register for the PUBG Mobile Campus Championship for the players who are aspiring to become pros, or you just want to have fun with your friends while you're still studying in school or so. This is happening from 12th to 24th of October, meaning to say you only have up to tomorrow to register for the PMCC for the Malaysian region.
Yes, specifically Malaysian region. I'm so sorry for those who do feel excluded. This is the event. Hopefully, though, they might have a PMCC onto your own respective countries and region for themselves, right? Because there are talents everywhere. We've seen it. You know, some of these names that just showed up big time. For example, Tony K, who's set out of Season 3, coming in Season 4, suddenly absolutely devastating.
That's right, and not only is he showing that he's one of the best players out there, he's definitely got many years ahead of him to even grow better and better, and you just got to take that leap of faith when you have that chance. And anyways, as far as I know, you know, in the Malaysian scene right now, or how the circumstances or the current situation is, the majority of you students are basically studying from home anyways. I know that, you know, during break times you still sneak in a few games or so. So why don't you just take that 3 minutes of your time, register with your friends, convince them if you need to, and say, hey, we can actually play a little bit more together after school.
Yeah, what else you gonna do, right?
Right.
You're still under very, you know, huge SOPs that's still being implemented in place that should be respected. That we're doing the same thing here. So might as well just have some fun, bond a little bit, and maybe win some prizes out of it, or even get a career in esports.
That's right, and everybody has to start somewhere, as we have mentioned a few times before. Well, we all start from humble beginnings, right?
Yeah.
Like, I believe that, you know,
Like
maybe,
Voki?
Yeah, I mentioned Voki a few times before. I think, like, there's many other stories out there. Well, I believe that back in the days, you know, 10, 20 years ago, when, well, we're still kids, we start off, like, having dreams of becoming a certain thing. And, you know, being an esports professional player is basically a career that's pretty much, I won't say newfound in this decade. It has existed from the past decade as well, but this is now so much more viable out there, so long as you take the right steps as well as have the discipline to juggle everything on top.
Yeah. So I just brought up Voki because, you know, he's doing so incredible right now.
Exactly.
In case you guys missed it, you have to watch yesterday's stream, last game. Okay, if you don't want to go through the whole yibby yabby, just skip it till the end.
The chicken dinner moment, right?
I'm pretty sure it's being clipped somewhere as well on all official pages of PUBG Mobile. Okay, so go follow PUBG Mobile on their official platforms: Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and even TikTok now. You know, if you're young enough to have TikTok, then then go ahead and hit the follow. It doesn't cost you all too much.
That's right. You can hit all the follow button out there on the official PUBG Mobile platform. You can hit, of course, support your favorite superstars on the field. Make sure you cheer for them as well. Tell us where you guys are from, by the way, and you know, we hope to get some interesting comments to see, you know, which team are you guys supporting. Just make sure you don't flame anybody out there. I know you guys have some witty banter that happens from time to time between you fans out there, or to the casters, to the players, or anybody that, you know, you just have a strong feeling upon. Now, what I feel strongly of is how consistent some of all these teams from certain regions are playing. Currently, as it stands, the Thai region as well as the Malaysian region has been able to show up very much dominantly on day one. And day two, I believe that there will be teams, even from the Indonesian region, Wildcard or even the Vietnamese side to basically show us a little bit more prowess of what they did not showcase yesterday.
Yeah, so yesterday we had 5 chicken dinners up for grabs. I think it was 3 going to hands of Thailand. Hence, they are, like you mentioned, consistently scary in the scene. Indonesia bagged 1 for themselves. Malaysia 1 for themselves.
EVOS Reborn.
Yeah, but it's the way that Axis got theirs that I think kind of just overshadow and give this perception on, you know, them being like insanely good, right?
Indeed, and you just look at the list of names that have been playing. And you look at Axis or RedONE Esports basically being the newcomers as compared to many of the rest. Like, you put Yangon Galacticos next to Axis RedONE and you already know players like OneZek, Tamio, or Lord AK. They've been playing for like, 2 seasons or 3 seasons. And you just look at Axis RedONE basically having that young blood spirit just to push for anything in their side. And I guess that it has worked out for the days over the weekdays and also heading to the weekend. But then again, when we talk about PUBG competitive or PUBG Mobile competitive, it's basically a stamina run. So heading into the midweek of all the super weekend, it's all about, from this point onwards, putting pedal to the metal to advance forward to the grand finals.
Yeah, and we're going to start things off here in the map called Erangel, which very interestingly enough, Vampire Esports, I think one of the teams in this top 16 who almost always has more than one strategy. If not, they've changed drop spots a couple of times now. We'll see if they will stay with their usual over in Milta Power in day number 2 or go on with what seemed to be their new favorite over down in Quarry and Primors.
That's right. It's time for us to head into our very first match of our Saturday run here. It's the PUBG Mobile Southeast Asia Championship happening right here, right now. Bring your friends, bring your family, watch the greatest players of Southeast Asia contend for the glory. And let's see who will be crowned as the King of the Sea by the end of the season. And I like this fight.
Yeah.
It's pretty much straightforward. From all the way down south, heading up to Severny on top of the map. So, as we currently have a look, it's BN United that gets that early access alongside with Infinity. I hope that BN United has fixed a couple of things in order for them to at least remain a little bit more consistent with those results.
I mean, I based on what I saw yesterday, I hope they don't maintain that consistency because that means another 16th place finish. But I get the sentiment here. They have to make something happen for themselves. They did opt to, go to Nova Rapnoia, which they're comfortable with, but that means the risk of being gatekept by a team like BTR and even EVOS Reborn, who usually ends up at the other edge of the bridge. And if not, then maybe fight with Infinity, which, to be honest, isn't all too easy. So they definitely picked a scarier path, and I commend them for their bravery. But all the other teams here, Team Secret goes up to Severny. The circle has closed in towards the western sides of the map. So all the other teams like Geek Fam, Axis, and Vampire Esports would be a bit happy to see this sort of thing gets pulled off.
That's right, and you look at Axis RedONE having a good major control across the fields of Gatka, and now, as we start things off, it's the EVOS Reborn, basically testing a little bit of the weapons that they have. Switches up that VSS for a micro Uzi. If you pair both of it, you go with a double 9mm setup. I think that's fairly easy to find 9mm across the field. The problem is to stack plenty of it is the harder part. Like, majority of the players, they like to use maybe like, okay, if you already have an SMG, you kind of want to pair it with maybe a slight different weapon that uses a different category of rifle. So there are also different instances where you want to run like maybe an AK alongside with a DMR that also use like 7.62 or the 5.56 category, just to make life a little bit easier. Because when you go hut to hut, you see a variety of things. Some players are, they just don't want to have the hassle of like organizing that bag. But I guess that having a little bit of that due diligence will bring them a long way through the match. if they could manage their resources well.
Yeah, or they can just pick up a shotgun and 1v4 like Bandam yesterday. Nearly
Tell
took
me
out
how
the
that worked out, though.
nearly took out the entire squad of Vampire Esports. They were triggered that moment. Again, go check out yesterday's live stream, okay? There was a moment there where Vampire Esports were shooting on the crates that was left after Bandam was sent to the lobby. They were angry that nearly pulled off for them.
Well, as much as you might want to check out the stream yesterday, maybe you want to just whip up your tablet, whip up your phone. Well, you're still joining us here for what's about to happen, because we're here to top off what they did yesterday. So the action will possibly be just a whole lot more intense, in a good way, of course. So,
worth noting that Axis actually changed their drop spot. Like, I had to cross-check because I was feeling something is a bit off, them playing on a western side, because usually they play center map. But
they moved into the field of Gatka early on, as we saw. I think it's an interesting adaptation that they might have actually studied. Okay, since these 4 teams are not playing, and if you guys were still wondering, or you just joined us today, we have V Gaming, who missed out on the Super Weekend for the second time coming. And we've got a few other names as well. In the form of the Savior. It's kind of weird to even say it.
Yeah.
And Genesis Dogma. These are the 2 teams who already got the PMGC slot. And unfortunately, another team have missed out.
Yeah. So unfortunate for them, though. But then we have 3 new teams that made it through this time around. So the kudos, I think the Yangon Galacticos, they missed out as well because of the internet problem they suffered sometime throughout the weekdays this week alone. So we do hope them the best, that they get that thing rectified, because the last thing you want as a competitive player is to be opt out not for your own mistakes, but external factors like internet. It was a bit bad.
It definitely is quite a bummer for teams to go through such a situation. And that makes me miss offline events even more, like, not to say that we try to make things as perfect as possible, but whenever there's an issue that arises, like, there's only a few things that can be solved on the spot, and some is just basically just the nature of it that doesn't allow you for a quick fix. Now, what I tend to see as 16 teams here are currently contending, Team Secret possibly have already find themselves a little bit of band-aid to some of their early game problems. When we look at a few of them who's been able to adapt to the pace of the Super Weekend gameplay from the rest of the competition as well.
Yeah, Team Secret picking to drop in Severny. Honestly, throughout the country league in MYSG, this wasn't their drop spot. They decided to go to Severny, which statistically didn't pay off for Sam9 Gang, who occupies Severny, and now they're taking the spot, and now they're on the back foot as well. So I don't know. Do you sure, circles are randomized per se, but it statistically never really hits the top all too often.
That's right. And I guess that being over on the northern side of the field, it gives you so much of that safety net, because Severny, as well as shooting range, most of the time you have this field range that's not going to be occupied by any other team out there. As we take a look at shooting range, we want to look at the top shots currently that has been dealing the most damage. Damrude at the top, Tony K on second place, and of course from third to the place of 5th, we're going to see perhaps some changes in the middle of our competition today. And I understand why they actually choose Severny. If you take a look at Jumper historically, when he played with multiple different teams, right? First and foremost, when he started off his career here in PUBG Mobile, he joined some amateur team and then went to VIP Squad. Went to Southeast Asia for the very first time after, a season or 2. And then he carried on playing, and he went to Yudu Gang. And that's where he made his name known. And he used to play a whole lot in Severny.
Oh, that makes sense. I heard Y2K saying that Jumper is their in-game leader for the time being, calling the shots. So I guess, Severny it is. Maybe they've practiced around. Sure, I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. Meanwhile, Infinity, I think might look to cross the bridge anytime soon, but they have to always remember that EVOS Reborn is ready to greet them on the other hand. Now, talking about crossing, Bandam United getting passed by very easily this time around, but it's not till later that usually they crash into farmland where BTR resides, and that could be a problem.
This seems to be a problem as well for Silence of BN United. Having a little flip, and thank goodness nobody's going to be pretty nearby. Well, you know, as I was driving early today, that could have almost happened by car when there was a rainstorm happening. But I'm not going to get into details of that. Thank goodness we're all safe. I hope that you guys don't try to imitate driving like some of them here in Erangel. Well, continuing on, Eagle Esports. Let's talk about this team.
Actually, I'd like to bring the attention to APG. You know,
APG. Oh, okay.
Because
let's talk about both then.
Okay, because APG is the only team representing wildcard finals. I mean, the SEA wildcard region. And yesterday, in an interview, he mentioned that they're trying new strats today.
So, new strats.
Yeah, so it was 0-2 on the APG 0 ES Esports in the interview with our good friend Sis Jenny. And he said that they weren't doing very well today, but they have strats for tomorrow, which is today. So I'm actually curious to see what they're going to pull off here and hopefully see a maybe better result.
Oh, here comes FaZe Clan though. They're going to be launching an attack against Axis RedONE. And these are your hometown boys of Gatka that they're chasing against. VOKOP. Having a little bit of armory shredded, and that's where there's the flank coming in from Ventoris that might just be able to find Haynoob as he pops that med kit. Grenade connects onto Kachang Susu as the first one to fall.
Nades.
And Erangel make that too, as they also had Mr. 5 clipped down as well. There's only about 3 members of Axis all around the field, and they will immediately turst out MR5. That's going to be first blood for Axis RedONE, but the fight does not stop right here. Mika providing assistance as he just arrived across the corner. Tony K needs to force a rush, and he's dropping those grenades again. FokiOP chipping down the health bars, while Mika is a little bit far from where he needs to be, but they don't exactly know where FokiOP is currently hiding.
Well, he's charging up the nades though. Tossed one forward, does not connect, so that's gonna, you know, be a little bit of time wasted here. Maika down on the ground and now leaving VOKOP left alive. That will be the entirety of Axis. But meanwhile, Korpai getting shots from Vampire Esports all the way from Schweppes. Real far out, but well, that could have stopped them in the track here. But luckily enough, they ended the scrambles, the skirmish, even before Vampire decides to come on in.
Yeah, and you just look at that transition from one fight to another. Ventoris basically have eagle eyes to set upon Vampire Esports. I believe that he heard a couple of all these taps coming in from the lower region of Gatka. Now, trailing them in the smoke. How did he hit Korpai? Wait a minute, Ravenclaw. How many meters was that?
Well,
that's almost impossible.
Longest elimination distance confirmed.
Maybe not the longest, but the most impressive because he had no vision though. Yeah. He had absolutely no clue. He sprayed, he prayed, and it seems like the PUBG gods have answered.
Well, yeah. It'd be like that sometimes, you know. He's called a Raven for a reason. He's a scavenger. He saw that Korpai was basically injured and about to be free food. So Ravens do Ravens things, scavenging whatever's left in the market. But BTR and EVOS, this is an El Clasico. In PUBG Mobile, we expect to see this one happen. And we know when these two do come across each other, they would rather die rather than, you know, fleeing away. It's in a fight or flight situation, it's fight all the way. There's no other flight. There's no flight options.
Well, I don't know if you want to take a flight. Sometimes you know what flights mean in esports term. You just basically return home. All right, now Vampire Esports finds Korpai. I believe that is a number being secured, as there is more fights than usual in the early game in Erangel. Geek Fam on the other corner. Already heard a little bit of a ruckus going down that field of Gatka, and this circle moves further into the western side. So Vampire Esports, they're here to stay. They're here to basically knock everybody's socks off, while the other teams were just thinking, okay, well, how do we approach this? Because Gatka is an open playing field with a few of all these shacks for them to hide out from. And majority of the time, when Gatka closes in the middle of the field, most of these teams will have to keep every stock of that smoke grenade to play out proning in the open. And Tony K already looking for the best spot possible with the rest of 4 rivals moving in. Geek Fam taking a little bit of a 3-1 split, and I've never seen this formation coming out of the team before.
Oh, maybe they're just echoing. Wait, hold that thought though. BTR up against APG. Luxy gets taken down here. Zuxi actually will get mistaken of the twins here. Zero drive pass by, trying to get some info. Will reveal that Liquid is here to clean up whatever kills they had. That's when just knocked down, and Ryzen in dire situation right now. BTR being surrounded by all the Cambodians. They will confirm Ryzen. The kill goes the way of APG. BTR, Liquid is holding up the nade, cooking it up. Tosses through the window. Will it connect though? No, it won't. Prematurely blows up right in front of his face. Zero is going to make the move on forward. Luxy is positioned there. If he does not be careful, Zero might get taken down here. Meanwhile, Luxy sprays down on the side of APG, takes down one at Shroud, leaving another one more member who is low, will need to go in for the meds. They are turning this into a 2v2 here, but more of a 2v1, seeing as though that Shroud is on his knees. The nade was trying to be cooked up though, but BTR, they push straight in, and APG will be out for the count.
Bigetron RA Aliens kind of had a red alert moment right there because they had Zuxi taken out very early, and thank goodness they managed to go in to swarm it from different angles. And this time around, it's Liquid that's going to be playing as they subbed out Yuhai. That's a couple of Molotovs being thrown right in from Tony K, and RRQ Ryu having those bullets fired at them while a little bit of suppressive shot is coming out of Team Secret as they try to take on both RRQ Ryu as well as FaZe Clan. Tony K, a little bit too far from where Ventorius is currently at the moment, as there's only 2 members left for FaZe Clan, but there is the Dacia for him to relocate into safety, while Geek Fam also taking out that spot. Man, Gatka, it's absolutely crowded. So early into phase 3, and there's no choice because that's where the circle is going to end up. While you look at Team Secret, taking those pot shots from long range, and they will have to resuscitate Jumper for the meantime. RQ Ryu don't look like they are in the best spot, and same goes to Team Secret because they're not inside the circle just about yet. They only have like less than a minute to work their way around.
Yeah, Snipes actually took Jumper out really far, seeing as the position. Man, this guy living up to his name, although we did mention that that guy don't not prefer snipers. He did a couple of long distance there, so pretty good for him. Now, MSC Chonburi, I think one of those Thailand teams that have been scary during the first week, not so much in the second. Maybe we can see something happen here with them. They're playing it very, very slow on the edge of the circle instead of running straight in like most of the teams that are painting the scoreboards right now. BTR, 2 members down. FaZe Clan, 2 members left. I think it was Tony K and Vin Torres, but now Team Secret going straight for RRQ's compound here, or whatever land they hold. Not really a compound, it's an open map. Sprays keep going up a kid. He got traded for trying to go aggressive here. Now he's on the ground. RRQ still have 3 members, but iShot's positioned right in the flank side. Geek Fam could come in as a third party. Oh, Fredo takes down Mort. And now they're going to cook more nades just to try and secure more kills in a safe disposition here. So RRQ a bit outgunned here, but Sane, he will be coming in with the third party. As I mentioned, if they're not careful, Team Secret again just losing to third party maneuvers here. iShots does take another 1 member from RRQ.
That's right. Valdemort now just trying to lurk right by, and he just walks straight forward. This isn't going to look all too good. Jumper now being pummeled down, but it's Fredo there to take out the final member of RRQ Ryu. But the grenades now flies right in. Geek Fam wants to carry on where RRQ left off, and there's no time for them to pick up Fredo though. And you look at that altercation that just went by. They had great flank position, but they didn't execute it well enough. Now they're about to get punished here. Downward going for a push, and there's no time to save Fredo, like we said before. Only down to iShots for Team Secret, and what can he do? Hiding behind the smoke. He's trying to lick his wounds for a little tad bit, hiding behind that current this year that's still pretty much healthy, but Damroot, he's on the hunt. This is a top fragger of the tournament right now, charging right in, and that's going to be the grenade. Lob through, but that will miss Damroot for only the slightest bit.
iShots, how can he play his way out of this? He has a vehicle, but don't want to really get into it, knowing that it can be sprayed down right now. He has no choice but to fight his way out here. But these bullets will get through, and Sane will take out the entirety of Secret, making sure that no more points going their side. Meanwhile, NFT having war of their own up against the Eagles here from Vietnam. Nanshan will try and... Oh, well, third party, MSC Chonburi coming in from the backside here. From a distance, so respectably so, but NFT now is going up against Eagle Esports, who's only have 2 players left. He will try and fight here, but still not taking down anyone. It's a bit of a stalemate, just playing by the hay bales.
Not for long though. Swavel, he was taking a seat over in the buggy and he thinks that he can get elevated shot, but instead he gets pummeled down, and it's Namshin, the next one to fall. Here comes Pubg as well. He's gonna crack a few more smoke grenades there, hoping to get a little bit more cover, but Pubg, he's on the long flank. He won't be able to see all too much of what's going on. NFT should have Eagle by the numbers, and here comes Whitecat. More grenades to come as they try to flush out and miss Chonburi inside of the building. But on the other corner, there's also Vampire Esports, who's hiding by the swamps, where they're waiting to attack. But Sharks here, they're not too far from water, and they are feeling it right now. BN United, if they really have to push, they have to push all together at once. And it's not all too easy. There's still 0 points on each side that they have to find a way to somehow get back to the north side of Gatka.
Yeah, but take a look at how MSC is playing the map, though. They have opened up so vast that BN cannot find a flank through. Like, what are they going to do? Straight on forward, 2 members are guarding that position. Pawns is on the side, and immediately, and now for all the third parties are all coming in. Obviously going to push into the circle. BN overstayed their welcome here. Now Vampire Esports, they coming in for blood. Is trying to snipe one of them down on the vehicle. Will not do so, but that crippled Bantam United enough, and now they have to flee.
Indeed they do. And this is where Bigetron RA Aliens, they crash out early as well, but they did secure those 2 frags in the form of Anchor PUBG Esports early on. Vampire Esports now walking on foot. They're not too far from the circle as they try to cut right by the corner of the swamp. And you look at MS Chonburi needing to do exactly the same, while the Infinity, this is the first time that we see them on camp for today, while Onyx has been able to find Logan, taking out that veteran player that we've seen for so many times in Southeast Asia. 4 rivals now appearing on the crosshairs, on the kill feed, as they take out some members of Onyx Esports. Here comes some grenades, and this is a long haul fight between NFT, which they haven't finished up just about yet, but they will have to deal with MS Chonburi, who's currently marching up ahead on foot. That grenade that just been lobbed will clip onto Pop as well as Ponzai for a little more, and there's not much time for a reset. Ramones, he just got to finish this one quickly if they just really want to maintain safe in the next phase.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting battle here with no covers but gradients to play around with. But Vampire Esports is also in position to maybe get some third-party kills, which is going to be disastrous. MSC and NFT right now trading bodies between each other. Flippy is just going to push on forward, recognizing they've downed a couple of members. He shots. That's going to give his position away. Pons spots him out, but he traded. And NFT, they clean up these Sharks.
Yeah, and unfortunately the Sharks will not swim for now. There's still a few more maps to go. Meanwhile, FaZe Clan will be having Tony K as well as Ventorius to fight out entirety of NFT. Remember this, FaZe Clan only has 2 members, but they're fighting as if they got another 8 behind their backs. And that's FaZe Clan to you on how they've had that firepower. Ventorius have been able to knock one down. Ramones will be bleeding out, giving information, and now it's only down to Luppy. Luppy won't survive though. And Drone, he doesn't really have much, and he's getting spotted out. That's all 4 on the ground. NFT, the next out of the game. 8 more teams remain. Ventorius there, being the star of the show, while Vampire Esports knows that they have spotted out FaZe Clan, and they don't really have those numbers to work with. They will go up to challenge them as they are still on foot, while Tony K says, I got the Dacia, I'm just going to turn it around.
Meanwhile, though, Geek Fam up against EVOS. This is one heck of a Royal Rumble, as we can see. Snipes gets taken out, and I think that's the entirety of Geek Fam. So, although they had some good skirmishes and engagement earlier on, they will bow out with only 3 kills under their name. 4 rivals. They have been appearing a lot in a feed, just inflicting third parties damage. But Vampire Esports and Tony K here, this is the match we want to see. The engagement that's all been hyped about. These two Thai teams have came in strong so far in Super Weekend number 2, and let's see if FaZe Clan can pull off a 2v3 situation.
FaZe Clan look like they have that potential to do so. You look at that, 7 frags out of the casualties of Gatka, and there's still a lot more players on the field, but they're not entirely in the best position to take up a fight right now. Powergen grenade, he knows that Fluke is somewhere in the front. He chips out the health, and it forces Fluke to stand up just to reposition, but Powergen, no, he's got this one in the hand. So he's just gonna casually lob the grenade. That will secure that knock. But there's more Vampire Esports members around as they try to fight this one out. KF from the other angle brings out the DP as they will pin down the final member of Eagle Esports. That's a 7th place finish for the Vietnamese team. They've been able to make it to the Super Weekend Week 2. Now, numbers advantage for EVOS Reborn as well as 4 rivals, and they've got equal amount of frags and 5 points being stashed up by each of them. But it's FaZe Clan here, 2 members, and they're still adding those numbers. This is madness. And look at Tony K, he's got Rip as well. The Prodigy is doing it, and he's tearing out every single one of these guys out there. 4 rivals now only have 3 more players to work with.
He tossed the nade on forward, though. I think it clipped onto Pumburu. Oh my god, Appy getting burned down by Hellfires here. Schweppes now trying to sweep the entire wheat field, but not getting anyone so far yet. But Tony K still living and breathing. Can do a lot of damage here. His partner, Vintorez, unfortunately is down, but I think that is the end of FaZe, maybe. Yes, they are. Eliminated, 8 kills, still very respectful for their side here. 4 rivals maybe can get in for the revive and maybe get back the numbers advantage, because none of them has been confirmed just yet.
That was pinpoint accuracy coming out of April, and now we look at different angles of fights between EVOS as they try to take down some players off, and I believe that is Infinity having the final member hiding behind that weak stack. And look at them. Newsy is not going to make a single movement at all. Meanwhile, Vampire Esports as well as 4 rivals, they got those numbers as they are slowly marching up ahead, or should I just say proning ahead this time around.
Well, they will try.
They have somebody trying to drive around on the vehicle. I guess that's how you want to bait out some of all these shots. Vampire Esports, 1 man down. Same goes to EVOS Reborn.
Yeah, EVOS, they've been around Infinity's vicinity for a very long time. Newsy's playing so well with that trigger discipline, not actually pulling the trigger, but meanwhile, Vampire Esports losing 1 member and going to lose more here as EVOS is going on the aggro. Meanwhile, the other 2 will be playing the hiding game and trying to get off whatever they can. Schwab spraying from the covers of this wheat field, just randomly praying that he gets one, and he does. So it pays off from him.
More members of EVOS now getting their health bars deteriorated, and Schweppes, he just avoided the nade for a little bit, but EVOS
look at
knows
Infinity
where
though,
exactly
he
they
sees
are.
EVOS!
And Infinity, they're going for the spray! There it goes, EVOS! And now, with that being cleared up, Pumburu and the rest of 4 rivals have that numbers advantage now, as we are looking at so many players of 4 rivals who are basically finding those corners and seeking out players from Vampire, as you still have Newsy all alone, and it's Schweppes who got him pretty much cornered up, and there you go. First chicken dinner for Malaysia on day 2 of the Super Weekend.
4 rivals, they played it very passively and it paid off from them. All not trying to go over aggro, did a lot of third-party damages and kills as we've seen across the kill feed, and finally getting themselves that winner chicken dinner. Congratulations to the Malaysian team. That is 4 rivals for their, I think, their first winner chicken dinner this Super Weekend.
I believe so, and 4 rivals so far showed us consistency of how they've been able to play out well in Erangel mostly, and finally they've been rewarded after 2 weeks of action, and you know there's still another week to go, and tomorrow there's another 5 match, and today they start off strong, and I believe that could possibly set them perfectly in place to ensure that they lock in for the final weekend.
Yeah, but also good things to be said for Infinity and Vampire Esports. They talk about consistency. They were good yesterday and they're still in the top 3 finish in game number 1 today. But take a look at the Winner Winner Chicken Dinners players here with 4 rivals: Appy, Rith, Pamburu, and last but not least, of course, we have Apel.
That's right, and I think that Apel definitely is a key player in this matchup. You saw he was having some really good shots by just sneaking in some of all these long-range taps. And we talked about long-range taps. Let's have a look at the highlights again. We start off here with Bigetron RA taking an early fight against Anchor Pubg. There were casualties, though, that kind of resulted in them not lasting as long as they wanted it to. And that was a perfect R98 shot onto Team Secret that we've just witnessed. While Team Secret, they came up with a really beautiful angle of flank, and they took out our Kiryu, but there was Geek Fam who have been able to punish them later on.
Yeah, and the Vampire Esports, they've tried their best. They were pretty formidable. We can see that they've got all these opportunities, but of course, it's 4 rivals that came in with a third party, and rendering Vampire Esports as formidable as they are useless in a sense in trying to push the aggro against FaZe Clan, which cost them quite a bit.
FaZe Clan is on their top form today, and so is every other day of the week. You just look at Tony K as well as Victorious being the most lethal tag team duo that we currently witness throughout the span of the weekend. And down to the final few fights here, it was basically whoever takes a peek out there first on both of their feet up gets catched by the rest of them. And look at EVOS. They're just right behind the buggy. And Nuzi, even though he's all alone, he got them all pretty much round up. But it was 4 rivals who have got the edge by the very end of the round as they've been playing a perfect, clean game.
Yeah, also worth noting that Infinity was left with 1 member for the longest time, but that trigger discipline that displayed by Nuzi actually got him onto the spot here in the top 3 finish and a couple more frags onto his side. So, man, this game is just getting better and better, at least for the Super Weekend number 2. I'm already excited for more of the games to come, but unfortunately, we will have some interviews going on later and some breaks going on. Unfortunately, we can't just run through all 5 games, but I'd definitely love to see that one happen though.
Yeah, I definitely want a lot more of that sort of breakdown of what happened in that past game as well. So I believe that us Jenny later on will be covering all these sort of nitty-gritty details that we may not be able to pick up, as we fixated on one fight after another, right? So that was only game 1. Game 2, we're going to be moving into Miramar, and this is where all the long-range guns are going to come out to play. You best believe that you won't be seeing too much of all these UMPs for too much. But then again, there are players who still prefer using this weapon in this current meta.
I mean, whatever you're comfortable with, right? Like, in the end of the day, just like, every other sport, esports is the same thing. It comes down to muscle memory, and whichever gun you're used to, the recoil somehow is the ones that it's going to get you there, regardless of the stats, right? I mean, it goes down to comfortability.
But there are weapons that are basically a class above, where you look at whatever you have inside the crate. The talk of the town is definitely going to be the MG3. AWM is basically the GOT weapon, right? Like, if you're good at sniping, you give it to players like Luxy, you better not be anywhere under the radar. I'm saying radar because even mid-range, long-range, you're just going to lose health bars, for sure. You're going to lose the helmets. So MG3 basically is a lethal weapon that is in the form of an LMG, and now we leave that for later as we focus on 4 rivals with Appy dealing close to 400 damage and basically having an equal contribution across all the members of 4 rivals as they stay put in that field of Gakta. And you saw there was that fight between Vampire Esports, MS Chonburi, and also BN United. And somehow these guys managed to sneak some pot shots out of nowhere. They've been third partying, they've been able to find great information throughout the field of Gatka, and that was basically a little bit of an edge. And you look at so many teams who basically have a high kill point average on those eliminations. It's 8 for 4 rivals, 7 for Vampire Esports, EVOS Reborn, the Infinity, and FaZe Clan. Although they were duo, they got 8.
Yeah, so that's why it's getting really scary, and this is when you can see like the true prowess in the current bracket right now. To be consistently staying on top here, like these names have been on repeat since yesterday. So knowing that we're going into this super weekend day number 2, I guess the cats are out of the bag, right? You're gonna have to pull your own stunts. You're gonna have to play your best here, and that goes across the board. Even BTR will need to step up, moving on to more maps in the day here, because as of late they haven't been performing all too much.
Well, I'm not gonna give them too much of, scrutiny of what's going on right now because of how they are changing things and trying something new. Like I said, it was Yuhan today. It's Liquid who is currently playing. It feels like they haven't found that groove just about yet, but rest assured they should be able to find ways to get into the finals. But then again, it definitely is concerning for fans, either they're from Indonesia or the rest of the world, because this is not the form that they expected out of Bigetron Red Aliens, but it's also the level of competition that has increased. And these are the 2 players that I've been keeping my eyes on. All the 8 frags were the final 2 remaining members of FaZe Clan, and basically they kind of take out a squad each. And look at Tony K. That's 1,074 damage by this individual.
Yeah, this is very telling of like last season's The Infinity with 2 members doing the same amount of damage.
Just give this guy 50-50 already.
Yeah,
it's 45-45.
I guess the other 2 threw bodies, that's got to count for something here. So
5%.
FaZe up, definitely a step above and leveling up in their competition here. Just taking this by storm so far in week number 2, and I can't wait to see. There's a reason why Choo Choo favors this little kid here who just recently made his debut in the pro scene just because he's legal of age now. And, well, I'm expecting more to see from this kid. Yeah.
Yeah, legal for PUBG Mobile, that's for sure. And you look at the damage received as well. As a duo, this is impressive because that's about 3 times being knocked if you calculate the ways that each player needs to sustain those sort of damage. So Ventoris as well as Tony K, they have to work so tight as a unit to keep themselves safe, and basically these are guys with a total of 6 lives. With 2 other players falling out, and that tells you the tenacity that they have to find those leads, and they have the highest damage, even if you compare it to teams like 4 rivals, Vampire Esports, EVOS Reborn, Infinity. Nobody came close to FaZe Clan this match.
Yeah, I mean, on hindsight.
Oh, there is.
There is.
There is. Oh, okay. I look at the chart, it kind of misled me. Oh, okay, actually, no. It's 1779. Okay, it looked like 1-1 to me. Sorry, the screen is pretty far from where we're currently sitting.
But it's all good. We know that FaZe Clan is the kind of team of that caliber, right? They've been hyped on. There's a reason why the Infinity said they're afraid of FaZe Clan among every other teams that were playing in the SEA Championship.
That thing scares me.
Yeah, like they understand how the capacity that FaZe Clan can play in, and I guess we're seeing it here today. Unfortunately though, for some of the teams, I think RRQ was on a hot streak yesterday.
Oh my word.
But not so much today, at least in game number 1. But take a look at the match summary with the most damage, elimination, and knockout here. It's Tony K across the board, this young kid, and second to that, Ventoris. It's all FaZe at this point.
What a huge round of a statement that FaZe Clan just put up right here. Yeah, you can ignore 3 and 4 for the moment. Maybe you can't ignore Nuzi for doing a whole lot this match itself. But these are just 2 players that show that they are basically the best of the class for this weekend. At least for today.
Yeah.
That they,
for now, so far.
They have that energy to just basically go Super Saiyan on everybody else. And if only they had those numbers, they would have actually closed out the match I can guarantee you that with this play, they should be high up on the board, and we are basically right on this one as they move upwards into the 5th spot, alongside with Vampire that make their way into 5th. And this time, Infinity has overtaken Axis RedONE as they have 83 points under their belt.
Yeah, I think it's also because Axis, I think, came out a little too soon this match alone. Well, obviously, we've seen what they can do yesterday. They might pull something else across with the last 4 games left to play in the day. EVOS staying stagnant here with 75 points. FaZe Clan up 65, Vampire Esports 60. And take a look at the second draft. This is where things get a bit more worrying for some of these teams. BN United only managed to secure 4 points, I think, this match alone. And BTR, they had 15 points before, only 18 now. So really struggling at this point. APG, I haven't seen quite much of their new strat that they mentioned.
At least it's not exactly a bad position to be on 11. Now they're tying it with NFT Esports. So long as they get 2 good games, they should be well on their way into the top 8. So this is still going to change because there's not too much of a point difference from the middle of the pack. As we saw, there are just a few more that's coming along the lines of 40-ish points, somewhere around 7th to 8th place. So we expect that there's even more movement throughout the entirety of the day of the leaderboard. But hoping that you guys like what you guys are currently watching here at the PUBG Mobile Pro League Southeast Asia Championship Season 4. And well, your predictions pretty much were correct. I'm not too sure, but of course, let's tune into what Sis Jenny has to say as she's got an interview alongside with the team fight breakdown by the end of it all.
Hi, Sin.
Hi.
Hi. Okay. Alright, so as per normal, I'm gonna ask you some questions. Yes, you guys did so well for the previous round, but I saw something different. So, Geek Fam, it was a different style of coming into the circle. So maybe you can elaborate on that.
Different style of coming to circle. I
Yeah.
think what we do is like normally what we do, we always scout first, and then if we see like it's empty, we can take over the position. We just go. So I don't think there's anything new, but I think the way we play, we are more aggressive lah now compared than yesterday. Yeah.
Correct. We did see much Malay sikit, but we did see what happened was when you guys came in the early parts of the circle, you guys managed to get 3 elimination being in the open, which is not really what Geek Fam is, but I feel like that might be working well for it. So maybe you can answer this question. Do you think that the way you guys played will improve Geek Fam performance this week using that style?
I think so. I think like it's time for us to play a little bit more aggressive because compared to other teams that are bringing up their A game. So yeah, I think being more aggressive will help us a lot lah.
Definitely. And then I have another question. So Snipes, he's very consistent in getting targets with his sniping skills. So you guys in a way like have a bonus, if you want to do aggressive, you guys got the brains, you know how to rotate well, you always win the circle. And then you have Snipes who always like get that particular kill steal or knockout in the very first few part of the circle. So is that usually Snipes' role? Like he will take a sniper?
It depends on him. Usually we will use a sniper because it's easy for us to get an opening whenever he uses a sniper. Like, to be honest, in C or MOIZ, people really don't use sniper. Like, I think he's one of the few who use sniper. So because in other people perspective, using a sniper, you will knock the enemy, but you will never end the enemy lah. That's why people don't use it anymore. But for me, it's up to him lah. If he's good on it, then why not?
Nicely said. Okay, another question. Just now, while you guys already had that first 3 points elimination, were you guys expecting that EVOS is about to crash into you?
Not really, because to be honest, we're having a tough tough situation lah because we defending against two teams. I don't know who's in front of me that time when I got knocked by a grenade. So I don't know who's in front of me. Like we are already split 2-2, so it was unexpected lah. I think we could do better, but we learned our mistakes lah next time.
Alright, okay. So hopefully with this new style, you get extra elimination points, and hopefully you get to cover and everything, and get yourself more elimination, and then get back up to the top of the scoreboards. Okay, Snipe? Snipe. I mean, Shane.
Okay, Jenny. Okay.
Okay, alright. So we'll see you again soon, hopefully. So yeah, good luck. Okay. Thank you, Shane.
Thank you.
Bye bye.
Bye. Assalamualaikum.
Okay guys, so very funny scene. So let's break down into the game. What we saw earlier. Okay, I have to agree with what Contra and Keith said earlier about FaZe Clan. Okay, they are a very legendary team of veteran players. They are since season 1. In fact, most of the top 4 teams in the scoreboard are veteran players since season 1, especially Vin Torres. We've seen him moving from different clans. In fact, the previous season, season 3, FaZe was not really as good as how they were in season 2, if I'm not wrong. But this season, they are showing off their skills like as though they are a new clan. So I feel like they are back, and the interesting thing is that they are using similar veteran players to perform how they actually came in before that. But you know what, that aside, let us talk about 4 rivals, the one that won the chicken dinner. So how did that happen? You know, not only that Geek Fam that I noticed played a little bit different today. Remember when we had that conversation with Pasha yesterday, the interview? Yes, they did want to do homework and they want to change their game style a little bit. And true enough, today I spotted that 4 rivals played outside instead of coming into the circle. So yes, we did. Sometimes we do see 4 rivals doing a lot of unorthodox stuff. In fact, today, usually after the 4th circle, 5th circle, we will always see 4 rivals coming into the circle, meaning they are not usually in the center, but they are always inside the circle already. But today they tried to do a flashing, so they stayed outside, similar to what Vampire would do, right outside of the perimeter, try to flash it out. But the only thing that could cause not getting the chicken dinner is how actually Tony K spotted one by one of the 4 rivals players. But lucky for them, how they stationed themselves when they were proning in the ground, they already had someone standing by. Reef was knocked and then Epi, but there was still Apple that was just there because Chonburi was on the other side trying to lower down whoever that is trying to spray onto 4 rivals. So that was very smart for rivals. The only thing that the error that happened was that, but they managed to get back up, and apparently this thing works for them, at least for the first game today. So now let's look into the graphic. We can see how Geek Fam played in a way that is when they were playing in the open. They were there for quite a while actually, guys. So usually we would see Geek Fam, they will not be playing in this kind of game style, or probably the way they will be placed. They will not be somehow scattered like this. But today we did see something different, but that's a good thing, you see. So PUBG is not just about shooting and killing. It's a lot of homework. You have to put a lot of thought in it, like analyze a lot of things. But let's just get back into this graphic one more time. Like what I said earlier, Vampire, they would like to do a flashing. That's why they are just outside. Come on, they can just come in. But you know why are they there? Because they are usually the eliminators. They are the ones who try to eliminate as many players that they can over onto that side. And honestly, actually, they help a lot. You guys did see the elimination points, right? They help a lot for the rest of the other teams to come in. So it's like lesser traffic. Now coming back into the graphic right now, we can see similar effect as yesterday. A lot of teams was playing almost outside of the circle. Not a lot of teams are actually aiming into the center. They are always on their perimeters. The only team that actually managed to put their way right in the center when it was, I think, the 7th circle was Infinity. They were the only ones right in the middle of the circle, like a little dot. But that's because there's only one player left. But you know, Nosy being him, he was very, like what Keith said, had a trigger discipline. He knew enemies was coming from certain angles. He just waited for the right moment to eliminate EVOS out of the picture. Yeah, so anyways, the game today is a whole lot of studying about one another, the way they play, the way the other teams play, and I think a lot of them are actually very particularly looking at how and which team is coming here. So you know what, let's go back to the casters, to Contra and Keith.
Thank you very much, sis Jenny. And well, we just look at how well she's just been able to, of course, map out all the positions of the team and how Newsy has been able to clutch even though he's all alone. And we saw how Four Rivals basically have gotten some really good spot into the center of where they needed to be from phase 5 onwards. And that's where they start to get into the thick of things when they were playing on those open field. Well, that is the first chicken dinner for the PMPL MYSG side for today. I believe there's about 4 more matches for the rest of the region to keep up to pace. And currently, as we are looking at the standings, we see some shift already. Axis Red 1 has gotten overtaken by, I believe, Infinity, with a good performance coming out of Newsy, currently the #1 team of the leaderboard.
Yeah, but also Vampire Esports, EVOS Reborn, they did exceptionally well in that one game alone. And what I'm so excited for, and from that game 1 itself, it's so telling on how these teams are just currently at par. And I think as the week progresses, our eyes are automatically going to be narrowed down to these pool of teams because of how matched they are. 7 kills on everyone, 8 maybe just by the edge. So everyone's on equal length here. You can't argue saying that one is just superior than the other. It's like gone are the days where the disparity of skills are so vast. Now everyone seems to be potential kings of Southeast Asia.
That's right, and you look at map by map basis, that map itself, it looked like when it comes down to stats, yes, indeed. Of course, when you add everything together, it's Infinity here that has been able to outperform the rest with good enough consistency for Rivals now edges out the competition. But on the stats, FaZe Clan members are something else. Like, you got Tony K out there. I believe he might be able to chase that #1 most damage chart by game 2 if he has something of similar sorts. And then you look at Ventores, who's basically being the backbone of the team as well. And Tony K, one thing I've noticed about Tony K is that he plays very well on open fields. Like, not because he can't shoot everybody out there on the open field, but he knows how to sneak his way in position majority of the time, and he's got those crazy reflex to book out.
Yeah, I think we've seen in that one game alone the way he navigated. He was literally in an open field, covered nothing but by nothing but wheatgrass and maybe a small, slim, slender tree. So for him to actually survive that long is very, very impressive. In fact, I think Ventores got taken out at some point. He was on his knees, the kill was not confirmed. But then later on, suddenly he went in and got the revive, which is very, very impressive. Playing in a 2-man roster or a 2-man team that's left on the map, usually when one guy's on the ground, you probably don't want to risk it and just play for position points. But for him to pick that one up, I think that was crucial. And FaZe Clan just, well, with an extra firepower in it on their arsenal, they did a lot with just 2 members.
You know, I want to watch a little bit of rematch of this happening again with EVOS Reborn out there, because they're one of the guys out there with that 7 to 8 frags. FaZe Clan, Infinity, and I believe it was 4 Rivals. These 4 teams, when you put them on the final spot, it's honestly a different kind of ball game that you're getting when it comes down to how aggressive they can play out a certain scenario and forcing somebody else to turtle defensively. And there are also teams who basically know how to make the right moves at the right time. And there are times that you can't force any sort of offense. You just got to turtle up, like how Newsy's been able to at least secure himself at least a top 2, top 3 finish.
Yeah, and also I remember vividly that FaZe Clan, I think they wiped out NFT, and then afterwards Vampire Esports were coming on a hunt for them. I thought they were dead for sure, like they were done for. All the members from Vampire was just chasing them down, but they played the hill gradient so well that they lasted all the way to the end. So that's why I think this is by far one of the most a balanced Erangel plays that I've ever seen. I mean, granted, you have a balanced flight path smack dab in the center, and then also, you know, balanced results with 7 kills and maybe 8 on the 4 rivals. All those circles shifted towards the western side. Teams were prepared for it, and well, it paid off dearly. And I want to see more matches that evenly match up like that, and not really of, you know, one team just hiding there and circle goes towards them and they just get like 2-3 kills on them.
Yeah, I believe that it's also based on how well a team rotates. Like you saw, Axis Red 1, they have not only first movers advantage, they were basically the first ones inside Gatka as they dropped into that area. I believe it's also an issue of not being all too familiar of some of all these area of play on where teams like to rotate about, because they keep shifting some of all these zones. But then again, it's all about taking advantage of what you have. Meanwhile, you have teams like Team Secret who come pretty far away from Severny. You've got Bigetron RA. This is where you see early contests happen, and there were some names that were dropped early on that did result in teams struggling a little more. And Geek Fam, they were playing like gatekeepers out there. There's many different kind of methods that's being utilized by majority of our players here when it comes down to Erangel. Now I want to see the same thing being implemented in Miramar as our next map to come on by. Of course, we're getting ourselves ready for match 2, and of course, we won't keep you waiting for all too long. While you're at it, I hope that you guys prepare yourself with dinner, if it's dinner time already from wherever you guys are from. From our clock, I believe that it's kind of 8 already. So when we look at all these other teams, well, they will have to play this one off before they get themselves a little bit of recharge. So it's all about pretty much using terrain to your advantage when it comes down to Miramar yet again. Now,
so similar like this game in Erangel where they had nothing to play around with.
It's just open field, right?
Yeah.
So I expect the same style of play, unless you're telling me that we're getting circles in Los Leones, El Pozo, Chumacera, Picado? I hope.
Well, one thing's for sure, yesterday our only Miramar map, when it closed into its Chumacera circle, it was one heck of a game to be talking about as well, right? Infinity again with the discipline trigger and secured themselves that winner chicken dinner that time round.
That's right, and as you slowly shrink it to ladder yellow, we saw that there were most of these teams who were basically having great pushes uphill and still winning those trades. And who's to say that, yeah, you always win over the high ground, and it's all about how you manage to outplay your enemies in a certain situation. I recalled plays coming out of EVOS Reborn, who's been able to basically take up a fight against their opponent. And I'm not sure if it was NFT Esports or so, but they were first cornered up, and then with a difference of a sort of attack, Microboy kind of saved the day right there. But today is another day for redemption, as we are looking at teams who have yet to win that chicken dinner. Now, not only are they hungry, they're gonna get a little bit thirsty as we slowly proceed to possibly the hottest map that we have in PUBG Mobile.
The hottest and definitely the largest here, which means loots galore are all around for the taking unless you're going in with the contest. But as we've seen in most Miramar maps, you don't get that all too soon, so bear with us as this psionic beam strikes down and displays us the map that is Miramar, coming in as the second map for the day in the second day of the Super Weekend number 2.
You know what it reminds me of when I see that beam crashing down to the arena? It kind of recalls this movie that I watched as a kid, Independence Day. I'm not too sure if you watched that movie. We have the UFO.
It was the movie about the end of the world, right? Was it?
Somewhat, but you have the epic scene where a pilot just basically launched himself into the middle, and yeah, got some good communication with the UFOs themselves. Now, this is definitely something different. We're not going to sway too far away as we currently look at the top 5 eliminators out there. Boki OP were the ones was the one that gets the most frag in Miramar. And surprisingly, when we go back to the MYSG League, Access RedONE have said it themselves. This is their weakest map. But when they go to Southeast Asia, they're the ones here with the most points, 95 in Miramar alone.
Yeah, so I guess, you know, they might be lying. I guess.
Honestly not, because if you look at the stats back then, yeah, it's like they struggle as compared to the rest of the team. It was 4 rivals who were basically outshining them.
Crazy.
There was also Team Secret, and, you know, the list goes on. But when you look at the other teams from the other regions,
it's the different metas in different regions, right? So maybe when it comes to like Southeast Asia, the metas that most teams play maybe just favors them a little bit more.
Yeah, kinda. And most of these other Thai players, as well as the Indo players, who are very, very well versed in some of all these areas of play, I guess it's more of the speed of rotation that they have to adapt to now that they're in Southeast Asia, because most teams, they might actually rotate kind of about the same time, and they will try the safest ways possible to get into the circle. But I look at phase 1. This is kind of like a deja vu. Okay, yesterday, somewhere across Chumacera as well as Ladriela. Now, Circle's going to be covering these 2 sectors as well. Picado, Power Grid, Monte Nevo, and a little slight hint of El Pozo. I like it.
Yeah, that is the infamous drop spot for like Geek Fam. We've seen them.
We got BN United in there.
BN United and EVOS. So that's going to be one heck of a collide if that would ever happen here. But let's take a look at some of the other teams here. Infinity usually frequents onto Monte Nuevo. Vampire Esports, usually at Minas Generales. But we don't know when it comes to Vampire Esports because they've been changing a lot of the drop spots recently. Now, Team Secret, again, this team hasn't been too hot, or at least under the spectacle so far. Yes, provided, given that they have already qualified to the PMGC.
They're doing on an average note, at least, I guess.
I think it's below average. They're in second draft right now.
Second draft, but there's a slight hint of you know, flavors that they've been showing to us, like how they launched attack against RQ Ryu early on. I think that if they can just take fights much more cleanly, they have a better chance. But most of the time when they finish off, they either have 1 or 2 members taken down, or basically weren't ready to take an up-and-coming fight, with other teams being the third party to the action. That's how they get shut down many a times. And you look at yesterday, it's the same thing that has happened. But as for 4 Rivals, it's a different case. 4 Rivals this time, they played smart. Early in the game, they just don't look for fights at all. They get themselves into phase 6 onwards. And, you know, they just basically sharpen their fangs and you get ready, their guns out there just to go in for a trade. And we look at Riff here having some high-level assists with 24 so far throughout the span of the league.
Yeah, very great stats. Great stats. Just, you know, not matched up by Team Secret, I guess. Yeah, so I'm hoping that they're going to pull something off here. So far, not so much here. But I think when it comes to Miramar, some of the standoff teams are going to be EVOS Reborn. We've seen how they play like these hills. They always send Microboy all the way into the back end. And I believe that reference that you had was maybe against Onyx, if I'm not mistaken. You'll have to fact check me on that one.
Yeah. I believe it is. Yeah. Thanks for, of course, taking through our mental library of things that happened yesterday. That goes to show that it's definitely worth replaying some of all these bots once you guys, you know, got not too much going on. Either you can't sleep in the middle of the night. Yeah, you can definitely enjoy some high-level plays of PUBG Mobile here at the SEA Championship. Now, Access RedONE currently on the 2nd rank in the leaderboard. And you just look at all these fresh new faces for those of you guys who are not native to MYSG scene. So far, it's not only Avoki here that is basically the superstar of the team.
Micah is crazy.
Micah, he's been able to be the great support to the same firepower level that Voki has been offering, and Kachang Susu is kind of like the brains behind this team. So it's kind of like a full body unit that functions on a 4 separate node. So it's kind of like you got the hands and feet and basically a perfect brain. Make that 4 to play things out. I know I'm going all over the place with what I'm trying to.
It's like it's Miramar. This happens, right? Like when you're out here in the desert, it's hot. You get mirages and weird depictions of things.
Maybe because I was getting really thirsty, like early on when I had like that
you get distorted visions and you start going all over the place.
I'm thankful my vision is still clear. Maybe it's not as sharp as Tony K, but hey. It's about 1820, then 2020 vision at least. So if only I could get closer to the screen, of course. Micro Boy got good vision. Maybe could have used a little bit more of a vehicle handling, as that would still be on all 4 of the tire. Now, Infinity is going to be getting into the high ground here, as they are basically booking their slot into Ladriela. Yesterday, it ended somewhere across this field, and you mentioned about Infinity. Basically having some good games generally. So let's see if they could pull off another stint here, because they got that double chicken dinner yesterday.
Yeah, there was an impressive one. Great feat at that. And of course, I have to mention again that their first chicken dinner was a Miramar map, and it was again due to trigger discipline. So, oh dang, that kind of looked like the official hoodie they have for PUBG Mobile this year, except less exclusive looking. PUBG had these like weird geometrical patterns, and they're like silver and shiny.
How dare you say a Team Secret hoodie is less exclusive?
It's just white. You can get 10 of those unless the logo makes it expensive.
Man, well, of course, I would still love to have one.
Yeah, of course.
Anybody from Team Secret? Could have just asked on the go. He's like, what?
Right next door, casting for a Malay stream.
Next door. But after what he hears from you, he's like, no, I probably won't pass one to Keith.
It's fine. I don't want one anyway. I mean, you're not doing too hard. So let's call it as it is, man. As it is.
But if they had the chicken dinner, would you, though?
If they can do it consistently, then maybe why not?
Why not?
Why not? I'll buy one.
Okay. Well, let's check out 4 rivals instead, right? Another MYSU team. As Stone is hiding inside of the graveyard, as well as Minas Generales section. One of my favorite plays to play, because that valley itself can get you a lot of all these rotations from other team that won't be suspecting. So this is where you scout out for info. Finds Rift, and they're taking their chances here from a long range, and that kind of drops Rift into 20% of health as they burn down that pickup truck. Now, what Rift got to do here is to hang on tight. Ravenclaw, though, coming with an early engagement as he immediately sets up so perfectly. This is what's scary about Vampire Esports. They just go out to kill anyone within sight, and Ravenclaw almost getting the knock, but 4 rivals, they are prepared to take them on with a very wide angle open space. It's kind of like a 2-2 split, but in a diamond formation. So the beauty about this is that you cover a lot of wide area, but once one guy gets knocked, this formation will crumble.
Yeah, and being that they're so far apart, it means you kind of have to let them be and just cut your losses at that point. Vampire Esports may be scary, but I'm more afraid of the circle right now, as it shows to close similarly to yesterday's. But hold on though, Luxy shooting on the sides of the MSC Chonburi, one member there being held in place. That's Pops. To 2007, I guess. Maybe that's his birth date. I don't know. These players could be pretty young. Oh, it's 007.
Nah, I don't think it's his Okay, maybe birthday somewhere in July 20th. That might just make sense. Birth year, not really. That is too young.
Oh,
it's
there we go.
Too young.
APG with the church. Yeah, this is their spot, and they catch out MSC Chonburi here. Takes one member down. That is Onyx on top of the roof here, ringing those bells. It's time for service and cleanse your sins as they send you straight to your creator.
Well, you can guide our way out of this church, then why not? So, well, that's if you have too much sins to repent. So, Onyx currently hanging out by the rooftop, getting a little bit of suntan, and the rest of Anchor PUBG will crash right in. So MSC, they got more troubles ahead of them. 20, the main rusher for the team, is going to move up ahead as they try to open up the scores against MS Chonburi, who's basically lost one member out already, and it's basically 2 versus 4 at this point. Onwards, Ponzai packing up a grenade, throws it onto the front door, knows that there's going to be a few more players pushing upwards. Shroud preemptively cooks up the grenade. He might just be able to find Ponzai, who doesn't really have too much of health. Thank goodness it's not really going to be at the right angle here. Pons will be able to heal up while the rest of Anchor PUBG will also have to prepare for a fight because Eagle Esports is coming over on the outskirts, and they might just be able to catch on Onyx or even Zero if they're not careful enough.
Now this is the issue with Angkor PUBG, right? They can take fights, but they don't know how to close it instead. Now Eagle Esports, they kind of know the area and actually just decides to get out of there.
Somebody's got to commit though.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. They don't know. They wouldn't. And Angkor PUBG will need to know how to close these fights that they take. They keep throwing in nades, just using their throwables here. Spots one out, will be spraying, but unfortunately the power is being shot backwards here. Shroud nearly goes down here, but with the number advantage, surely they'll take 2 members from MSC, but that nearly went sour for them.
Yeah, it definitely was a little bit risky. You look at the health bars on both Shroud as well as Zero. They only have a little bit left, and if they were to be down, that was to be an immediate point that they tried to close out there. But Eagle Esports, they're the next one to move right in, and they might just be able to actually take them. Ah, wow, what a spray coming out from 20 to get a few, but that first closed out already. Dakon now brings the micro Uzi. Revive's not coming in just about yet. Frax flown into the front door. And I guess that they say Church is pretty much closed for now, but Onyx now gets picked up by Namshin.
This Eagle Esports, they found an entrance in, and they're not going to back out until they get the kill onto their prey here. Already a couple of members down for the side of APG. Only 3 members remaining to stand and fight. Twen does get the medkit, but now Zero to fall onto his knees as well and pray as Namshin goes straight in. Now this is how you take a fight. Pushing through the advantage. They spot one out again. Another member down, and just one more left for APG to close it all off. And this could very well be bad for Eagle Esports as he tries to retaliate, but of course, with the number advantage, they will claim this kill.
That was some good effort coming out of Anchor PUBG at least. You saw there were basically 2 more knocks, even though with 1 member. So it's more of how they handled that close quarter compound. They weren't really in the position, especially when Namshin found that opening out there. Now 2 Thai teams collide, and it's FaZe Clan here with the upper hand. Ventorius secures the first blood for FaZe Clan right here as Onyx loses another. While Geek Fam is dealing with some long-range commotion as Malaysian teams were battling each other as well. Team Secret having a little bit of a far flank with Kid just climbing up the hill. This acted to the same position that EVOS Reborn was taking the other day. And now, instead of the 2 Thai teams or Indonesian team when they were fighting, this is going to be a different story to tell. NFT having Swavell to also stalk them while they're at it.
Yeah, that backstab coming from NFT is what stopped Geek Fam from actually going in for the revive here. They took a couple of damage. Damn rude now getting taken down by Jumper as they try and commit. Team Secret will push on forward, but Snipes has got eye shots on his hand, on his plate to deal on with. But look at that. Infinity might look to push in here if they're not careful enough, or if they do not end this fight quick, they might have another thing on their hands. There you go. God Tooney takes down Kid from the far side here. Just snipe down even more people. That will be Kid confirmed onto the side of Infinity.
A lot of one-pointers going across the field right here. It's all about pick-off city. Well, if there's a city to begin with, it's all a valley of rocks and hills that we're looking at here throughout Miramar. Infinity with the upper hand against Geek Fam, saying kind of been left out to dry, and Fredo is also going to be taking a little bit of a stance here. Now that there's going to be a rush, Logan should know that there's somebody in there, so they are going to be rushing for it, immediately catching up the head of Fredo, and that will be one more member down from Team Secret. Geek Fam, they went out too soon this time around.
Man, you saw the reaction to that, Logan. I don't think he knew he was. He went past by.
It felt like he knew.
Yeah,
because like there was that earlier fight coming out of Team Secret, and if you were to be wary, if you're a pro player, you just look at kill feed. Okay, these are some of the shots that happen. These are some knock, and you kind of know who's who.
Logan actually breezed past by him, but the snap though.
Yeah, the snap to the corner. Like it could be left, it could be right, but because of the TPV view. I guess that is basically a little bit of hunch. And Team Secret, they're just stuck by hunts. It's not a good look on them, but they have to do whatever they need in order to survive, and I absolutely understand that. They are still within the circle, though. That's the only good news that they have. Same goes to Bigetron RA. This is a good chance for them to redeem themselves after matches of just going out too early. If they don't capitalize this time, they may not get better chances.
Yeah, but again, you asked this question before, do you think they should be taking risks? And I think so, because again, like you said, if they don't capitalize
I think they take too much risk early.
they might just bow out. Or maybe they were playing a bit safe because they didn't quite push on to the sides of Geek, right? But regardless, we'll see how it plays out here, because Banam still very well within this game, which is impressive for them. Having, you know, bowing out 16 plays for many a times now yesterday. Oh, as I say that, Capone gets taken down.
Yeah, Capone. BN United Star. As he's the one carrying that double barrel shotgun. Yesterday, you almost took out an entirety of Vampire Esports, but now this is a different situation here. Infinity here finds those crosshair, and it's Ramones needing to deal with this double push.
Oh.
And he's already down on the ground. Swavel now the next one to get chunked down. Drone's going to be pretty far away. That grenade drops right in. Newsy now being knocked down on the ground. Same goes to Logan, making it even for NFT. But where's the rest of the Infinity? Mila is going to go in for a revival. Here comes another grenade, coked up by Drone. He's already got 3 in the back.
He's tossing one first.
He's going to get a little bit of Molotov being tossed right in. Both sides just going to be jiggling around, trying to find those angles right. He's going to be marching forward, and it might just be a really good cause for Mila to shut down Drone, but it's not going to be all too easy, though. Now, both sides collide with a grenade, tossed perfectly by Mela. Now it's a 1 versus 1. Newsy is not going to get all too much of a help. He will bleed out, meaning to say this has to be a 1v1 fight between the two.
This is very, very bad for Infinity. That was a messy engagement, and now they're taking shots from FaZe Clan, being held in place. Mela is as good as dead at this point, and well, they will trade it onto Drondo, who's trying to drive his way out of here. And Swavel has got another problems on their hand as FaZe Clan Tony K comes in and clean it up. Another points for them. Already 6 elimination for FaZe Clan.
Wow, and they definitely have that perfect form today. Circle advantage now onto Bigetron RA. We still have another 2 teams inside the circle as well. As Onyx just sweeping by the edge, they will have to eventually meet up with Eagle Esports. But the problem is, you look at the current scenario for Onyx, they only got 2 players to try to take them on. It's better for them to not risk it for now, as the other members are kind of a few stone throws away.
Yeah, Eagle Esports, very promising this map, looking like they might just contest a winner chicken dinner. Will be the first one for Vietnam if they do so, at least for this week in the Super Weekend number 2. Meanwhile, Axis has high ground, does spot out rotations from FaZe though as they try to push into circle, but a lot of teams on their right-hand end, 4 rivals as well, could maybe shoot them down here.
Oh, they're Vampire!
Crashing onto this little shed here. It's Vampire Esports who smells blood, but Tony K, of course, will be brushing them down with the bullets after one another. Stone will be looking to clean, but the numbers advantage goes the way of FaZe. Ventores will save his entire teammates.
That was epic. And they could have easily been taken down with 1 sweep. But unfortunately, when you have weapons that only have 30 bullets or 40, you could maximum maybe get about 3 guys if you were not at the accurate headshots range. and FaZe Clan relied on Corpy to revive all 3 members. It's amazing how FaZe Clan rotated because the way that they move in, they were from the outskirts, they just have to book it, and they took such a risky gamble to get to where they need to be. Currently sitting somewhere close to the middle, slightly right of it. And once again, you look at EVOS Reborn getting their way into a top 10 scenario. Still more troubles lurking ahead with Vampire Esports trying to seek their way out this time around, but they don't seem to have all too much of room to play around with only 1 player remaining for Onyx. And Luxy definitely has shown that he is still a menace when it comes down to long-range trades. Ravenclaw now being clipped by some grenades, being tossed from afar, and EVOS Reborn should just be paying a lot of focus on towards the corner as there's still more teams over on the top of the hill. It's definitely going to be hard, whether it swerves to the north or the south, because the teams over north might need to climb down those high hills.
Yeah, but look at that though. The Axis and 4 Rivals might just come clashing into EVOS, who currently have something on their hands, and same can be said about Eagle Esports here up against RRQ Ryu. Nades will go up and take 1 member down, and so RRQ will be losing 1 member. I mean, to Eagle Esports actually, losing 1 member. In that one awkward engagement, despite having the high ground, they might look to push on downwards because eventually they might have to leave here as the circle now shifts towards the favor of FaZe Clan, who is currently still in that shed and in that circle.
And this is FaZe Clan here consistently getting 8 pointers for the past round and the current round as well. 4 Rivals trying to flush out Micah as the final member of Axis RedONE is currently taken down, and that's an 8th place finish. Ryu, though, is going to make decisions here for them to actually get across. They're taking the high ground, hoping to take the fight here. It's Chopper in position, looking out for Valamor. This is going to be the damage being done.
Come on!
And that's way too swift for Chopper to handle. And look at it go, Valamor! He will find another one. And RRQ Ryu is going to sink out the entirety of the Vietnamese squad of Eagle Esports.
Now, if I'm being honest, Chopper really whiffed that one. He had the info. He knew where 1 member was. Actually, both. He shot the ones in the back, but he couldn't even finish the job here. So that feels bad for Eagle Esports. Meanwhile, EVOS will now go up against the likes of FaZe Clan. It's not going to be easy at the back, though. RRQ, the nade takes down 1 member of EVOS. That is Micro Boy. They will just go and push on forward. Both nades goes out forward and takes down both members of EVOS, I guess.
They're making it rain, my
leaving
friend.
Axef on the back end here, and just like that, FaZe Clan just found their way a straight path within the circle, claiming their position.
Impressive. Almost every single nade that was tossed by FaZe Clan has connected. You started with Tony K, and now it's Corpy. These guys, they got stacks, I tell you that. Appy going in for a spray as he moves down, sliding, while he takes out Steam Secret. Unbelievable. That definitely is something that I've never seen before.
You win a downhill battle. That is happening.
That's some Matrix action going on. Like, it's like Keanu Reeves just hopping backwards, getting all this spray, and look at him go. Venturas now tries to lay their finger upon Bigetron RA, who's currently stuck. It's only down to Liquid here to save the day, and he's only got a small little wiggle room as he tries to resuscitate Luxy. Now we have that forward cam view as we still have all 4 teams here fighting it out for that chicken there.
Man, FaZe Clan took the biggest gamble of their life, and it seems to be paying off so much dividends. Oh, MR5 moves on forward, gets shredded down a little bit, not dead just yet, can still go in for the heal, but he will be in a sticky situation, being pinned down by April from 4 Rivals. BDR can't make the move downwards as well, because they're wide in the open, and blowing up the vehicle means that they're stuck there for God knows how long. So it all swings FaZe at this moment in terms of favor, but let's see how these other teams can play this one out.
And FaZe Clan, they really want blood. They're seeking out Zuxi yet again. This is the second time that they managed to get the knock. It's down to Liquid to save the day. And if they can pull out the clutch, Bigetron RA will have people singing praise from all over the world. April, though, trying to be the difference maker or the kingmaker of this fight. he can actually determine whether if FaZe Clan gets picked out or not. Liquid, he's got 1 HP, and it's only down to Bandit. 1 Bandit's left. And Bigetron, they don't seem like they've got much to do right now. FaZe Clan with so many players out here trying to close out the game, but it seems like Bigetron are still having a lot here to just stay put.
It's going to be impossible for Bigetron here. Tony K, he's got his eyes locked onto them, not giving them even a wiggle room to get out. Any single movement gets punished for the side of Bigetron. Meanwhile, 4Rivals April, he's just hiding within the smokes. And there we go, Liquid now down. Zaxi left alive. He's going to push on forward in desperation, and FaZe will claim Bigetron Raid Alien's soul. And now it becomes 4Rival against FaZe Clan in this situation.
I love this battle. 4Rivals have been able to clinch the first chicken dinner now. FaZe Clan have to fight that for it with a little bit of 2-2 split going on from both ends. Or make that a 3-member split of the side of 4Rivals. April now covering himself in smoke. It's going to be Corpine down on the ground, and that's going to be the blue zone now punishing members of FaZe Clan. They overcommitted, trying to take down Bigetron right as they managed to secure those points. Now let's have a look. That grenade is being tossed at Bamburu. May not be able to land perfectly as he does have the cover of the buggy as well. Riff is going to find a little bit of spacing of his own as they try to lob grenades into the corner of smoke. Victorious as well as Tony K, they work in tandem now, trying to find where exactly April is currently at. Now Tony K, he's rushing pretty close, less than 100 meters, and they're now taking his fight. Tony, he finds Riff. Now it's only 2 members remaining for 4Rivals.
And then the other members from FaZe Clan are showing themselves, so that's going to be distraction on their end. That leaves Tony K alive to shoot the damage. A killing blow coming out from Tony K, the prodigy from FaZe Clan Thailand. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. 2 times.
Are you kidding me?
2 chicken dinners now for FaZe Clan, if I'm not mistaken. No, Vampire got 1, Infinity got 2. First chicken dinner for FaZe Clan, and man, they took it in such fashion.
Tony K, 10K under his belt in this match alone. Last match it was 4, and this is the team that even the best of Thailand has feared. You've mentioned it beforehand, and coincidentally enough, all the top 3 teams that are currently matching up in Miramar, it's all in the Raid logos. You got 4Rivals there with a total of 5 ranks, and Bigetron Raid Aliens have their best finish so far throughout the span of this weekend here with a top 3 finish. But they still need definitely a whole lot more points. But we fix our attention to FaZe Clan because the Wonder Kid, Tony K, has done it again.
Man, is it too late for me to change my vote?
Too late. Too late for myself as well. I kind of vote for a Thai team too. But hey, if you guys are fans of FaZe Clan, or if you're not already, yes, you will eventually be in awe of how well these guys can just turn up the heat, especially in Miramar.
Let's take a look at the highlights here. We've got EVOS putting an RQ in the back foot here, and also APG going up against MSC Chonburi, which could be the make or break moment for them, which they did claim onto themselves, but Eagle will then take them off out of the map. Meanwhile, Team Secret goes up again. Geek Fam couldn't close the job in time. That gives Infinity the room to come in, take down those members, and in the end, Geek Fam too soon themselves, and Team Secret not in fighting position.
Not at all, and it was kind of awkward at first for teams like NFT, and they started off this spree of numbers, like just taking onto those corners to kill and basically having a little bit of a double split going on until they book it using 1 vehicle only to get into that compound. Well, actually 2 vehicles if I last checked, right? But as we look into some of all these fights over upon a hill, Bigetron has been able to fight out against teams like Team Secret. There was Eagle Esports as well as RRQ, if I'm not mistaken, that was playing across those fields. But it was Bigetron there that was the last one surviving, and they have no way out because they were taking a pickup truck that got stuck midway through, and the blue zone was already upon them. So Zaxi were forced to make a move. So top 3 finish was the best that Bigetron could actually achieve out of that. And FaZe Clan it's not just about numbers advantage. Honestly, there was chances for rivals where we saw they were pretty much split up, right?
Yeah.
And it's just that they didn't actively try to return those shots back to FaZe Clan, and what can I say? Tony K was just better.
I actually thought that it was going to go sour for FaZe, because if you notice the way they were positioned, 2 on the top, 2 on the bottom, when Tony K and Vinterus,
right?
yeah, they were running on forward. They were held back by Molotovs on the ground. I'm surely Rith was in position to punish these two, who was literally right in the open. So I was worried for them when they were pushing on forward, but then their members as well made a movement, so they had to focus fire, and there, that opening that Tony K seized, landing the killing shot. It is insane how this team works like clockwork.
That's right, and this is what I've been talking about back in game 1. Like, if you have FaZe Clan with 4 members, you just take out some white flags, you know, like
wave it on high, you know.
When Tony K is marching forward, you know it's done for. But for rivals, let's also touch on this Malaysian team as well, because they got the first chicken dinner. Now they come in consistently on second, so they will be poised in position to basically take at least a top 3 finish if they had basically just about enough points compared to the ones that were currently above them when it comes down to the boards so far. But FaZe Clan, though, they were somewhere about what? 5th position or 6th?
I think they were in 4th.
Yeah, somewhere around 4th to 6th, right? So now 2 back-to-back huge victories. Well, I consider the first game as a victory because they were just playing as a duo, and they got 8 frags. I was already impressed when we were at like phase 6, and they showed us that's already 8 points that they've gotten themselves so far, and then they still have 4 members. You know that they're going extremely far with this, and it's been Taurus this time that gets the MVP because he has dealt the highest amount of damage, but the kills definitely went in favor of Tony K.
Yeah, 10 kills on Tony K, but I guess this is the man who wounded a lot of his targets. First, Ventores, this name together with Tony K is just one of the craziest duo. Everyone, I remember the days when Zaxi and Luxi was scary. These two are looking just like that.
Exactly, and it feels like their communication is just extremely fluid for you to achieve such results. So nothing can be done if you don't have perfect communication skills in order to navigate your way around those fights. And FaZe Clan, wow. Is this the highest point we see so far over the weekend? Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. 17 elimination. The record was 16, I remember. I think
this is the highest so far by any team done throughout the SEA Championship.
Oh my god. Man, FaZe, they're phased up, man. Hashtag phased up down in the comments. Go write it all out. Spam the chats here.
Up and up.
Yeah. Meanwhile, for rivals still, again, like you said, very decent finishing here, especially coming in from the second game. Still a top 3, top 5 finish. Bigetron stepping up their game for elimination. Still decent with the placement points. RQ Ryu as well. And you can check it out from rank 5 all the way down. The points of elimination isn't really heavily on their side, except for the sides of NFT Esports and of course Eagle Esports, who took 6 home for themselves, so that's very respectable. The rest gets an average of 2 to 3.
And it's surprising to me that at least 5 teams here, well, yeah, my eyes are not fooling me this time around. 5 teams coming with nil, basically struggling in the early game. And well, if you were really to compare Ventores, there's only one guy that you have to compare it to, and that's basically his brother in the team. Well, I don't think it's biological, but then again, you just look at the stats. That's 45%, even though Ventores got the MVP, and that's 10 elimination points across Miramar. This guy is a machine, like we said.
I like the fact that yesterday we had Voki with 11 kills, now Tony K coming in with 10 of his own.
It's close.
Yeah, I want to see like all these like one-off players who can just do like that sort of damage in maps, right? Like at least one every day. That would satisfy my lust for plays.
I wish to honestly see FaZe Clan in the PUBG Mobile Global Championship. They have to play against the best because Tony K absolutely deserves it, alongside with Ventores and the entirety of FaZe Clan. And this is a team, an organization with of course, global credentials so far. They have yet to win big titles in PUBG Mobile. I think it's just about a matter of time, and that time is now.
Take a look across the board though. Obviously FaZe Clan towering above the rest, but pay some respects onto Eagle Esports coming in from Vietnam. After Xavier had to sit out, they are taking up the mental next with decent 6 kills on their side. But man, longest elimination distance goes to the side of FaZe Ventores. Playing in a map like Miramar, clutching things out here. 56 total eliminations, 8,786 total healings all in all. 56 knockouts, 289 throwables used, 2 airdrops looted, 8 headshots, and 19 total rescues.
You know, to my surprise, I look at the headshots. I was expecting a little bit more of that number inside of Miramar, but it was the other map that actually offered a higher average with at least about 10 knockouts straight to the head. So this itself is telling us that some of all these teams were taking a fight to a midway to rotation or just basically coming to close quarter. FaZe Clan with that sort of performance, you best believe that they are currently the best team on the block. That's 97 points now, equaling the same chicken dinner as the Infinity. But with those number of frags as well as ranking points, you know that they are, of course, the best cream of the crop team that we have at the moment.
Yeah, at least for Super Weekend, week number 2 here on overalls will be happening at the end of every show, so be sure you stick around till that moment. And for now, please join us. Don't leave us here to hang and dry. Let's take a look at the second draft here. Geek Fam now drops onto 9th place. Onyx Esports remaining in 10th. NFT Esports going up after that 6 kills alongside with Eagle Esports, going up and up for them. BTR stepping up their game. APG, MSC, and BANM now drops into the bottom 3 position.
Yeah, this is why I say don't count any teams out, including Bigetron RA, because you know they have that championship mentality. So this is just one good game going over onto BTR. So if you have 2 more similar games, it shouldn't be a problem for them to at least move back into a top 8 ratio, at least somewhere more comfortable for Bigetron RA Aliens. Now moving to top 8 is also Team Secret that have been able to find those good positions. They were also taking proactive fights inside Miramar, though we didn't really see them getting into the thick of things, hitting into the top 5 finish. But then again, of course, that is what we get inside of Miramar. And FaZe Clan, wow. I don't think I have more things to say but good things of this team, and I've said about enough, but I believe Sis Jenny's got more later on.
Obviously, if anything that we can talk about FaZe Clan, it'll be just praise, and it's going to sound like a broken record at that point because we just cannot have enough for FaZe Clan, right? Like, I think after week 1, they were like averagely great and like average on average. Average performance, yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. But in week number 2, in the weekday itself, showing some strides, and you know, some people might have counted them off like, hey, maybe they're blowing most of their gas in weekday. Come Super Weekend, they're gonna be a bit weaker. But no, they're just revving even harder. And FaZe Clan just, again, you're stealing your word here, but they're a cut above the rest so far in.
That's right. And you remember the Thai region having so many superstars here. And this time only with about like, what, 4 or 5 teams that are currently playing from the Thai region. You have legends like D2E as well as G9 who didn't even make the cut. Players from the side of Valdez not making the cut either.
Yeah.
And the list goes on. This is just 1/4 of the finalists back in that local region that has been able to play in Southeast Asia. Currently, 2 of their team is sitting at top 1 as well as top 2. We also do have, of course, representatives from Indonesia as well as FYSG, but currently these 2 teams, Infinity as well as FaZe Clan, basically outshine the rest on how they just play not only great tactically, but they have that perfect finesse to basically close out game. And if they don't, they just know how to add up those numbers game after game after game.
And it's the kind of game where I really do enjoy watching. Why? Because teams that took risk got rewarded heavily, right? Like, if it wasn't for that push they made, that awkward push onto the shed where Vampire Esports nearly wiped them all out in that attempt, they probably wouldn't be in that position that they are right now with the results they got. It was a huge risk, bypassing at least 2-3 teams both left and right, to be in that position and then play it on from then on. It's like an artwork. Like I said, they're clockwork at this point.
That's right, and of course, this is definitely the stuff of legends. Now, of course, let's head over to Sisjani because we got an interview going, and later on, of course, with a match analysis coming in from our dear host as well as our analyst. Let's take it away, Sisjani.
Hi guys, so I'll be interviewing myself. No, I'm just kidding. But we're going to just go through the breakdown of the game. So let me just give you an analysis of what I saw earlier in the game. But we did see FaZe Clan won a chicken dinner again. This is a back-to-back chicken dinner. Why is this happening? One, because this is Super Weekend week number 2. And usually, Super Weekend, a lot of teams will take it seriously and they will learn from weekend number 1. And we did see a big difference of like a few teams who did not perform, or they were not like having the same record when they first enter from the league. Like for example, Infinity, FaZe Clan, etc, etc. But today, especially this week, we did see like, oh, some of them are coming back to the way how they perform. Is because some of them just need to do a little bit of homework on how certain teams would perform, how they would rotate, and then they will show their true ability. So let me save for that a bit later. Let me focus on FaZe Clan. So yes, we know that they dropped around Picado and the way they rotated. So if you noticed from yesterday's game about certain Thailand teams, I would just say Thailand first because yes, different countries, different kind of game style and stuff. But the Thailand teams, when they do rotation, they minimize on movement. So we did see the rotation just now that was shown in the previous graphic. They went from Picado down south and they did not detour to anywhere else as compared to some of the teams that I've saw before, not just tournaments like scrims and stuff. They would have a zigzag and stuff. Those are unnecessary movement. It's more of like you have to get to the target and at the same time eliminate along the way. So let's look into this graphic where we did see FaZe Clan already made their way into the into partial of the circle. In fact, the parameters, there was a cluster of teams that was coming towards the Chumacera Hills, and the hills. Earlier part before this graphic, there was a Chumacera fight, and remember there was where Team Secret kind of met their fate, and then after that there was a few other teams that came in at the same time. You see how far FaZe Clan is as compared to where Chumacera was. Tony K was the one who kind of disturbed the teams that was on the Chumacera peak or the hill. Yes, he managed to get a few of the knockouts from the teams that was actually battling it out over in the Chumacera Hill. Yes, he managed to do that, being that far, securing some of the elimination points. If I'm not wrong, Keith did mention that earlier part, he managed to already get FaZe Clan gotten 6 elimination points as early as 12 minutes in the game. And that is how persistent they are. They are just alert and cautious with the surroundings of where enemies would come from, or even the sound of the gunfight. Now let's focus into this graphic. We did see the way actually the teams are stationed. Honestly guys, vantage point is the best, right? So we can see that a few teams are on the vantage point. This is Miramar. The meta of Miramar is just to win the hills. If you can see from yesterday, I did say the same thing. Within 5 to 7 minutes of the game, we already see certain teams coming up all the way to the peak. Whatever hills they get, they just come up there to get information, to see things at the same time, to also get knockouts along the way. Now, focus on to FaZe Clan. They don't have vantage point at all, guys. 0. It's totally low, but how they managed to just battle out is because they were fast. They know exactly where the enemies are, and they knew where to aim. And remember when the grenade was tossing onto the people that was on the minivan, FaZe Clan exactly knows where the player came from. So it's really scary. You feel intimidated knowing that, hey, I'm hidden. But how come they knew? Because of how cautious they are and how they know exactly where the place is. And again, I repeat myself again, they don't have a vantage point, guys. 0. So this is a lot to learn, especially for those of you who wants to be a pro player. This is another level, guys. It is totally not using vantage point. Only FaZe Clan only had the vantage point when they move out from Picado. But you know what? let me just give you more analysis later on. I just want to share with you guys about something, and yesterday I did share with you guys about this, and this is about our special outfit. There you go, PMPL special outfit. We have it ready for you guys. But you know what, yesterday after I said this, nobody commented in the comment section. So what we need you to do is actually just to write down the date on when you want us to release this, because we have it ready. Don't you guys want it? It's awesome. It's pro PMPL special outfit. They want to give it to you, but not for you to get it for free. You can purchase it in the in-game store or the shopping center. So you just got to tell us the date. Comment down whatever date you want us to release it. Comment as much as you can. Whether you are from different platforms that you're watching, do it now. We need the dates from you guys, okay? So with that said, we're gonna take a break and see you guys in the next match.
Berbanding musim lepas, YSL tidak dapat melayakkan diri ke PMPL. Tapi Alhamdulillah musim ni kita orang nak berjaya, dan kalau boleh kita orang nak dapatkan slot invited untuk PMPL season depan.
Target saya dalam season ni mungkin akan nak buat performance yang lagi bagus berbanding dengan season lepas, sebab season lepas punya performance agak tak puas hati lah bagi saya.
For this season, we're actually planning on trying to winning the league, but looking back previous season, we somehow managed to get the top 3 in the grand finals. We are only lacking in the league in terms of placement, so yeah, we were hoping to win the PMPL season 4 league.
Season ni jadi pro player, saya sebenarnya tak ada apa goal lah. Selain saya nak support PUBG Mobile, saya nak support Tencent dalam diorang membuat satu aktiviti atau event which is tournament.
Pada season lepas kita orang gagal untuk menjuarai liga pada season 3.
Bermaksud mereka perlu bermain kembali daripada PMNC. Jadi untuk season kali ini, perkara yang paling penting adalah of course untuk maintain slot, dan
kita orang akan fokus ke grand final dan mendapatkan slot ke SEA final.
Kita orang ada tukar dari segi strategi, depends pada trend sekarang, iaitu melanggar lebih baik. Orang cakap high risk high reward lah senang cerita.
Banyak benda dah tukar, rotation, tim-tim lain semua tukar. Memang mula-mula banyak mati lah sebab tak biasa lagi kan. Lepas tu lama-lama okey lah.
Season lepas punya performance agak tak puas hati lah bagi saya. Season ni kita orang mungkin akan target untuk ke SEA, ke next level, sebab bosan kan main Malaysia punya liga je kan. So nak ada juga experience untuk compete dengan tim luar.
Assalamualaikum, salam sejahtera dan selamat datang ke dalam PUBG Mobile Pro League MYSG. Hari pisah anda berikan lepas boleh ini pendatang akan berikan terpelon mereka ke granat seperti diletakkan terlebih dahulu.
Sebelum ni kita orang tidak layak ke PMPL, and then kita orang start balik daripada awal iaitu PMNC. Selepas kita orang dapat balik slot PMPL tu, kita orang ada azam baru iaitu kita orang akan all out berikan yang terbaik untuk PMPL kali ini.
Tapi NSP malangnya dia dah hilang trade yang baik, tapi strike dia pergi ke depan. Alamak.
Untuk dalam tim R2K sebenarnya permulaan yang baik untuk mengimprovekan tim ni untuk season ni dan season depan juga, sebab Season ni adalah season pertama untuk Aizen, iaitu player baru kita. Season baru juga untuk NSP kembali daripada cuti disebabkan SPM.
Macam season lepas saya kena jadi seorang student dengan seorang pro player, tapi season ni saya seorang pro player je, so saya boleh fokus lebih dekat pro player lah.
Kita orang nak buat satu, orang cakap apa, surprise lah untuk season kali ni. So bagi orang terkejut, boys champion grand final. Macam tu.
Basically, the addition as Solos to the team is because surprisingly, he is actually good in the game. Solos is like, I would say, the alpha gamer. He is the type of gamer where if he puts some time into it, he can get very good at the game, like effortlessly. He will always be among of the top players because he's a gamer.
Bagi saya, semua pasukan macam sama je, masing-masing ada kelebihan dia dan kekurangan dia. Bagi saya, kita orang pun baru first time, banyak lagi kita orang kena belajar.
In terms of rotation and gameplay, depends on the new team's drop spots. So there will be only minor changes. Everything else should be the same.
Untuk this season, banding dengan season lepas, kebanyakan tim sudah main barbar tau. So kita orang kalau main passive pun, peluang untuk menang tu mungkin tipis jugalah. So kita orang pun akan ikut tie sekarang untuk main barbar.
Pada weekday yang pertama, hari yang kedua, saya masih ingat lagi pusingan yang keempat pada waktu itu di mana Bravo berjaya untuk melontarkan nade dan seterusnya meratakan pasukan Farang Legend secara langsung. Dan itu merupakan satu perkara yang sangat-sangat manis sebab waktu itu memang betul-betul mereka tidak ada zone.
On that day, kita orang dapat momentum yang macam energi lah untuk hari itu.
Mereka telah pun berpecah, ada yang pergi ke bahagian kanan dan ada yang pergi ke bahagian kiri. Tapi malangnya, hanya Bravo saja yang mampu untuk survive dalam situasi tersebut. Dan sebenarnya dia hampir untuk clutch pasukan Geek Fam yang pada waktu itu ada 4 orang player. Dia berjaya untuk menjatuhkan satu, hampir-hampir menjatuhkan yang kedua. Tetapi ialah disebabkan oleh bullet yang tidak mencukupi, menyebabkan pasukan 9 Gang hanya mampu untuk berpuas hati di tempat yang kedua. Tapi itu adalah satu momen yang sangat-sangat memorable lah untuk minggu yang pertama bagi pasukan 9 Gang.
Dan hopefully kita orang cuba untuk bawakan momentum tu sampai ke grand final.
Masa diorang last game tu saya on the way dari Kelang. Bila saya balik je, diorang menjerit. Wow, chicken! Cuma apa yang buatkan diorang ni mungkin motivasi lah. Diorang rasa macam diorang tak nak kecewakan saya. That's why diorang bagi saya at least lah satu chicken, good placement point. Tapi diorang still tak have a good momentum. Cuma saya yakin dan pasti diorang cuba yang terbaik.
NSP, YSX, Geek Fam dan juga Anti-Circle yang berada di bottom 4 selepas hari yang pertama.
Season ni memang tak dapat dinafikan tim yang paling perform adalah tim Axis RedONE. Dengan kemasukan Voke nampak perubahan yang amat besar. Diorang sekarang tangga yang kedua dalam point PMGC.
Mereka ada kekuatan iaitu mereka ada satu kepala dan yang lain semua itu adalah seolah-olah follower. Jadi itu memudahkan mereka untuk membuat apa-apa strategi yang mereka rencanakan.
For this season, there are actually good new teams like Farang Legend and Yudo Alliance. But overall, the top 3 teams that we are actually looking at is actually 4 rivals, Geek Fam and Team Secret, because they are the ones on top of us in the PMGC race.
Season ni yang paling perform dan juga konsisten adalah tim Axis RedONE. Sebab tengok diorang betul-betul konsisten tau. Kalau diorang ada tusun satu game pun, next round tu diorang akan comeback dengan kill yang banyak.
Tim yang agak orang cakap mengejutkan lah liga kali ni, saya rasa tim Farang Legend lah. So bila dia orang masuk je, dia orang lepas je PMPL, memang dia orang tunjuk yang dia orang ni bukan sekadar underdog tapi dia orang boleh perform dengan lebih bagus.
Mungkin ini kali pertama mereka bermain di PMPL MYZ season yang keempat. Pasukan lain kekurangan data untuk gameplay ataupun corak permainan pasukan mereka membuatkan mereka ada lebih banyak kebebasan untuk melakukan apa yang mereka inginkan sebagai pendatang baru.
Pasukan yang tidak berjaya untuk melahirkan diri adalah NSP, YSX, Anti-Circle dan juga Yudo Alliance.
Saya dah usahakan YSX Esport ni hampir 2 tahun dan Alhamdulillah ini adalah kerja keras semua tim termasuk tim X yang sedang bertanding dalam peringkat PMPL Season 4 Malaysia Singapura ni. Untuk apakah semangat yang bawa mereka ke sini adalah hasil perjuangan dan latihan mereka selama 2 tahun.
Seperti yang semua tahu, memang fans untuk 9 Gang ni memang sangat-sangat besar dalam Malaysia. Walaupun mungkin mereka gagal untuk menunjukkan prestasi yang baik di minggu-minggu awal, tetapi dengan sokongan yang mereka berikan untuk menjadikan Sam9 Gang lebih baik ataupun lebih hebat daripada apa yang pernah mereka ada sebelum ini. Dan yang paling penting, Allah yang satu.
Obviously, based on the first week performance, it is very disappointing because we know that we could do way much better. I mean, looking back at the previous season's performance, coming to this season, I think the players, there's no confidence in them as much as there were compared to the previous season. So I think the main problem or the main factor that actually affect the first week performance is actually the players' confidence.
Jujurnya Sam9 sekarang a bit struggle without the coach. So kita orang cuba benda-benda baru. Kita orang cuba roster tukar. Ada time saya tak main, ada time Drex tak main. Memang semua akan ditukar lah.
Dan mereka ada 4 orang player grenade balik kali saja macam bola lah grenade kau. Satu di knock. Secara lurus saja SMG akan dijatuhkan satu player Trinity. Wow. Dan Jenny juga akan tinggalkan Gris. Gris bergerak dengan sambil bang kedua kuat menembak, kuat dapat satu.
This season, the gameplay overall is way different than the previous one. The main factor would be because of the circle shifting. Another one, a lot of teams actually now prefer in getting spots in the circle. Teams like Axis and Farang Legend, they have this mindset where if they win this one fight in front of them, they can win the game.
Untuk season ni kita orang tak ada banyak sangat strategi yang kita orang ubah dan kita orang cuba untuk memantapkan chemistry antara player dan hopefully kita orang dapat berjaya pada peringkat yang tinggi lah.
Peringkat pertama memang performance sangat-sangat tidak baik. 3.7 saja poin diorang purata. And 15 game diorang kumpul 56 mata. Itu satu performance yang sangat buruk pada saya lah untuk Homeboys. Since diorang semua player berkebolehan. Tapi tak apa. Saya yakin dan pasti di minggu kedua pun diorang nampak improve and saya yakin minggu ketiga diorang akan bagi full blast lah.
Wales, RSG, Sam9, Wolf dan juga Homeboys di tempat yang terakhir dengan 8 mata saja. Satu hari yang tidak begitu baik untuk Homeboys terutamanya pada hari ini.
Dia masang grenade, dia dapat 3 orang dengan SB. SB dia begitu. Boyka mungkin dapat satu lagi interview. Satu di knockdown.
FaZe Esports adalah pertama kali berjaya menampilkan diri ke PMPL season 4 ni. Kita orang punya experience adalah bagi kita orang pengalaman baru kita orang lah. Sebelum ni kita orang main macam tournament kecil je. Ni first time kita orang PMPL. Cabaran dia memang sangat susah sebab enemy semua keras-keras berbanding dengan tournament sebelum ni. Semua boleh dikatakan 9/10 semua aiming doang mesti kena.
Dengan adanya Bravo, Putra dan juga Dep, gameplay boleh menjadi lebih agresif. Manpara dan juga Dex dalam satu permainan yang sama membuatkan mereka boleh bermain dengan lebih kemas dan lebih berotak. Itu antara strategi lah yang boleh Sam9 Gang tunjukkan dengan adanya 5 orang pemain pada season kali ini.
Wow. Memang pengejaran yang begitu menakjubkan daripada Axis. Tempat kedua sekarang dengan 117. Sam9 akan naik sampai ke tempat ke-13 dengan 51 mata.
PMPL ni adalah sangat berbeza bagi kita orang. Enemy dia bukan calang-calangnya enemy lah. Majoritinya boleh main lah. So kalau macam itu, kita orang kena usaha dengan lebih keras untuk kekalkan kita orang punya momentum.
Disebabkan season kali ini banyak perkara yang perlu untuk diperkemaskan kembali. Target yang saya letakkan untuk pemain-pemain Sam9 Gang untuk mereka belajar dan mereka eksperimen apa benda yang mereka perlukan supaya di Grand Final dan mereka mampu untuk mendapatkan kejuaraan seterusnya slot ke SEA Championship.
Kita orang nak buat satu kejutan dalam scene PMPL bagi season 4 ni, bagi satu kejutan yang Homeboys boleh jadi champion Grand Final. Lepas tu kita orang nak ke next level, pergi ke SEA.
Circle pattern sekarang dia lain sikit. Pattern circle sekarang dia berbeza berbanding 1-2 season yang lepas. So diorang perlukan pattern yang baru, playstyle baru, meta baru. So kedua-dua tim tak boleh bermain secara macam dulu lagi. Lambat tak boleh. Kita kena cepat. Loot, kill and win.
Super Weekend ini pun satu benda yang menakjubkan. Axis berada di atas, kemudian diikuti SMG, kemudian Farang top 3.
Pertukaran chicken dinner yang berlaku berkali-kali menyebabkan kebanyakan mata yang sepatutnya ada pada tim nombor 1 diberikan pada tim-tim yang di bawah.
Untuk Hagu, saya sebenarnya dah kenal dia lama pada 2018 sampai sekarang. memang terasa kehilangan sebab merupakan coach kita orang yang beri kita orang moral support untuk kita orang berjaya.
I would like to apologize to the family members of Agus. I am very sorry that I am kind of late in trying to fight the COVID with him. Personally, knowing him as a teammate, as a friend, he's a fierce person, but he's not mean. He is very disciplined person, but at the same time, he won't bring people down.
Dia memang sangat-sangat hardworking, dia memang sangat-sangat committed untuk memastikan bahawa pemain-pemain ini bersatu padu dan juga bermain sebagai satu pasukan, bermain sebagai satu unit. Itu adalah kelebihan yang Arwah ada.
This year punya raya, dia datang ke rumah saya untuk makan-makan pada raya pertama. So tu adalah momen terakhir saya dengan Agus. Masa tu memang kita orang borak lama, kita orang selalu borak pasal in-game and real life punya situation.
Agus tu salah seorang coach yang kita paling respect sebab kita tahu dia banyak bagi kita ilmu. Dia tak kena coach tau. Dia selain coach untuk tim dia bagi ilmu dia dekat orang ramai juga. So kehilangan dia memang bagi impact jugalah dekat semua pro player.
Macam korang tahu, arwah Agus bukan sebahagian daripada tim kita orang, tapi kita orang rasa kehilangan seorang yang penting dalam bidang e-sport. Pemergian dia, kita orang semua terasa sedih sebab dia orang kuat dalam bidang e-sport ni kan. So marilah kita beramai-ramai doakan Al-Fatihah atas arwah tersebut.
And cuma saya nak pesan satu je lah dekat komuniti Mana yang belum pernah pergi vaksin lagi, belum ambil first dose tu, ambil lah. At least kita boleh kurangkan sikit efek kalau kena COVID kalau dah ambil vaksin. So pergi vaksin lah, itu lebih baik.
Saya sebenarnya even tak ada kaitan pun dengan Agus, tapi saya still rasa macam satu impak yang besar. Rasa sedih. Saya dulu tak hati main PUBG. So apa-apa ilmu yang Agus kongsikan apa semua saya belajar je. So saya rasa macam benda tu berharga lah bagi saya. So bilanya seorang orang cakap guru kan dah tiada lagi dalamnya untuk mengajar kita. So rasa kehilangan tu terasa lah bagi saya.
Kita orang decide untuk tukar nama Haha di depan sebab kita orang cuba untuk membawa semangat yang dia bawa.
Di mana arwah Agus memang dah menjaga mereka sejak daripada season yang pertama. Jadinya bukan mudah untuk mereka move on secara langsung. Dan saya rasa itu sebenarnya membantu jugalah kepada mereka bermain ataupun kekal bersemangat walaupun dalam keadaan kesedihan.
Sebab dia selalu sebelum ni memang even apa pun berlaku dia nak tengok teammate dia berjaya.
Say hello. Budak baik.
Season 4.
PMPL SEA Championship Season 4.
PUBG Mobile Pro League SEA Championship.
Are you in? Unite to fight! Yeah!
Welcome back once again to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Southeast Asia Championship Season 4. This is Contra alongside Keith as we bring you all the action here as your casters of the entirety of the evening. And we'd like to thank PUBG Mobile for hosting the entirety of the event. And all of this is also thanks to our official smartphone partners, Xiaomi, as they have been able to, of course, allow you to challenge your boundaries with the Redmi Note 10 series. And of course, with Esports Fight Club, you can watch and earn exclusively with Esports Fight Club. All you have to do is basically tune into their site and you can basically earn great rewards by just easily watching your favorite esports segments out there, such as the PMPL that's currently happening. And not forgetting, of course, all of this is co-organized by VSPN, as VSPN powers esports, and they have been bringing us the exciting tournament and also set the perfect stage that we are currently casting for.
Yeah, and I'm really excited that we're finally back from that quick break we've had. We've had chicken dinners of our own, and you can also earn your chicken dinners through participating what is the PMCC. So that is the PUBG Mobile Campus Championship Southeast Asia, which you can head over to www.pmccsea.com/my to participate right now. Registration is up, I think, for like one more day now. 24th of October, not much time left, but every second counts, so head over and sign your team up for this college championship.
That's right, and there's only one day for you to do that, so just go ahead, bring your friends along as you are currently watching the PMPL. Show them, okay, this is what you can one day earn. $200,000 US on the line if you are going to reach at least the Southeast Asia regional level. And of course, make sure you follow Keith here. He's just celebrated his birthday. Mine was
So
3
did
days
him.
back. And well, you can do that on our Instagram or with our Facebook pages, but you should follow through with all the things that's going to be happening right here, right now in the PMPL Southeast Asia League at the very least. So last match, man oh man, FaZe Clan finally got that chicken dinner and now takes over that #1 spot after Tony K dropped a 10K bomb on everybody that was playing on Miramar, leaving none standing. But that was also with the help of Victorious and the rest of his teammates as well. While for Rivals, so far 2 matches being extremely consistent. They got the first chicken dinner. Second game, they come in top 2.
Yeah, so definitely big time, showing up big time here for the Thai teams and Malaysian. Now, yesterday we had 1 chicken dinner for Malaysia, 1 for Indonesia, 3 for Thailand. Right now, seemingly still possible to repeat that quota here. 1 for Malaysia already claimed, 1 for Thailand. Now we have 3 more up for grabs. Who's it going to? Will it be another Thailand chicken dinner? Will Indonesia finally get to taste a piece of that winner chicken dinner? Or will it finally go to the side of the Sea wildcard, which we haven't seen step up just yet because only APG represents the region and Vietnam as well, still, you know, in contention for that chicken dinner.
That's right, and so far the teams that are currently being filled out in the top 16 is all high-level players who basically have been able to win their local region and now basically stepping up to flying their flags up high. So of course, I hope that you guys gave each of all these teams with Of course, criticism, if there's any criticism, it's with respect. And if it's all celebration, of course, you just cheer them on. So just keep the chat all healthy. And of course, I hope you all stay healthy. We are in a safe environment. We're double vaccinated. And you might be wondering, okay, yeah, what's he doing next to this guy without a mask? Well, of course, we already went through many of all these procedures. And yeah, I hope you guys have been able to do that too. Not to say that we encourage you to do that in the public. We are in a secluded area. So if you guys were to be going out, make sure you put on that mask and sanitize your hands and just avoid those big crowds.
Yeah, surely there's no reason for you to leave home, right? Because we're here to keep you entertained, I guess, for at least the past one whole week. The 2 days on the Tuesday, Wednesday, and now throughout the entire weekend. We've got you. Okay, there's no reason for you to leave. But still, do get vaccinated, do practice proper SOPs, but stick around with us, okay? We've got a lot of games to be played. I think right now we have about 5, 6, 7, 8 games in the entire week. 3 more today, 5 more tomorrow. So really, don't put yourself in dangerous situation. In fact, with Esports Fight Club, you can even watch and earn. So might as well just stay here, stay home, watch us, and earn on the side.
That's right. I see, like, you can get costumes, you can get UC, and there's a lot more plenty of stuff for you gamers out there to enjoy. And of course, you take all the shots that you can get, and everybody loves a little bit of free stuff, so go ahead and do just about that. Now, we look back at the past match, and also the previous one back in Game 1. Game 1 didn't look that great for Bigetron RA. On Game 2, they finally bounced back up with that 3rd place finish, but I've noticed a trend as well on another team that's been consistent, or make it 2. We got the Infinity, we've got EVOS Reborn as well, and these 2 teams, they kind of inch pretty closely to the top 5 many times, very, very frequently, but today hasn't been able to close up any sort of win just about yet. Do you feel like it's about to come in the next span of the 2 matches or 3 that they still have?
Oh, for sure. I think EVOS Reborn is still plays very well despite not having the chicken dinner. Again, match 1, I think 7 kills on their side, and match 2, a little bit lesser, but I think it's still pretty formidable given the situation here. But Bigetron is the one I've seen the biggest improvement. That's not saying a lot because, I mean, it's Bigetron, right? But 3rd place for Bigetron, if you notice their trend throughout the Super Weekend number 2 so far, they haven't been able to play the game they want to. So them being in 3rd place, that's saying that it's huge improvement. And I hope to see that same amount of improvement for Bandam, who currently, again, suffering down in the bottom.
All right, I'm pretty sure that fans want to listen to this sort of discussion. Okay, would you, and if you are, of course, part of the management team of Bigetron RA, would you rather feel Liquid more consistently, or would you rather feel U-Highboy? Because it's kind of like a sword and shield situation.
Yeah. And
U-Highboy being the more offensive unit, with Liquid being more defensive, as you evidently see in that final circle. It was between Zoxy as well as Liquid. Liquid being the one basically sustaining, reviving Zoxy a couple of times before they bow onto the place.
Well, I mean, if that was the case, given the situation, I would say statistically, I probably feel Liquid more. Like, I hate to be that guy, right? Like, but if hypothetically, if we were coaching or we were managing the team, the calls we would make, I guess we have to go back to statistical and historical evidence. And in week 1, Bigetron was doing pretty great. 6th place, 125 points, double chicken dinner, right? And then U-High came in, did decent during the weekday. They did qualify.
They did pretty well weekdays.
Yeah, and so, but right now the trend doesn't seem to favor himself. And I think Bigetron maybe noticed that. That's why Liquid is now back into the roster, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's in no...
I think they need to find a balance.
Yeah, it's in no offense to U-High at all, right? I guess when you take a look at it holistically, if Bigetron were to add a sword in their arsenal, which is U-High, the more aggressive...
Got like 2-3 swords already, right?
Right. So you can play the super aggressive game, but you have to understand that other teams are pretty good at taking fights as well. So,
like FaZe Clan?
Yeah, like FaZe Clan. So now you're lacking the defensive position, then you get wiped out when trying to take these fights on. You can't accumulate points when you're dead.
That is definitely a fact. Thank you, Mr. Captain Obvious. So, the goal is to stay alive in every single match all the way till the very end, but there are always going to be tough circumstances, and I think that when they were put up against the hill, or they were basically using the vehicle to rotate downwards, that is the thing that I call for, because it depends on where the circle shift. If it were to go upwards, Bigetron has the full control of that hill. They don't have anything to worry about. Whereas that sort of prediction didn't went their way, and therefore a top 3 is honestly very respectable. So if we look at changes so far, like when it comes down to roster changes out there, I believe that Jangs, formerly the coach of Team Secret, who's currently coaching the superstars of Bigetron Red Aliens. He have tried many different formulas out there, you know, like even swapping out Ryzen or Luxy Zuxy here and there, just to see what makes them tick. It seemed like there were definitely great results when you have Liquid or even UI, but it's all about form that they need to maintain. So it's kind of like off game on how you manage to keep your hit level in a certain way. So that definitely isn't all too easy to do, especially when you have, you know, when you're being benched. That possibly feels like one of the worst things that could be dealt with as a player, because you will start to blame yourself on, okay, am I not good enough to play for today or so? Like, you have a lot of questions, but honestly, if you change the mindset a little bit, it's like, it's a team game.
Yeah,
and
your
I trust my teammate now who's playing to earn as much points as possible.
And if it's the best decisions for your team's sake, then as a player or part of the team, you should be happy for it. Like, honestly, if I was a player, I'd be happy on the bench. You know, I'm still getting salary.
Still getting a medal if we win the case. But of course, once you're actually in their shoes, it's like, nah, that ain't what you're aiming for, right?
That's because there's so much at stake. There's so much at stake by being in an active roster, right? Like that's branding for you, and that's your name being lifted up, and that could potentially be, you know, something you do on the side, like a streamer. So.
Exactly, and I guess off season we'll see most of them streaming. So that's how you can basically chill with your favorite stars of PUBG Mobile here in the PMPL Southeast Asia League at the moment, or should I say SEA Championship Season 4. Now, 1 minute before we get into Erangel, the last that we saw was the circle moving to Gatka, where 4 rivals closed out the game, taking out everybody else, and they managed to take that #1 spot with some volume of kills, but we still saw how FaZe Clan just kept tearing down enemies one after another. That was an 8 frag finish. Now, these are your top 16 teams that are currently playing over the span of the weekend. And you see the logos up. FaZe Clan is one that's on our eyes. And once more, I want to be wowed again by these phenomenal players that's been able to perform so well on the global stage. Now it's regional, but if they do this more often than not, you will see their names pretty much in PMGC if they were to do well. Yeah, sounds biased, but this isn't what it is. So, with the beam coming down, we are ready to move in Erangel.
Another match in Erangel here. Let's see if the flight path breaks in even, or maybe a hard shift somewhere towards, you know, an unconventional flight path here. I'd like to see that one happen. That could be interesting, but no, we got a little bit lopsided flight path towards the southwestern side of Erangel, so some of these teams will still get the entrance they want to. I'm not sure if Team Secret would still proceed towards Severny, although they probably could drop by somewhere near and then make the travel via vehicle. Infinity is just going to drop onto SMB with BN onto Nova Ragnoye. Usually, I guess VPE will be taking Quarry to Primorsk. And will Axis continue their brand new drop for the day in Erangel over in Gatka, or keep it consistent at school?
I think they might have to do it again. You just look at the flight path. It's not allowing them to go to traditionally. Back in the days, they like to drop into Stalberg, Kameshki. This is way too far for them to do that, and you already see the parachute's already out from 4 rivals, Axis Red 1. Team Secret also opting to hop off from the hospital ground because they will have to take whatever form of vehicle to move into Severny. As for FaZe Clan, it's a direct drop into Jurgenpool and Geek Fam over on the north side of Jurgenpool as well. So majority of the teams, they should still be alright with how the circle is going. But I still see it between the river. There is about, like, what, 25% of chance that it can still go back into the island.
Yeah, we're just gonna have to hope that they get a fair circle right now, because I'd like to see what happens again when given the circumstances that are fairly odds against everyone else. So let's take a look at Onyx here. I guess this team, they have been, you know, appearing every once in a while, but never really doing anything too outlandish. Onyx is, I don't know, they have been pretty dominant in their Indonesian region. I know the Thailand region, right, if I'm not mistaken. But they seem to, you know, struggle putting up with some of the Thai teams that show up here. What do you think is that? Do you think it's because the other teams are just like outlandishly performing over them, or hold my thoughts? Just
I guess we'll let the action do all the talking, and yes, indeed, some of the other teams are actually outperforming them, and currently it's Team Secret with iShot now moving right in. This is going to be the tag team duel just to go in with drive-by as Kid secures the number here with a run over. So Fredo's going to get the buggy of their own.
Yeah.
I guess this is a really good start for Team Secret. They haven't got their way to 70 just about yet. But NSC, they kind of cut into the north. So what does that signify? They didn't want to take over shooting range. They want to take over 70 and say, you know what, Team Secret, we're ahead of you now, and we're going to take your town. As you take one off, we're fine with that.
Well, I mean, that could be it. I've forgotten what the rankings are between the two, but sure, I
guess
think
they'll
maybe
still cut through, yes, Naya.
Yeah, they're just going in for the top side here. So all is well, all is good. Congratulations to Team Secret. They get 1 kill onto the side of MSC Chonburi. The Sharks, who have been having problems showing their jaw-like teeth, I guess.
Yeah, I guess that for the team of MS Chonburi, they just have a little bit of a huge reliance on players like Pons to really step up. So if it weren't to be him, you just have to look at the other players who needs to be always in position. So far, Pons is that player that's been the staple name of the team. So he needs to pull off a huge call in order to get the team ahead. Jasper used to be from Purple Mood, if you still remember the team. I absolutely love the team because they always have a player who always smiles really brightly.
Well, I mean, they're Thais.
Yeah,
They're land of smiles.
Right? yeah. No, yeah, can't forget it, right? So now the other person to work alongside with them is basically Pop, who isn't to say the most consistent. Sometimes when he tries to scout alone, he gets picked off. There are times that he can bring back a few numbers with him. And I was correct when I say Tony K will be taking that #1 spot when it comes down to total damage. Now it's Geek Fam's turn, having damage here to chase back up, but to do that, he needs a 10 frag to top off what Tony K has brought out. And look at Ventoris. Is this the first time that we're looking at Ventoris jumping up the tree?
It could most possibly be it. I don't recall what the layout were. I just know that the standoffish was definitely Voki and Damroot at a given point in time, and maybe it was D Xavier Lamborghini at #1 spot before, but because they opted out this Super Weekend #2, then it will now goes to the side of FaZe Clan, claiming the top spot with Tony K's 10 kills.
Right, and remember this, back in the days, FaZe Clan had Bullshark basically paving the path and, of course, being at first the pro supporter of the team. And I guess that now, with his absence here of FaZe Clan, and they got basically Corpie to take over the spot, it definitely seemed like a very different dynamic that is a little bit more consistent. Like, Bullshark's definitely a great player, just that sometimes he doesn't have that bait, that heat of the moment where he just spiked like how Tony K did. So it definitely makes up a little bit more difference because back then it was basically bronze over anything else. And with the rest of FaZe Clan, like Ventorius here now being basically the one to be able to set everything straight for the team, has been looking great ever since.
Gunshots though, onto Onyx Esports, looking like Axis might just push into it. It's just one member of Onyx, surely they can secure this kill, but I think they might not have the info they need it. So Axis Voki playing a bit more pessimistic here, will not try and overcommit, in fact just stays in a buggy and peeks on out.
Yeah, that's definitely the safer approach for Axis RedONE. Even if it's a solo unit, you have to give respect to the team player that's currently moving all alone. Now, BN United finally make their way out of the island, and this time around it should be a little bit more of a smoother cruise because the circle is somewhere in the middle of the river. So even if they were to stay in the island or if they were to play somewhere towards the southern side of the mainland, it still will favor BN United, so they will have to take their chances. While Infinity, they start off with 2 members cutting across the bridge. Now they dock right by the sniper bunker, and they will just go in for a quick regroup. Speaking of bunkers, I like Onyx. They have a little bit idea of their own. Wait a minute. Okay. So one player of Onyx earlier was scouting all the way to the northern side. That's a very far distance to cover. And he's so far from Pachinki.
That is true. That is true. But I guess
What's he doing there then?
I've actually seen Team Secret pull those stunts before, where they had actually not just one but 2 members getting into a vehicle and scouting across the entire realms, separately, by the way. So they risk, like they're putting the risk onto 2 members just to get some info in return. Has it been paying out? I guess not, just by the results itself.
Yeah.
But they like to play that, especially in Sanhok, that sort of strats.
That's right, and I want to fix my attention to this current potential battle between EVOS Reborn and the Infinity. The 2 teams that are fighting for that chicken dinner and have not received it today, and it's Logic there that has been the key performer for EVOS Reborn yesterday, and now Onyx loses that 1 member out, and yeah, they've been making a lot of travel. I guess they want to make their name known on the furthest travel distance.
A testament to why this idea isn't the best, but it gets, you know, information onto their way.
Exactly.
The question is, though, how relevant will that information be in, like, the next few circles?
And honestly, it's quite predictable where this is going to go, right? And the place that EVOS kind of gave up to the Infinity, it's one of the key areas of how you want to control this current phase of the stage of the game. And now Luppy also getting punished, and it seems like majority of all these players that try to move in the compound, they haven't bothered to actually check all those windows as it passed right by. You can't really blame Luppy though. I guess he just arrived to the scene. He was optimistic of getting boots. Now, shots are being fired to eye shots as well, but he's going to remain safe. He gets a little damage across, and that's 1 pointer in. Another addition to Team Secret, who currently has a total of 2. And NFT. This is a team that is very interesting, right? We got some top fraggers from back in the days, Boom ID, or now known better as Boom Esports, or just Boom. And after that, they definitely have changed the rosters here and there. Now that they were NFT, I think that they have so much experience on their end, but they just need to show it.
Yeah, I think a lot of these teams are just doing their best, right? Like, again, this is the Southeast Asia Championship. Maybe there are so many factors when it comes to Battle Royale. It could even be just like as simple as a circle, or even like drop spots from different teams that might have messed up the game that worked for them in their own respective region. So there are so many things that, you know, happen at hand, but I guess when what we're doing here when we're sitting down is that we're assuming that everyone's on the same level playing field, and certain fights that, you know, they maybe should have won or at least go in for the 50-50. But, you know, coming out short doesn't make them a lesser team here. I just think that, you know, you're just up against hard competitions. Because as you can see, BTR is struggling, Team Secret is not doing too hot. So NFT Esports, if they have the reputation, as you mentioned, that they were, then maybe that could be it. Like, yeah.
Okay, it's interesting. We see Pew Pew coming in to NFT's lineup as well. So Pew Pew, this name sounds familiar because...
Sounds familiar to me too.
Back in Onyx Esports, there was a Pew Pew.
Yeah, it was the junior team. It was Pew Pew Pew. There was 3.
There was also Pew Pew from Team Secret.
Yeah.
And then I think there was another Pew Pew somewhere in Malaysia too.
Is there?
I can definitely fact check that, but yeah, it seemed like a pretty common name. But of course, don't underestimate how cute it does sound. As we go back to MS Chonburi, who has a little bit of a snooze in school. Like, okay, guys, don't sleep at school, all right? Like, pay attention.
With the pace it's going right now in Erangel, I don't blame them if they do. At this point, we're just rambling.
It's just what we call the calm before the storm.
Yeah. I guess you could look at it in an optimistic and positive way, such as that, right? Because if it's quiet now, then for sure, when it comes down to like at least the 5th circle, things are gonna get like super heated, and then we probably regret the action that's too much.
Okay, I hope this circle pulls to the Pachinki. Then we'll get ourselves some great action. Okay, this is kind of half of what I asked for. So if it hard shifts to the city, you see, okay, there is a really good reason why I mentioned this, because there were times when we see huge flock of numbers, like 40 players are still alive at phase 7. Inside of Pachinki. That's urban warfare, and it's all about pure tactics and heightened senses, knowing every single bullet, if it's going to be close to you, footsteps, any sort of grenade bounces. Speaking of grenade bounces...
Yeah, RRQ Ryu going up against MSC Chonburi. They were trying to push up at the high grounds. I guess that was quite the... it was a scouting mission, most likely. Seeing as though it's only one member within the area, they'll get the info and move on with their dear lives.
Just having the advantage here over on the Pachinki Hills, where the southern side has been able to pay a dividend to teams that have been first movers here with the advantage. Now, Vampire Esports having Ravenclaw driving right by. It's going to be Farris there that tries to catch him on the crosshair, but they're too fast, too furious on that vehicle. So he will just go in for a little wraparound. Now, Vampire Esports have made it known that there is a team right down below. They will further commit after Ravenclaw tries to heal up, as Stone basically marching upwards already. Same goes to Axis RedONE. They're sending more units upwards. Ryzen now gets a pick onto Appy for Rivals inside of the building instead. So, where is Bigetron RA?
Well,
somewhere
somewhere
inside of the city, though.
I guess it's another one of those long-distance elimination, maybe. But Vampire Esports, this is unlikely of them. I didn't think they'd be the team to run away, but I guess after, you know, their bad game just now in the previous one, which they didn't do too well. I think they were at like 15, 16, 0. They had 0 points or something. They were out too soon. So Vampire Esports will opt now into a more safer rotation within the circle. This is a different playstyle coming from them, which is very, very common for Vampire Esports, right? Changing so many drop spots in week number 2 and now changing gameplay styles. This might just be the trump card they need if they're playing, you know, adaptive.
That's right, and many of all these teams will have to do that too. So, wonder if NFT could still adapt well to this pace of the game. They've already lost one. Same goes to 4 Rivals, but the one with the most casualty was MS Chonburi. I think there was too much scouting mission coming in from Onyx as well as MSC, so it kind of punished them in that early game as compared to the rest of the teams who basically move on as 4. Now, Kachang Susu, I think he might have heard that buggy.
Yeah, talking about scouting and getting punished. This guy might just join in the ranks of his teammate, I mean, of his friends here from the similar region.
And he's waiting by the blue zone, being so patient. Oh, here we go. Circle. Close by Pachinki and the hills.
You called for it. Yeah, you called for it. And now Tony K is already popping off with action, going up against Vampire Esports. I want to see that. Let's move over to them.
Yeah, but we are just having some crews going on. So about 40% of the team are already inside of the circle. So I want to see the flock of crowd inside of Pachinki. Meanwhile, an open field battle for Bigetron RA as they take on Onyx. Onyx already been worn down with one member taken out already. So there's going to be an exchange of grenades by those ditches that they can possibly find a little bit of a safety net. And of course, there's a little bit of all these broken tanks that they're going to be hiding right behind on. But it won't be pretty much usable for a majority of them. Here comes Senbei dropping under the frag. Oh! It catches Liquid and Luxy at the same time. Perfect accuracy without even needing to look. Now Ryzen's in trouble. But question is, how are they supposed to even going for the save? Here is a couple of all these smoke being tossed right in. Luxy possibly finding the safety net, but Liquid needs to move right by. There's not much room that they could do just that. But Onyx, they're taking their sweet time. They're dropping Molotovs, but they won't be able to do all too much. Good effort there, but that's not really the right spot. But they should be able to actually go in for a save. Katasusu instead finds Gatuni, and it's Infinity who tries to trade it right back against Access Rate 1.
I take it back. Onyx, this was a golden opportunity to push. I wonder why they didn't push in through, right? Like
they have to play safe because 4 Rivals is behind too.
Yeah, but they don't know that. I think 4 Rivals just recently rotated over. But surely when you get a knock onto 2 members with a nade, you know you have the numbers advantage. You're 3 members, so
yeah.
Whatever's remaining is just the 2. Surely you could have taken that fight, but I guess
last I recall, there was also shots from 4 Rivals. Maybe they heard some of all these bullets. It's like okay, let's stay put. And also because they have the circle advantage, when we look into the current situation, that's why both Bigetron as well as Onyx, they have the same idea that no matter how this shifts, they're going to be inside.
Well, now it's clear it didn't work out for them, and the game plan has always been going against them. Well, they can stay in the second draft if they don't take these risks. Meanwhile, here, EVOS has got Axis in sights, will be under cover with their own smokes here, so they will try and hold things out a little bit, but the rotations by Micah OP trying to get in the backside here. Axis taking some sort of hits on their end, but Micah, they're trying to come in with the flank side here. EVOS has got to react quick before the entirety of Axis surrounds them, and that's going to be an impossible feat to come out from.
Yeah. Well, the flurry of nades are coming in as they are utilizing too many of all these deflates here quite early on. This is just phase 4, mind you. We still got 14 teams, and Micah soaks in the damage. It's Microboy here pressing on, and Red FaZe, he has to move away, and that is a crash coming in, but they're challenging the Tigers, and they have to pay the price. 2 down, and Microboy, alongside Red FaZe, have shown them that you don't mess with EVOS Reborn like this. But they got answers of their own, though.
Yeah, I'm not even mad at that. See, they have all members alive and still they're pushing through, you know? Unlike having 2 members knocked out and then deciding not to follow through with it. A bit salty about it, but Voki, let's see him make it happen. We've seen him clutch in 11 kills just for himself. Might be doing that again. The nades. Tossed on forward, though. It will connect, and look at that.
It's only down to Lizer.
Yeah, Lizer left for, I think, XF, wasn't he been taken up? Yeah, so
yeah,
they have 2 members.
Already taken out already, so there's going to be Molotovs being exchanged. Access Rate 1 honestly taking the fights really, really well as they are late movers coming to the scene. And currently there's even more fights happening as we cut across the hill where Anchor Pubg is basically shredding out members of RR Korea. Voldemort is going to go on a retreat. 3 members up the hill, so Anchor Pubg will still stay strong with all 4 members left intact, already getting that 3 frags across. But the ones with the most is Access Rate 1, who've been able to find so many of them. Can we have a look at what's going on here between Clopie as well as Vampire Esports? It's a long haul exchange, but Corpie is slowly moving right in. Frederick's going to be able to find one. But that is a huge position for Corpie if he can find a good nade into the compound.
Yeah, I mean, that fight has been going on forever. And there you go. EVOS Reborn eliminated. See, taking risks pays off. And now Team Secret on top of the hill here. Vampire Esports. Oh, they did not know that Corpie is now up on his feet. Surely they heard the footsteps. Vampire Esports, they might have all the members here, but he just jumped straight into Hellfire, and Corpie will be taken out, though. So Vampire Esports, it was an awkward decision, but it paid out for them. So congratulations, they lived to tell another day.
He's literally a daredevil. Yeah. Like, you saw how he's like, okay, brother, I need help. Stone, could you take one for the team? It's like, yeah, sure, bro. I'll go through fire and everything else for you. That's bromance coming in for Vampire Esports. While Bigetron has eliminated Onyx after a really long battle here by ditches here in the bunker. But then again, there's only a few members that they take out. There's still going to be Error, who's still surviving, tell the tale, and there's still ways for them to get punished. Speaking of which, Error now taken down, and they will finish off at 10th spot for Onyx Esports.
Well, congratulations, Onyx. Luxy goes down, though. They do maybe get that kill, maybe? Yeah, they did. It was going to the side of Onyx, yeah.
And just look at how consistent Four Rivals is. They are still inside a very safe area of play. There is a potential for them to cut into the top 5 scenario easily. Now that Zuxi is pretty much pinned down, and Brewer has already locked his sight upon Bigetron RA Aliens, and that is all that Bigetron RA Aliens could actually get for total elimination. Not too shabby, honestly, of this sort of finish, as they still managed to get a few of the ranking points. And now, inside the shelter, Four Rivals is still within the circle for Phase 5 onwards. Now, it's all about the guys up the hill, and we're looking at Team Secret challenging APG.
APG is going to have too much on their hands here. I think one member's on his knees. Well, they have to have eyes on Eagle Esports and Team Secret now. Coming in with the backstab, they have to be careful. Oh, leaving Shroud alone to scout things out here. They're tossing up nades. I think they might have known with the vehicle in place, parked by the tree lines. Jumper tosses a nade here. Have eyes on Vampire Esports, knowing that they're occupying this compound, but will not clip onto anyone at this point in time. Shroud takes down one member of Team Secret, and, well, the retaliation will be there. Bodies have been traded. Fredo tries to hop and see if he can scout any sort of hits to be shot dead. And now APG makes the movement on forward. They would like to contest this jumper under the cover of smoke. This could be dire for the side of Team Secret, as APG just went on straight on, head on forward, and takes down another member of Team Secret, rendering them with only 3 members left to play around with. But can they maneuver their way out of this? Fredo to join in the ranks of his injured and wounded warriors.
That's quite a scuff fight, to be honest. You look at how there's a little bit of lack of focus coming from most of the members of Team Secret. Now that they're trying to go in for the refract, they drop a good nade. 2 members are down from the side of Anchor Pubg, while Geek Fam is also suppressing them. So Team Secret sandwiched in between. They only got those vehicles to book out of this situation, trying to actually lob a nade down to where Sane is currently going at him. And now Kid's going to be down. Only one surviving member from the side of Team Secret, while Anchor Pubg is also stuck by the hill. What in the world is going on? And Team Secret down and out. 7th place finish.
Oh, look at this,
and there's no trigger discipline. While Damrud pushes it up, and RRQ is the next to fall. And Damrud, he's on fire.
Quite literally, we'll have to use the first aid kit to get his health back to state here. So, well, great movements, maneuver coming out from Damrud, man. He was pushing it in. And to think that sort of movements would come out from a support is insane. This guy really is the MVP. Now, Chopper gets taken out by APG. The one member remaining here will try and do as much damage as he can to put a halt into some other teams from climbing the ranks. But 5 kills goes to the side of APG. Decent. Not great, but very stable. Still. Yeah, very stable. Meanwhile, Vampire Esports and Four Rivals, I think these two share some sort of compound and is in a skirmish right now. Nade's going out onto April's side, so that would be 1 member lacking for the side of Four Rivals. Vampire Esports can very much, well, just look to push in here, but they're going to respect the enemy, play it a bit safe, expand all throwables.
A 50% chance for Malaysian teams to take this game with basically 2 out of 4 teams still remaining. Now Geek Fam having Stone here, who man-marks the player that's going to be on top of the hill. Geek Fam loses 1, leaving only 2 more surviving. And the Four Rivals, they also have 2 of their own. It's kind of like a 2 versus 2 versus 1 versus 4. So Vampire Esports is currently having majority of the sector here covered up, especially with a little bit of shift of the circle. Here comes a little bit more of a flank angle, and Geek Fam wants to bring in the pain. They managed to go in for a little bit of a knock, but not enough to secure the kill though. Up in the hills, they're going to be able to tag team, and it's Damrud just basically pressing it on. Grenades flying in for Four Rivals as well. Not looking out too hot. A Chopper managing to find an elimination point in form of Four Rivals.
Four Rivals, they're getting shot down by Chopper here, but he will win from the low ground battle. Will trade himself from him, and now leaving these two left to play the field, Vampire Esports and Geek Fam. Damroot has done enough damage, and now for Vampire Esports, they're not going to go down just yet. Gets the res up, so they will have 3 members to fight with, but now Stone!
2 versus 2.
It's a 2 versus 2 now. Vampire Esports behind a similar tree, and they will confirm it. Vampire Esports coming in with their second chicken dinner so far in the Super Weekend.
And you just look at how swift they took that final fight. Basically, in a 2 versus 2 scenario, you kind of like to want to tag onto one player of their own. Instead, they say, okay, you take the left, you take the right, and let's close out this game already because I am so done with it. But it was Schweppes here that got the highest points for the team. And you look at how beautifully played that was. They were basically lying on flat ground for most part, even with FaZe Clan, who challenged them earlier. Stone says, you know what, I'm going to just go through fire and flames for this one. Well, kind of sounded like a Dragon Force song or something like that.
Yeah, I get the reference, man. But yeah, I was actually surprised that the fight stayed as long as it did, right? I saw it on a kill feed where Vampire Esports and FaZe Clans were having a war. It was 1 kill, and then I thought, like, it was a long time coming. We saw a couple of skirmishes, and then they were still at it in that certain compound alone. So it was long drawn, and I guess Vampire Esports, they came out on top.
That's right, winner chicken there for Vampire Esports of Thailand. And we look at our stars of the show. This time, Schweppes have been able to hit some really high numbers. And maybe he's trying to eventually take the title away from Tony K. Now, looking at the highlights, we saw a lot of all these early skirmishes that honestly were a little bit of a mishap coming from some of these teams. And beautiful headshots across the corner. As we saw FaZe Clan, they tried to take Pachinki, but exiting Pachinki was always a problem.
Yeah, the Onyx grenade thing, I just cannot let that one go, man. You let them go and they're the ones who wipe you out. So, you know, you could have gone with the 50-50 and maybe die in a process, but at least you cripple some of their teammates.
That's right, and it seems like the camera loves FaZe Clan a whole lot because like they have really great rounds. This time they're kind of punished by many different teams and great headshots moving in from the side of Chopper and the rest of EVOS Esports. And going down to the final zone, it was basically small little huts that's been able to tag 4 rivals as well as Vampire Esports to get into the final few zone. Geek Fam put on a really good showing, at least taking over the hills and eventually clear up a few numbers out there in order to take on that 2v2 action that we saw Vampire Esports securing that win. So congratulations to them once again. But today, man, it feels like 4 rivals is smurfing.
Oh, well, no, it feels like a repeat of history, man. I mean, like I mentioned before this match alone, 1 chicken dinner for Malaysia, 1 for Indonesia, 3 for Thailand. Thailand now has 2. They only need 1 more to create a 3-peat.
Hey, we still got 2 more games though.
Yeah, exactly. So they only need 1 more that completes it, and then maybe Indonesia's going to take the 1 more, or you know, something else.
Yeah. So now that we, of course, will have a little bit of a repeat of history, but then again, it can always be different teams, right?
Yeah, for sure.
As much as we see Thai domination coming out of week 1, week 2, it may actually be a little bit of a challenges coming in from potentially Axis Rate 1, potentially EVOS Reborn, or even now 4 rivals here that might just be slowly finding ways to overtake top teams such as FaZe Clan, such as the Infinity out there, because when we look back at it, the Infinity as well as FaZe Clan didn't really do so hot this game, but Vampire says, don't worry, brothers, we got your back.
No, they said, you know what, your time is done, because they're the ones who slayed these brothers, so-called brothers, right? It was Vampire Esports who wiped out FaZe Clan, so I guess they wanted some of the limelight as well. I mean, double chicken dinner is always great to have, especially in the Super Weekend when it matters the most. So 4 rivals, like you said, they were smurfed. It seems like they're smurfing today because they're just so good. They're consistent. Again, a top 3 finish, right?
Yeah, they definitely are extremely consistent. Now, if you correct me if I'm wrong, well, I'll get to my point later. Now, of course, we focus on Schweppes. What makes Schweppes so good is because of his superior positioning skills in majority of the battle. Like you look at the way that they took on FaZe Clan, he even spots one guy down that small little ditch, and that was like headshots going across. Well, most of them not. When you get chicken dinner, of course, you have the maximum survival time. I'll put that aside. But the rest of the stats definitely look extremely healthy to me. With an 8-point finish in terms of elimination, chicken dinner by default gives them 15. So, what are the next biggest winners in this map?
Yeah, Geek Fam with 5 eliminations, Eagle Esports with 8 in 3rd, and correct myself, 4 rivals in 4th. So still a top 5 finish for 3 games in a row now. So that's something good going on the side of this Malaysian team. APG meanwhile stepping up their placement point this time around in number 5 with 5 points of their own. Team Secret similar, 6th place with 5 points of their own. Axis with 6 kills. EVOS coming in with 5. RRQ 1, BTR 4, and Onyx, and the rest down below. BANM and Infinity with 2 of their own.
Yeah, it seems like at least for this game itself, the Malaysian teams are on the upper echelon, and there's also a significant positioning for EVOS, RQ, as well as Bigetron that's basically next to each other, still having very healthy numbers out there. As for FaZe Clan, Chonburi, and the rest, yeah, this didn't seem like it was their perfect round out there, but I definitely do love this comparison because Chopper is that one player that I've been casting a lot back in the days, and to see him back here doing the damages and representing Vietnam's PMPL is great. So I want to have a look whether if Eagle Esports still has what it takes to close off with chicken dinners.
They might just, if Eagle, yeah, I mean, they are one of the more consistent one, right? Like, if we were to put them pen to paper, and like, people would most probably say D Xavier in week number 1, after week number 1, but seeing as though they're not here today, it's irrelevant to bringing them up. But Eagle Esports has been consistent this whole week number 2. Weekday itself, and now going into the Super Weekend, if any Vietnamese teams that are playing, it's usually Eagle Esports that's taking the spotlight. Even take a look at the elimination and damage here.
Yeah.
8 from Vampire Esports with a hefty amount of damage. Eagle as well coming in with 8 of their own here. 6 onto Axis RedONE.
There's a lot of 5s going on. Secret, Geek Fam, Anchor, and what I really do love about this semi-urban terrain, everybody is just going all out just to take everybody on.
Yeah, and I think Chopper did a lot. I think there was one team which he suppressed. He just sprayed down before he actually went down. I forgot what that team was.
Was it Anchor PUBG?
Was it Anchor?
No, on top of the hill, was it?
He was spraying down onwards, I think. It was right across. I think it might even be that Vampire Esports that he was.
Well, take a look at this.
Oh, there we go. All across the map, it says Bats here with most damage. And yeah, Schweppes taking it all. Again, this guy is a phenom, man. I think we were first introduced to his greatness, I think sometime in the weekday run, where he makes a lot of these clutch kills, important 1 kills that opens the map for his entire ally. So although he will be coming in as, I guess, my MVP for Vampire Esports.
And you look at 2nd and 3rd, it's consistent, like Chopper as well as Damroot, and you also have a few members of Anchor PUBG. So some of these teams are already building into that sort of momentum and having that sort of consistency. Now, top 2 teams are hailing from Thailand, and FaZe Clan there on the number 1 spot, but they remain unchanged, unfortunately.
Yeah.
They could have actually break into the triple digit right here in this map. Same goes to Infinity here, who's currently sitting with 90 points to chicken dinner. 1 chicken dinner each from 3rd all the way to 6, where we have EVOS Reborn here with 88. 1 point below with Axis RedONE. Vampire Esports now heading into the top 5. And as consistent as 4 rivals are, they have yet to find an opening for a win. And therefore, they are currently stagnant at 6. But Geek Fam now takes over 8. And Team Secret now pushed down to 9th.
Yeah, 2nd draft, they will go. And Eagle Esports, although showing some signs of life still, they went up to the 10th spot here. APG as well, going up and up for the only wildcard team. Onyx will drop a place here. BTR staying stagnant. NFT, MSC, and BANM will now take the bottom 3. I think it has always been this 3 down in the bottom for now. We'll see. You know, with the remaining games that we have, I believe Sanhok will be coming in next, so that's quite of the wildcard thing that could happen for good for anyone, or maybe bad for some, depending on how the circle plays out. But we're interested to see, and maybe some of these teams down in the bottom can make their way back up to the top.
Yeah, and let's have a little bit of conversation about MS Chonburi as well as Batnam. I feel like there is something that's very similar, where their approach is not as cohesive as compared to the rest of the other teams, because they like to split apart very early.
Yeah.
That's not exactly the wisest move, because if you were to move all together as a unit very early on, whether it's some pickoff going on or somebody just bringing out your team, you can basically go together, take a pit stop, and start to basically charge at it and have a fighting chance, than to have one little pick off here, one little pick off there, and you got no fighting chance whatsoever. So I feel like this have been the bane of the problem of what MS Chonburi has been facing. Same goes to NFT. Exact same thing.
Same movements, sending scouts out, looking for...
And in fact, Bigetron RA aliens are also doing exactly the same yesterday, but today is at least resolved.
Yeah. So it can be a psychological thing that tells me one thing, which I will say more later on, because now we have Sis Jenny's turn to take over and break everything down alongside with an interview. So Sis Jenny, take it away.
Hi, Zero.
Hi.
Hi, I'm very happy about how Uncle PUBG has been performing since Miramar earlier. So, are you happy with the fact that APG, although you didn't get chicken, but just now you were at number 5 and you won 5 elimination points?
I am very happy for the team, and we are improving on a lot of our strategy, and today we really hope that we could perform very well.
Yes, and definitely you did your homework, because I did see in the Miramar match, Uncle PUBG was playing it more aggressive, especially when, although it was too soon, but you had a good fight with the team that actually decided to, because you crashed to that team, and then EVOS Esports came in to crash back on you. But let's not talk about Miramar, we'll talk about Erangel, because you guys managed to secure the hillside, and did you realize there was another team behind that was trying and planning to bring you down? That was Team Secret?
After taking a fight with OQ, we knew that Team Secret would come up and try to challenge us, and we prepare ourselves to fight them. But at the end, we lost 3 of our members and could not get into the zone.
Yes, definitely. But that was very good call, I would say, because immediately when you guys heard the buggy coming, you went down immediately and did not try to make them have an easy target. So that was a good call by the IGL. And is that you? Are you the IGL?
Yes, I am the IGL.
Oh, awesome, Zero. Okay. So knowing that a lot of these teams have changed their gameplay, so are you agreeable in the fact that if they are going aggressive, you will have to have a different kind of tactic?
Yeah, if other team change the tactic, we have to adapt to the playstyle and be more aware.
Nicely said. But Uncle PUBG, so are we gonna see more of how you guys played in the Super Weekend 1?
I think that Super Weekend 1 we didn't perform very well. So I think that this Super Weekend you can expect a lot from Uncle PUBG.
Alright, I mean, I hope so, because I remember, if I'm not mistaken, is it weekday or Super Weekend 1? Uncle PUBG was so dominating. You guys were so you guys dominated a lot of times. Like, you had good killing points and stuff. So I hope to see you guys back on track like that. So all the best to you, Zero, and your team, and hopefully you get a chicken dinner for Uncle PUBG.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay guys, so you know the drill. The drill is for me to break it down on the match that we just saw earlier. So the map that was played before this was Erangel, and the ones that won the chicken dinner was a Vampire. Right? Am I wrong? Yes, Vampire won the chicken dinner. Is because how they played, the rotation was similar. Vampire, almost every Erangel has been quite consistent. It is just whether the circle would go down south or more centralized. If it's down south, I kind of already remembered how they would rotate. All the way from Primos, they would go all the way down south near Ferry Pier, and then they will meet up somehow with Infinity. But this time, if you can see the circle, it has like a little bit on the island of Sofnoska and a portion of the mainland. They decided to go upwards, which is nearby Getka, and that area, when you are masters of no man's land, anywhere in Erangel, it's easy for you to perform. So basically, Vampire were just being the vampires. They were just eliminating or even disturbing other teams. If you realize, there are a lot of teams that was fighting around Pochinki. There was a cluster or a group of teams that was coming up from the Getka area, but Vampire managed to have, I keep on seeing their kill feeds, disturbing other teams that was coming in. So in a way, teams was quite confused on where they should fire, because Vampire has been always there eyeing onto a few of the teams that has been coming in. But I would like to emphasize on this. Axis RedONE engagement with EVOS, it was very nice, because if you guys remember, if there is the other graphic after this, when they were pushing into EVOS, they brought in 2 guys in on the buggy, push in. Yes, they lost 2 men, but if you realize, they wanted to lock EVOS actually. So they already allocated Mika at the bottom. Mika keeps shifting, and then Voke was on top. So they locked the targets, and true enough, yes, it was not a fast process, but EVOS did not proceed further. Because we know EVOS is a big threat also to a lot of these teams. They are fighters. They do their work fast. When they eliminate, so they extract that team out early, and because of that, EVOS did not get to make it through the top 5 at all. So that itself, I would like to say it's a very good locking engagement for Axis RedONE. Okay, now moving on to APG versus RRQ. They were very aggro, when they first came up on the hillside. RRQ was just, they stopped, they couldn't do anything. They were like deneutralized. One by one went down, and it was something that we did not see from Encore PUBG yesterday, and in fact the weekday also. Today we did see a lot of tacticalities coming from APG themselves, even though in Miramar they got too soon, but the way they engaged was just superb. Okay, so next one, something that I hardly talk about, which is BTR, because honestly they have kind of lost the highlights that it has always been on them. Remember, in season 2 and season 3, it's always been BTR, but this time I did see something about BTR. They had to fight with one team before coming into the circle, but the problem was, if I'm not wrong, it was Onyx. They fought it over that side. The problem was, when they managed to eliminate, the zone was the cause of it. They couldn't get into the zone after that, so it was just stopped quite early after that. And now let's look into this graphic. FaZe Clan, sorry, not FaZe Clan, but Vampire is quite far away from all these other teams that is scattered around. The closest one was, of course, Eagles, that we see. They are also quite consistent with their results, always seeing them in the last few circles. But the reason why Vampire managed to get a lot of points is because look at where they are. I mean, they can just look around and just disturb again. Like I said, the place that they are choosing every map has always been a good point, whether it's vantage point, whether it's a low ground. They know in a way, the place that they choose, they have an eye for every angle, meaning they can cover the north, they can cover the south, and that's the reason why they keep on getting elimination points every round, guys. Like on average, Vampire would get at least about 5 and above. Would you agree with me? I'm very sure we have seen that ever since yesterday's match and today's match. Okay, so this time we can see Team Secret coming in, but honestly they got third-partied by Geek Fam that was coming at the bottom. After they took over, they tried to take over APG, although it did not. The APG did not die on their hands, but Geek Fam came in and Team Secret just lost the momentum right there. And so we can see that that's a given chicken dinner. Like yesterday we had a few given chicken dinner, so this is another game that I would say is a given chicken dinner for Vampire. They had the compound, although the zone was not on them, they had a portion of it. It was more to Geek Fam actually. Because of manpower, they won and they've finished it fast, and true enough, they got it just like that, wrap it up in the box and seal the deal and won not only chicken dinner, their manpower was still alive. So kudos to that, and I'll see you after this. But let's go back to Contra and Keith.
And of course, welcome back once again. Thank you very much, sis Jenny. Now we're getting ourselves ready for the next action into match number 4. So 2 chicken dinners already for the Thai region. And we saw FaZe Clan taking the first one on the second match. And now it's Vampire Esports so far, showing us a great performance overall. It's ContraCast as well as Keith Eligio here. You can call him Keith Lee. So just having so many of all these matches that gone by throughout the span of the week, is there any sort of favorite match that you can't forget about?
Can't forget. Oh, sure. How do you beat Tony K's 10 kills?
Because that just happened very recently. Huh?
Right? No, I mean, yeah. Oh, the span of a week? Oh, I thought just for today. Oh, I guess if you were to give a situation of the entire week for me to pick one, I would say maybe Voki's 11 kill somehow outweighs a little bit of Tony
Slightly.
K's. Yeah, slightly. Just because the fact that Voki was in no position to win that game. He had no advantages at all. So Tony K, at least he had like very dependable teammates and he executed it well. It was a clean game for them. And meanwhile, for Axis, it's more of a comeback.
Yeah, and when we look into the current state of Axis RedONE, they didn't seem like they were having the perfect run at all because they haven't been able to achieve a desired top 3 finish to continue with that swing of momentum that they had when they closed out day 1. And now heading to the Super Weekend, it feels like some of the other teams were just basically hungrier after having a good day of rest, or should I just say just a night's rest, right?
Yeah.
Like usually a pro player would just basically wake up and he already look at the phones. Okay, I've got a few hours here. I got scrims going on. I take my breakfast and I start shooting the boards here in the training grounds. And now getting into the PMPL, of course, it's all about grind time to rake in as much as they can. So Axis RedONE, I think earlier today, at least we started off with Erangel with a decent scoreboard. Now, heading into this matchup in Erangel again, they were fighting against EVOS Reborn, and they got a total of like, what, 5 to 6 pointers out there, and it looked like it was alright, but they couldn't actually march forward because that circle kept shooting up towards the north. So that definitely proved to be very challenging for that specific team to get their way past. And we look at other Indonesian teams too, which also were taking late rotations into the corner. The ones closest to the circle were RRQ Ryu and also Bigetron Aliens. And you saw what happened. It's Onyx as well as Bigetron. Yeah, eventually Bigetron finished that fight.
Yeah.
But they were battered and bruised, right?
Yeah, so for Axis, I think I actually have to commend them in that match, right? Like they were stuck, they were pinned in place, they know that the circle was coming. So despite having a single knock onto EVOS, they immediately made the push, right? And despite having 2 members getting shot down in a buggy on the way towards pushing onto Redface, they still came out on top in that match. I remember Micah OP was actually gatekeeping EVOS, and it was EVOS who burned down to the blue zone first, even before Axis went out. So congratulations, Axis came out on top on that one. Now, Bigetron going up against Onyx, that was a weird one, which I've been so salty on, because it seemed like when you take out 2 members, you have the number advantage. You go in for the 50-50, right, at that point, and maybe the worst thing that could happen, you get 1 kill, and then, you know, you get wiped out by 4 rivals in the back end. But they left
At least sent 1 guy, right?
Yeah, you left that one on the table, and in the end, it's Bigetron who wiped you down, and you still get 0.
I think it's because they gave too much room for that reset, right? Like,
Yeah.
it's alright if you want to stay put, but if you continue to suppress, and like I said, if you have just one person trying their chance to just going for the shutdown, that would have actually been theirs instead. But I really can't say too much more of what Onyx could have, would have, should have done, because
true.
that happened, and maybe they were also a little bit fidgety of what exactly to do in that scenario, because playing that ditch over the course of bunker was kind of rough. I'm not gonna lie. That eventually Bigetron will have to move forward because of how the nature of the circle is pushing ever up to the north. But the one team that have been able to find their way back up, EVOS Esports. Let's talk about this team for a second here, because Chopper finally getting his game-winning form, and Chopper basically went all ramble back in the past of the PMCO days. So now that he is coming back to show that he is not over and done with, there yet to have been a single title in the SEA Championship that has been crowned for Vietnam yet. I think he still has that hunger to aim for that title.
Yeah, Eagle Esports very consistent, but I think in a previous game, they were up against APG, who had the high ground advantage, so they would pincer down for a bit until Team Secret came in and forced the issue, which then allows a member of Eagle Esports to make their rotation and stay in longer in the game. And eventually with Geek Fam, Team Secret takes out APG, Geek Fam takes out Team Secret, and so the bigger fishes will, you know, move the game on forward. But still, I saw there was a moment where Chopper just sprayed down a bunch of teams. I guess that will be crippling them from, you know, further moving up the placement points. So kudos on Eagle Esports in that point.
Just, I guess he was in the perfect position to punish all the scuff fights because, let's be honest, Team Secret did decently, but it could have been better. Like, I can't help but to notice, like, Jumper, the moment he arrived upon that hill, he wasn't focusing on whatever's left on that hill.
Yeah.
He looks into that house.
VPE, right?
Yeah, he looks at VPE, and not that he has those angles to actually secure knocks or even kill. He merely shot, and you trigger the rest of Anchor to follow up, right?
Yeah.
And he's not exactly in a very good focus position, and I felt that kind of led to the demise of Team Secret, where unfortunately those nades were too sharp for Macro PUBG, right?
Yeah.
And after that, there was Geek Fam to follow, and they suddenly get sandwiched in this position where it's supposed to be them taking control of that hill. Either you clear Anchor PUBG or you clear Geek Fam. That could have actually been the top 2 finish for Team Secret 2 if you think about it.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I totally agree on that front. Like, that's why I mentioned, like, I think maybe on hindsight.
Sorry, John Yao, if you're listening, or Yam Yam, anybody who's
because when they got sandwiched, they were in a fight with APG, and then I think Matoy and was it Fredo? No, Fredo was focusing on APG. I think it was Matoy and another person. iShots, maybe they were focusing on Geek Fam down at the bottom. But you're right in that call. Like, why would Jumper focus on the house compound?
You gotta deal with Vampire Esports later. They're not even shooting back, right? So
exactly. And they weren't even shooting it towards them. So they had
exactly.
I think
they had to deal with FaZe Clan. So of course, I'm not gonna put them into a really tough spot because they have at least a consistent elimination point number to just finish off every round. So long as they keep that consistency and basically not be at the bottom frag of it all, it's fine.
Yeah.
They get decent amount of chunk of that money, and honestly, Team Secret, you can just take a break if you want. Go for a holiday.
Confirmed.
Yeah, like this confirmation just basically put all the stress away. So it's more of that stress test that they just have to basically keep themselves in the perfect shape. By the time they go into the finals, they can just basically aim for the top prize yet again.
Yeah, that's true. We also have to, I think that's a good point to bring out, right? Treat the Super Weekend just like if you've already confirmed a slot into the PMGC, you might as well treat the Super Weekend like just another weekday.
Treat it as
another weekday,
or treat it as a replica of what the PMGC could have offered. That's actually a better way to look at
but
things.
then they would have been performing, and then they're not doing a good job at it, right?
Well, I guess that to at least give comparison, like I still think that SCA as a region is still one of the most respected and the most difficult league as compared to some of all the other regions out there at the current time point. Not to say that the rest of the regions are stronger or weaker or so, but the level of competitiveness is definitely a different ball game. Like back in the days, people may look at, okay, Box Gaming, number 1 team of Vietnam. And if you put them on the global scale, they still achieve good results. And you look at Naga Conquerors that have been able to get to the PMGC back in the days, right? They were never really the number 1 team in Thailand back then, but they have definitely shown you great results. Same goes to Eliminate the Murder, now Valdez the Murder, Valdez Esports, a lot of name changes go through. Now even more names. So Empire Esports, this is one name I want to see
Yeah,
in
so
PMGC.
I guess in that sense, maybe you're right. Okay, like I don't think it's any question that these CE teams would perform on a global scale.
Yeah.
But I guess for these teams, they know the level they're at. And also the drive they're reaching towards, right? I mean, if you're at a certain level, you're not going to compare yourself down. You're going to compare yourself to China and what it takes to take on the Chinese teams, right? So, so maybe that's it becomes a point of concern when you're going towards that direction.
Yeah, there's also a lot of great competition out there. You got Navi, you got from South Asia, you got DRS, and so many of all these great names as well. Then you look at North America, where you got great players like Zute and many more out there who's basically grinding very hard to basically match up to skill. Like back in the days, Cloud9 also was a team that definitely have shown us that they can actually offer so much more. Not forgetting Team Queso. I guess that Team Queso is one of the crowd favorites out there, and they always get the chance going when there is a crowd. Now that really makes me miss global events, right?
Or like any LAN offline events, that is. The crowd makes a difference, right?
It does. Over on the European region, you've got a lot of good stuff. Mana as well. And, you know, every different region have different set of challenges to its own. And you look at Southeast Asia, being so mobile-centric, just like South Asia. So it becomes very, very competitive. And it's kind of like a culture there. You know, back in the days, I'm pretty sure back when you were managing teams, you get a lot of all these messages like, oh, you want to scrim today, you want to... They come from all over the world.
It's a lot of them. A lot of them.
I frequently get those from South Asia because they have so many active scrim groups.
So many.
And it's like you can book 24 hours of the day and you can basically play PUBG Mobile non-stop. That's how
our coach actually had to like turn them down or something most of the time, because in Southeast Asia alone it's so competitive and there's so many good scrims on its own. There's not enough time in the day to play even in like South Asia.
No offense to them, right? Like there was also sometimes the difficulty of things is because of the ping issues that people suffer.
Time differences, time
exactly.
zones,
time zone differences. I think like at least with a centralized server for certain areas, it's like for SA, it's exclusively for SA that okay, at least like if there's going to be a spike of ping, at least is a considerable margin where your bullets just keep hitting than to miss it completely, right? So definitely when it comes down to all of this, it's something that is some players who couldn't really control it. If there's just spikes like that, you just will feel pretty much bumped out. It will affect any top player up there in the world, and like that's the biggest nemesis for any gamer out there.
Yeah, I like that you brought that up because Yangon is going through this right now.
Yeah,
right?
Yangon Galacticos.
So they had, in case you guys weren't in on the weekday number 2, I think, was it weekday number 2, weekday number 1? Then we had an interview with one of the players from Yangon, and he's disclosed that, you know, they are having ping issues. It's hard to play from where they're at, and it shows. It shows. They were like, I think, bottom frag for every single big game they play.
Yeah, and it's scary for Yangon Galacticos because they weren't exactly getting the most points out of the first week. They have a total of 76 points. Respectable points for sure, but if you were to actually look at how the other teams are doing for week 2, that leaves Yangon unsafe for week 3, meaning to say that if they don't resolve that, there's a chance that they might be eliminated. I'm just putting it out there that, you know, it's all possibilities. Meanwhile, FaZe Clan has the biggest comeback story that we've had this week, because FaZe Clan, they were 15 when they started off the first week. So they were trying to figure out how the meta is. And it's quite typical, right, for teams who basically join into the SEA Championship League, and you just gotta know your enemies a little bit better in order to adapt. And now they're back in the normal FaZe Clan mode, just like how they play out in Thailand. As you guys have been kept in the waiting, of course, we are getting ourselves pretty much set and ready for Sanhok as we continue on our battle in match 4.
Now, man, Sanhok, this map we've seen Bantam showing some signs of life when he tries the 1v4 situation there. Unfortunately, lost all his other members way too soon. But Paradise Resort, will it be open again for Bantam and Vampire Esports to occupy? Will Bantam drop in the same spot with Vampire Esports? I know we've got the aggressive FaZe Clan dropping onto boot camp, so if they were to drop right there in Paradise, then we might actually see some sort of confrontation either during a rotation down or up.
Yeah. Now, I really do wonder though, any sort of changes that we're going to be seeing, if that's going to be the case, and will it affect the things that you stated?
Well, I mean, Bantam will have their secondary drop spot, which is in docks.
I think they'll just leave Paradise. Like,
yeah.
Like, you look at Vampire Esports, they're on Fury form. You just can't be taking these guys all too early, and you might just suffer.
But you know what's crazy though? Vampire, their spots has changed. They were also at docks before, and then they moved to Paradise. So now it's a mind game.
It's like a hit hunter's mission, right?
Yeah.
Like, you go in, you just basically carry whatever weapon you see. Don't care if it's a pen, you just gotta wing it. You know, like, as we get ourselves into the matchup, of course, Vampires, I thought they only hunt at night though.
Well, in Sanhok, I guess every day is a night time. I am not sure where I'm going with that
those
sentiment.
onions somewhere. Well, garlic actually.
Oh well,
Garlic.
I could find something that makes sense. Well, Sanhok is based off a lot of Southeast Asian flavors, right? Like the kampung and villages, and
They should have garlic.
Where does Pontianak come from? Where all these weird ghouls come from, right?
Right. I guess actually the best place for Vampire to go is the cave.
That's true.
It's like the perfect place. Even Batman approves of it. So.
Then again, he's a wannabe bat, right? He becomes a bat because he's afraid of a bat.
No, he becomes a bat because he's rich.
That's true.
So any
Can't
of these
argue with
players,
that.
if they were to win that grand finals, they might just actually, you know,
get a cave.
have their own cave, and it's not like a cave with like secret weapons or so. It's just gamer cave.
Speaking of caves, I think Cambodia, you know that YouTuber where they were digging everything with their bare hands and creating something that's like super viral?
Okay.
Yeah.
You gotta send me that link.
You've never seen? It's all over Facebook.
I'm not sure if I've seen it, but I think I've heard of it. So yeah, now you leave me curious. So you're saying that this cave in Sanhok is a man-made cave?
No, I'm just because we were talking about caves, and I just remember that there was a Cambodian YouTuber who builds everything out of dirt. So he'll dig caves and create everything.
I know it now. I know
Yeah.
it. Honestly, that was impeccable. Like, imagine spending almost $0.
I mean, throw us into an island like Sanhok, see how long we can survive.
Please don't.
0. I wouldn't know how to build anything out of dirt.
Well, I would definitely fancy sitting by the river, unless if there's tigers like EVOS that hunts me down.
Or MSC Chonburi who's swimming in the waters. And if you run into cave, then there we go, Vampire Esports. We just went full circle.
Right. Sorry for, weird banters across, because we are also, just like you, waiting for Sanhok to start, as it says, it's coming soon.
Yeah.
Not to a cinemas near you, unless if you really want to watch PMPL in the cinemas, if it's allowed in your region. Speaking of cinemas, I have not been to one for a very long time.
Neither did I.
And I think recently, at least in Malaysia, right? At least a place that we stay at, cinemas are open up. There's a lot of cool movies to catch. So. Yeah.
Or you could do what I do, because I'm such a lazy person. I'd rather stay home the most any given chance I get and get WeTV. So
always more.
You watch
I
all
know where you're going.
Asia's best content hub right there and then. Anything you want.
That's right. You can download it on your Apple App Store or Google Play Store. So you could possibly
watch all the cool stuff without spending a single penny. Like just like how you mentioned about building a cave, not using all too much of those dollars out there. Okay,
10 steps ahead on how to be cheap. That's my kind of book. Yeah.
Yep. So if I could save that much money, that would be great too. Well, you earn some money out of social media while uploading those content. So just kidding. But I'm going way too far with that. So let me ask you this.
Yeah.
There's 4 camps inside of Sanhok. Which camp is your favorite camp? Oh, finally we got the timers up.
Oh,
yes!
okay, there we go. It's finally there. The waiting's over, guys. Oh, actually, no, another minute and a half. So I would go Camp Alpha, you know?
Is that because you want to be the alpha male?
Heck yeah.
There's a new saying, though.
Sigma male?
Yes, Sigma male. I feel like if I can become the Sigma male, I was like, well, I'll open up my own Camp Sigma.
Camp Sigma. Smack that right in the center.
Put it next to the boot camp because you can.
God damn, man. We're literally just going off our heads here. But, well, better than awkward silence, I'd say.
Indeed. And thank you for bearing with us. Of course, we got 1 minute before we get ourselves into our match, as this is going to be the penultimate round as we head into Sanhok. This week filled with a lot of all these close quarter combat in most part, because there's so many matches in South Sanhok now. As we will take a tour of the arena. We wish that you could join us in the crowd there, and maybe you're the ones who are currently waving those laser lights at the sun, as we are now finding a great transporter to transition ourselves into, well, your favorite maps to play in the casual setting. Maybe for the pro players, you know, it definitely gets pretty hectic as we are going for this long haul flight into Sanhok.
Yeah, Sanhok definitely it's a random one, I guess. I think still stands true to this day that Circle becomes king insofar in Sanhok. However, we have seen one very fair Circle coming in from Sanhok, and it becomes a very skill-based map. So I'm hoping to see some of that flight path drawing straight in the middle, and to follow up with a Circle that goes straight in the middle, so we can have a fast shot in this godforsaken map called Sanhok.
You made it sound really dreadful, though. But
it's
then
dreadful.
again, there's a lot of all the player base that actually loves playing in Sanhok, because you got quick mobbies, especially when you drop into camp.
That's true. That's true.
It's either you wipe everybody out or be wiped out, because that trains your firepower.
But I mean, it's a testament on its own, right? Like the moment teams like Infinity and most of the team, actually even EVOS, drops down onto Sanhok, and you see them just accumulating meds. They're literally just saying, you know what, it's a map that can't be played no matter with brute force. We're just gonna accumulate straight up. We're gonna heal ourselves all the way to the top.
Yeah, and this is how it becomes if you're a Delta male. I don't know.
Delta male. I like that.
But the ones who are Sigma males are the ones that drop into boot camp, I believe. And that's FaZe Clan, who were having the lead. There is a little bit of ring around the rosy coming on, and Logan is trying to seek out his enemy, Sovel. Swerves looking for the weapon, and I think that he picked something up already. He's going to be having his angles set at the windows and the door. Logan got the M249, no vest though. Very risky now, pushes coming in available, and then Sovel says, I want to visit the front door, and that is a shotgun! The DBS carried by Logan to bring in the pain. First blood, and it comes from the BDBS, akin to what we saw the other day.
Yeah, I kid you not, man. This is becoming my favorite weapon when it comes to Sanhok.
Yeah, and there was one time that this team hailing in from Japan, Bluebees, they love playing the DBS, especially in Sanhok. And when you go to the final circle, you're dealing with shotguns.
Yeah.
Imagine the pain.
I think it works extremely well in Sanhok, because look at the kind of space you have to play in. You don't really get a clear shot through, across
So long
the
as
map.
you land that one pub is good enough.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, the rest of it is like you kind of need to control that spray transition.
Yeah.
But then again, if you are moving to an area where you kind of don't have the circle, and you're on foot, somebody else is shooting at you, what you gonna do with that DPS?
Yeah, they always have varieties, I guess.
Yeah, put a K9 with it, you put the most in the gun, now that it's being added up, but then again, you got the QBU as an option here, as an alternative to the M8014. Moving into Langkawi, seems like Team Secret's having a little bit of a salt mine going on, collecting whatever weapon, and this, well, natural farm.
Yeah.
Is it for sale though?
I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure. You could probably even step on it and it'll still be on sale. Would you want to eat salt that has been on someone's foot? No, probably not.
Nah. But then again, there's this traditional method, I do believe it's traditionally Chinese, where you kind of bake chicken.
Oh, yeah,
in salt.
In salt. Yeah, you do that, yeah.
And it's actually delicious. I absolutely love it. Maybe that's what they are hiding right underneath.
Wait, that's the flavors transfer, or they're just using it as an element property, like just to hold in heat?
The flavor kind of transfer, and it kind of helps you. How would I even put it? When you bake it, basically you kind of tenderize the chicken on top of it.
Oh, okay.
While you also have the flavors kind of sink in. So yeah. I don't know the recipe though. Sounds complicated.
It's just salt and stuffed chicken right underneath it. Keep it cooking.
I think they stuff it outside of it.
Really? Well, I'll have to look that one up. Meanwhile, we have 16 teams here still trying to get a chicken as well, figuring out that recipe in Sanhok as we speak.
Yeah.
And
you know what? Like speaking of salt and stuff, like I love it when teams actually banter online. Team Secret is probably the best organization with the social media game.
Oh, they're picking a fight with a world.
Yeah.
Like the humor they have, like I could appreciate it, but I know it wouldn't fly to a lot of these countries.
Remember the time when, you know, Four Rivals were known as Bingos? Man, they sparked fire.
They even made a post just dedicated to make fun of their their bottom 3 position.
The reverse.
Yeah.
Yeah. Man, good times. Well, certainly is quiet in Sanhok in the early game. Hey.
Oh.
I guess not so long for Lippy though. It's like, Pebbles, where is it coming from?
He has no idea, but he knows that there are people right in front of him, so I don't know what the play is for them here. Oh,
mistossed.
Did it bounce off the rock or something?
Looks like it.
Oh, well, that could be very much it for NFT, though. If Infinity comes out alive on this one, they are not a team to be trifled with, but they're going to try
DBS.
with the DBS!
Oh, it's Logan with a taste of his own medicine, though.
Oh, it feels a bit bad. How does it feel to have it smack dab right into your face?
Instant karma.
He's throwing out the nades. Maybe he can go in with the refrag.
Oh, that's a stun though.
Yeah, that will stop him for a bit.
It feels like it's
peak. He has to peak. He has to peak right now.
He's still got the double arrow, so.
Well,
long range. He got a kill.
Let's go.
Wow, 1 for 1. Eye for an eye, indeed. And this is the best way to go. Take up the DBS. Bring in the pain now. Mela. Trying to squeeze this underneath the village. Well, honestly, not really getting all too much of it. And you know, Mela is kind of like, nah, I'm not pushing a DBS inside. Let's see if we can toss some nades, though.
No, Mela's not pushing, period. He's the medic. I'm going to have to stay alive, guys. You guys go and take this one ahead.
But he's like, but if I get these kills, maybe I get more versus kids. So I'm kind of tempted.
Ooh!
Oh, Snoozy, though. Loopy now with a clutch. This is going to be a big opening for NFT. They're carrying this DBS. It's a double barrel that they want to plant straight to the face of Infinity for taking their members down. A couple of shots being fired, and how long can they last? Infinity now kind of on the brink of a real tough decision to make. And Loopy now coming with a flank, he brings out the barrel instead. Still got the shots!
The DBS once again clips him! That crosshair is just too wide to be hiding.
Insane.
They're gonna push on through and they wipe! NFT Esports wipes out Infinity!
Did you just see that?
I'm sold. This is my favorite gun. I don't care.
This is my favorite moment too. Okay. DBS, now that it's not on the crate, it is honestly a really strong weapon to use. You know, back in the days when some people you'd like to use the S12K, yeah, it's viable. It's just that players find it redundant when you go to the late game, as I mentioned early on.
Yeah.
But early game, Compound Rush, DBS is a beast of a weapon. Yeah, you can even match up to somebody who carries the M249 trying to control that crazy recoil and the reload of 1,000 years. DBS is just like, oh yeah, every pump you just go in, you don't care about those reloads because you can go up to more than 10 bullets. I mean, 10 shells. One bullet itself is going to chunk at least 80%.
Yeah, I saw that one happen. Like, he literally only clipped him by the side of it. It was a huge crosshair. He clipped it by the side. It wasn't even smack dab in the center, and still he went down for it. So, man, that guy, especially, I think it's a very situational thing because you know that Sanhok people are just going to play around these little sheds or hut. So there's not much wiggle room to, dodge one anyway.
Yeah, and sometimes when you have a full team setup like this, you kind of want to assign roles, right? Rushers can consider carrying a DBS alongside with an AR to stay safe, because AR sometimes you can pull into 6 scope, and you adjust the scope distance, right? On whether you want to take long range, single taps, spray transition. Some people will take the M4 and you just put the 6 times on it, and you just try your best to recoil. And people who master that possibly have been able to win a lot of significant games out there. And speaking of winning significant games, let's take a look if FaZe Clan can do it once more.
Yeah, Tony K, he seems to be alone though. They're actually leaving him in the back end. So far, he's not accumulating the meds, so I think he is going in full-fledged action here. And MSC just holding the high ground, as we've seen before, time and time again. Eagle Esports in their eyes, though. I saw Ponzai was scoping down, aiming down sight a couple of while ago, so he might have known and spotted out the rotations. But so far in Sanhok, everyone's just going to be accumulating and playing it safe until the next circle, which has happened. And again, it shifts towards the bottom left side of the map. It just seems it always does.
It's a ruined circle again, and Geek Fam is going to be happy boys at the very least. Meanwhile, there's still quite a flock of teams. They're still going to be somewhere inside, while Vampire Esports will continue on finding those numbers, and Whitecat being pinned down. BN United having some really difficult challenges here to face off against BN United. Well, I mean, Vampire Esports. Well, they try to cover that distance. They are in the more defensive shack where they can't exactly trade back.
Oh, fluke.
But it definitely can rely on FaZe Clan to do that.
Whoa, Tony K actually got fluked down in low ground despite Raven being so nearby, and I think that might have caused Raven to get a little bit panic as the nade gets tossed on forward. It will clip him a little bit. Tony K immediately tries to move on forward and try and take him down, but that fire rate spray, though, will take Ravenclaw. Man, how many bullets per second did that do?
You see how many action per second as well, other than just the bullets. Like he's climbing up and he goes proning again and he repositions just to go for that one pick. That is what makes him one of the greatest player to play SEA Championship. Yes, I've already listed him among the greatest, like the RRQ Atenas of the days, or the Bigetron RA Aliens of 2019. I always talk a lot about 2019. Not that I was missing for 2020 or 2021, but that itself were great times because things were offline. You see it right before your eyes on how these guys control everything.
So the crowds that were in awe when they pulled things off, though.
And now, Venturas also following the footsteps here. Traps. Okay, that's one member down from the side of FaZe Clan. Stone immediately getting punished from Red FaZe, though. And this is going to be pretty difficult hills and valleys here to play off from. Corpai will receive assistance from MR5.
Meanwhile, Voldemort takes down White Cat. I think the hard carry for Bandam United. So far they haven't been dropping in last phase as often, but well, doing, I guess, decently from when there was yesterday. But now they're up against RQ Ryu, who has had a flip side. After missing out on the first Super Weekend, they come in pretty decently formidable in the second Super Weekend. But they look to fight it, though, trying to find some angles in. But I think it might be a gone case.
Might just be it. EVOS Reborn still taking those long-range shots, and this trade's not stopping anytime soon. And Tony K is just having pretty much a high standard of, ego in a positive way, that you know that you can actually take up fights, you will go for it. So Tony K will go on to face off against EVOS Reborn, but definitely it will take quite a while, so we will keep our attention onto MS Chonburi as well as Geek Fam. They're just next to each other, but for some reason, no commitments whatsoever as we go back into this fight. And this time, Ventura's, wait, that's Corpai already on the knees again. Second time coming. This time he's not calling for MR5. MR5 say, nah, Tony, you go for it.
That's a bit selfish from MR5, knowing that you need Tony to be the ones aiming down the sight here. And talking about shooting, Vampire Esports Schweppes up against 3 members of EVOS. Through the window, tries to play it, but will bow out.
Through the windows to the walls, and this is where it's just them with the fall. So, 15th place.
Oof.
Not too well for both Infinity as well as VPE. Well, that's 2 Titans already out. Meanwhile, another one on the hill, though, is on the hit list of EVOS Reborn. Now, EVOS taking 2 pointers out there. These teams are having a few players outside of the play zone, but it shouldn't be all too risky. The phase tree has got to hurt already. So
the gatekeep has begun, though, for FaZe. Look at that positioning in the map. They are trying to keep EVOS there till the blue zone comes across. Now Axis gets the RRQ, 1 member at the very least.
RRQ, sometimes you see them basically popping off with some big numbers, and some other time you just have them having members after members slowly getting picked up, but they're always strongest if they have 4. Not that they're going to perform any worse with 3.
But as long as Voki's around,
Yeah, Voki is going to mark onto those RQ members. That definitely make life miserable for them, so long as they may. Geek Fam, on the other hand, is you know what? I'm
toss one out there.
I'm gonna take my pan. Sun is hot. Maybe I crack an egg and toss it over on MS Chonburi. They won't bite me after.
Oh, you're playing with sharks. Are you sure about that? Like, I know people say, scientists says that sharks don't actually attack humans, but I'm not here to put that to the test. I'm fleeing regardless.
Okay, there was there's a movie that says that sharks, they only bite when they touch them. Never mind. Anyways.
Tigers bite too, and I guess EVOS, they're a white tiger, protected, endangered, and, well, about to be extinct unless they can push their way up onto the high ground here. FaZe still has all 4 members on top, so he has to be careful. We'll toss nades for precaution. Rain it down here. Oh, Bombardment, unfortunately, they moved out. They've got the revive. And Lyzerk, he's up against the entire team of FaZe. Can he pull it off here, or maybe find an exit and move over so smoothly?
Yeah, and these 2 teams kind of matching up into tempo as well. Lyzerk, he have no fear of his own life. Just look at the way that he's cutting across. And I think that FaZe Clan is continuing to zone them off indirectly without knowing the position of Lyzerk currently. But Tony K, if he were to move around, okay, this is an angle that I believe Lyzerk have seen slight movement coming out of Tony K. Now, he wants to launch that attack, but he's not exactly in the right position to do that. He will look to find an opening, at least now that they have made their way to the circle. He's at a good flank angle, but the rest of EVOS Reborn will have to follow suit.
I saw Microboy was in a vehicle, so maybe they're actually getting out of there, making a better rotations within circle and having Lizard in position there to keep them at bay, then they might make a safe entrance right behind him. Meanwhile, by this bridge though, MSC Chonburi tries to keep RRQ.
Is this what we call shark bait?
Maybe.
Yeah, just basically camping out over on the bridge and see who passes by, and that's where you just go chomp chomp.
But what happens if the shark bows out to RRQ?
That's shark fin soup.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say shark weak, as in weak, W-E-A-K. Ah, wordplay. Failed it this time. I'll get you the next one.
Try again, try again. You got many chances of that. So, as we proceed to the calm areas of Nakam, right down over the southern side, it's BN United. That's going to be a little further from where Axis Route 1 is going to be. NFT, they got 4 points. 2 players already out, and I think they at least go out in style, right? Like, you can't ask for more when you have those DBS shots looking pixel perfect to take out Infinity. Now FaZe Clan takes over the same hut that they got that chicken dinner just the other day. And Sane spots out Jasper, and that's one shark. Then you see hide under the rock.
Oh, but FaZe though, look at how aggressive they're playing this whole map. They're pushing in. Now, you mentioned about them getting a chicken dinner within this compound, and they're trying to take it over this time around, proving to others that they did not get the chicken dinner due to sheer luck alone. They're going to show that even without the compound, they can take it over.
Yeah, this is a team that can penetrate through any sort of defense, so they will definitely go ahead to march up forward. Eagle Esports going to be able to find a few more out there. Nepico is going to be able to take down Axis Red 1. That's a few players out there, while a lot of them playing on the outskirts. And Ruins is a section that's so hard to even pinpoint. Where are you supposed to even play safe? Because Ruins itself, yeah, you got the main temple out there that gives you a little bit more room and a few loots out there. Team Secret having Jumper there, taking those numbers. And with Tanzai also trading right back, Jumper will be able to find that kill. And Team Secret now, she has to compound with BN United. Interesting angles being held there by Kid as he dropped that frag grenade. And Fredo needing a little bit more of an assistance there. He needs to heal up, but Fredo will be able to find the side of Sunas very quickly. So the Vietnamese side just having a really rough week, but it's going to be the trades no matter what. And Team Secret will still have a member being shut down there. Now it's going to be a 2 versus 1, but Team Secret will still be able to tell the tale as they continue to survive.
Yeah, meanwhile, I can't say the same for Eagle Esports here as they gets burned down by Molotovs for days, and well, the final blow will be secured as well. And now that is Eagle Esports, now extinct, that bald eagle. And Geek Fam, though, has got the Ruins conquered onto themselves with RRQs finally crashing in. They have eyes on APG, who they have severely wounded at this current point in time. We'll go in with the revive and eliminate APG in the process.
Yeah, if they were to defend Ruins here, do you just call it Angkor what?
Man, that is so bad I actually laughed. That caught me by surprise.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I take my chances whenever it comes by, right? So does players of NFT. Lippy now, he brings in a little bit of that AR action, ditching out that DPS as he gets a shot, and that's 4 rivals there that gets pummeled down with bullets. Slicer, he doesn't have too much time to heal up. He's going to get knocked down. That's him drowning out, although there was KF. Now, naturally, if you get knocked by the water and you're not standing on your 2 feet, or kneeling by all means, you just sink.
I mean, if you're kneeling and need someone to pick you up underwater, you're as good as gone.
Doesn't make sense, right?
You're going to drown.
You can't kneel underwater.
That's true, you'll float. Oh, meanwhile, though, who's going to float on top of this battle? FaZe Clan versus BTR.
Oh.
BTR is starting off with low HP, though, onto Zuxi, but Tony K gets taken down by Liquid. Liquid will try and play this rock here, but all the other members from FaZe will be in the area. They have confirmed the kill onto Tony K, though. It's Liquid will go down next, traded his life onto Ventores. Luxy still very capable to keep them at bay as he will try, and that is the entire phase finally out.
Luxy and Zuxy in that perfect angle to punish them as they march on forward, knowing that the blue zone is going to clip them. Maybe FaZe Clan could have actually played the healing a little bit longer. Now they also find the kill onto Appy. This is the meteoric rise of Bigetron RA once more. 5 kills in the back. And they still have all their players still left intact. This is a really solid chance. Remember this, Bigetron RA, they're known as the kings of Sanhok. And they're here to prove it again.
Yeah, definitely looking in their favor right now with 5 kills and still all their members. But Team Secret not doing too bad for themselves. 6 and still all 4 members are around. So it's going to go down to the teeth. Now we've seen Team Secret making chicken and it was on Sanhok as well. So they have to play this one perfectly. Team Secret has got to prove me wrong.
Not only Team Secret, but also some other teams like MS Chonburi where they haven't been able to prove themselves as well. Now, RQ Ryu, they're kind of pit against the blue zone right now with Geek Fam kind of covering the entirety of Ruins. This is the home of Geek Fam and they are here to defend it by hook or by crook. They're taking out Anchor and now it's going to be Axis right one there, catching on to 6th place. It's going to be 5 more teams remaining and RQ Ryu might actually falter, but it's Kilby that drops instead. Nepico saving the day. That's a Tommy gun in his hands and Dapper now trying to look around and it's going to be Team Secret.
Oh
and
my
also
God.
RQ Ryu having Nepico to take out more players of Geek Fam, but thankfully Saint survives, but it won't have more troubles lurking up ahead. Jasper is just behind, trying to play the healing game as well. No time to even try to go in for pickup, but just in this very moment, you look at Team Secret taking control of the circle.
Yeah, but Team Secret has got members that needs to be picked up here. Same that can be said to Bigetron, but Team Secret, majority of their members are on the knees. Bigetron only has this rock to play around with. We'll have to push within circle soon enough. They know they take out one member once again. Just when he was being independent and on his feet, he went back down. And now, oh my God, Jumper securing 2 from Bigetron here. On his, not secured, but they will be crippled at this very least. We'll have to crawl their way through. Meanwhile, Geek Fam third partying, BTR, more members taking hits.
It's down to Liquid once again, trying to be the savior of Bigetron RA Aliens. A top 3 situation, and Liquid, he finds that suppressed shot, and now that takes 1 member down for the side of Team Secret. He has to play healing as he tries to cut the cross. Geek Fam will also getting their eyes onto, ironically, Team Secret, the one with the eye logo, and Team Secret still have a kid to survive this one out. But he can't really find too much angles.
No.
Here comes the nade! Oh, close enough to find
surely.
him out. And
BTR.
Kid, he's still got 1 HP left, and that will not be them. And BTR found those 2 kills and steal it away from Geek Fam.
It's a 1v3 situation though. Can BTR no? BTR's out. MSC was just healing themselves. Ooh, what?
Wait,
Jasper, he's healing in the back end. He's got 4 more meds to play around
with. Can he
with.
cut in though? Maybe he can find those angles to punish Geek Fam if it's going to be a good opportunistic moment.
Oh, he sees them. The info is there.
Yeah.
Does he take the leap of faith though?
No, I guess that there's not too much you can do. 1 person against 3. Geek Fam, this time, celebrates the chicken dinner for PMPL SEA region.
Oh.
He goes in for the knockdown. Can he secure 1 kill before they go out? Geek Fam will still take out Jasper. And now, claim the chicken dinner for their own.
Again, another chicken for Geek Fam over in Sanhok. That's exactly how they won the country finals. That's exactly how they got this chicken again. Circle closing towards their end, and they just played it patiently and, well, perfectly, I guess.
Yeah, you look at the twin brothers of Bigetron RA Aliens as well, Zuxy as well as Luxy. They now come back into their full form. I'm still waiting for Ryzen as well, because Ryzen so far felt like he got nerfed a little bit, not going to lie. Like, I haven't been able to see him basically rise up to that perfect form, and if he does, I think that's 1 player to match up against Tony K.
Yeah, and talking about players that were outstanding, it's the exact opposite for Vampire Esports. Again, 0 kills and I think 0 placement points as well. And if you notice, Sanhok's their weakest map.
And I think that definitely there is a lot of reasons as to why Sanhok is so difficult, and maybe there's just too much of that pressure heading to the final circle where you got lurkers and everything around, and it's understandable why. But Geek Fam, I think their usual strategy so far has worked out, and this is their glorious moment out there as we take a look at the highlights on how Geek Fam achieved the dinner. But before that, it's the Infinity there that basically got a very quick karma on their end.
Yeah, NFT Esports with the DBZ, that is my favorite thing, the DBS. Yeah. I said it there, I'm like, oh no, that's a reference to something else.
Yeah, and I guess that it's pretty much all right, and you're not wrong, because some of these guys basically have a little bit of a spirit of Goku. No. And you just look at Jasper. Honestly, he's been knocked quite a number of times this match, and somehow he did survive to get that second position for MS Chonburi, who honestly have been able to impress me this time around, while Bigetron RA have been able to take many of all these number of kills. And it was also due to the fact that MS Chonburi, along with Geek Fam, that has been nearby the final two circle, they've been able to essentially move into the final few runs without too much of a hassle as compared to the rest of the team. And it was basically a perfect defense that's resulted in Geek Fam taking those double digits by the very end.
Yeah, and it's no surprise that having both Geek Fam and Bigetron in the top 3 position, I guess, because if you take a look at their drop spots, they're pretty much similar, right? Like, Geek Fam goes all the way to Ruins, and then Bigetron takes the bridge that's connecting towards the island. So their rotations is, I guess, fairly easier than some of the teams, but Infinity going out that soon is definitely a surprise. And NFT wiping Infinity? That's my highlight for Sanhok for sure. Like, great, you got the chicken dinner, but did you see that DBS though?
Yeah, I guess that we're gonna be enjoying this a whole lot more in future Sanhok matches. But we got one more map to go on our Saturday run. I hope you're enjoying your weekends here with us in the PUBG Mobile Pro League Southeast Asia Championship Season 4. My name's Contra. This is Keith Lee, and of course, do follow us on our social media platform whenever you can. Well, of course, as we feel a little bit more time as we bring you all the stats that you need after that massive round that was won by Geek Fam.
Yeah, Geek Fam. Man, there's nothing more you can say about Geek Fam, especially like damn rude, right? Like, I think in the previous game itself, he pulled so much weight for Geek Fam when he actually charges off forward and go for 1v1 takes against RRQ, and now Geek Fam getting the chicken dinner feels almost like they deserve it because they've been trying so hard today, and if it pays off for them, then great. But all these other teams I want to see step up as well. Obviously on the bottom hand side, Bantam United, remember how they made a comeback in the last weekday, so they're definitely one not to look out on. I mean, not to snooze on, but look out for. Yes, that's the
word. Look out for. So there were definitely a lot of interesting fights, but it was Geek Fam there who basically stopped every intruder who were trying to be Tomb Raiders. And the biggest gatekeeper out there has got to be Sane, and at one point in time, Sane was basically one of the best players in Malaysia. Now he's been able to get back into that shape as he's been that dynamic duo alongside with Damru to get those high fragging done. And you look at that, 11 points because they seeked out Jasper, and that is going to be second highest elimination points for this match because Bigetron RA isn't. I tell you this, we are back on track.
Yes, this is finally the prowess, the kind of prowess we expect from these Red Aliens. 12 kills, the aggressive Indo team that we all know and love back in Season 2. 5 elimination points for MSC Chonburi, 6 on Secret. Not bad, Secret. This is a huge step up from from their struggle in day number 1 of the Super Weekend number 2. Meanwhile, RQ, 4 points on their end. EVOS taking 6 of their own. Axis 1. EVOS was being pinned down by FaZe Clan, so understandably so. It was a hard push to make in. NFT Esports 4, that was the Infinity being wiped out by that shotgun. FaZe Clan only getting 3 this time round. 4 rivals and Onyx with 1, and Infinity bowing out really soon at
I guess this is the only kryptonite for the Infinity, right? Like, they did get that 2 exchanges though, so and it's like, yeah, you just go commit to that battle. At least like you lose out with pride, as compared to, you know, a few of all these teams. Not to say that they don't lose with pride. It's like you at least want to bring those numbers back. And unfortunately for Vampire Esports, Bandam United, Eagle Esports, as well as Anchor, they don't walk away with points, but they did try to retaliate. Meanwhile, if they do get points. You look at the average of 4 pointers to 5, and the most being 12 in favor of the Bigetron RA Aliens. But look at the damage by Geek Fam. This is one of the higher ones that we've seen from the team.
Yeah, so it's definitely not a given chicken dinner as how some would describe it, like, you know, on a platter served because you got circled. No, they worked so hard for it. We saw them gatekeeping a lot of teams, shutting them down, I think by the bridge most likely, even shot towards Bigetron at one point. So Geek Fam, they got this chicken dinner and they worked for it. I can't say I'm not proud. I am super proud of this Malaysian team.
Yeah, and of course kudos to them. Taking this win means that they get to be very much safe to position themselves into the top 16. By the end of every single Super Weekend, they'll qualify to the finals, and this is where you see returning members of Bigetron RA Aliens. Now, coming up with highest assists for Zoxy, Sane, OP, as well as Snipes coming in second. And I guess all ties in the second because Ryzen is going to be all the way up fourth with also number 2. So for Jumper, he's got some long limbs going on. But Liquid, the games that he played, he definitely pulls off some clutch because back in Miramar, he's been saving members of Bigetron. This guy is that perfect support that I think Bigetron has been missing out on for a number of games.
He even traded up against, what was that team they're pushing down with? It was FaZe, was it?
I believe so.
Yeah,
there
it was
also many other teams that he shuts down Team Secret on the final moment too.
Oh yeah.
He took those numbers.
So he actually took that fight and made sure that his impact in the game was there. Now take a look at the overall stats though. 56 elimination, 13,154 total healing, 66 knockouts, 140 throwables used. Surprisingly, the lower end of the throwables number here. 1 airdrop looted, 8 headshots, 22 rescues, and well, longest.
This is more rescues as compared to usual, and 66 total knockout. Not by the play zone, by the way. I like it. Keep it coming. Now, FaZe Clan finally breaks that triple-digit mark, the first team to do so this weekend. And they remain at number 1. EVOS, although they crashed out a little tad early, they are currently still number 2 as they overtake the Infinity because of the shutdown that was laid upon by NFT. So they got to thank their fellow Indonesian friends for that.
Yeah, however, not too comfortable though. Look at that, number 2 all the way down to number 5.
It's close.
Super close. Anyway, even number 1 is not that safe. Anyone can take on this top spot here, and that's what you're looking for, especially when it comes to the Super Weekend rankings, right? Because top 1 of the overall Super Weekend after the 3 weeks will get a slot to PMGC.
And you look at the teams that qualified into this weekend for the very first time, like NFT. I guess they're still trying to keep up with that sort of pace, right? BN United, no excuses for them. This is a hard drop, right? That's why we say this is definitely a marathon run that you can't guess out on week 2. And if you do, yeah, sure. Meaning to say that either you took a pit stop and you just wanted to catch your air, but how could you possibly do that when everybody else is trying to overtake?
Yeah.
And now, in this sort of position, when we calculate those scores by the end of this week, you're going to be surprised to see that these guys may actually be able to catch up to Yangon Galacticos, who are not playing, or Yangon, who actually have 76 points on the first week, could still be on above many of these guys.
Well, yeah, I guess that one all goes down to the suspense of it, where we will have to do math, which we don't want to do. We don't want to do, but what we want to do is bring to you an exclusive interview done by our very own Sis Jenny.
Before we pass through Sis Jenny, what's 2 + 11? Okay, Sis Jenny, take it away.
Answer that, Sis Jenny. Take it away.
Funny guys. But hello, I2K.
Hi.
Hi. Okay, so Y2K, I'm sure you are much more happier. Although yes, did not get to win a chicken dinner, but you guys were at number 4 with 6 elimination points. So I think that's a big, I would say, a better result than before. Okay, so I have a question. What caused Team Secret from winning a chicken dinner in the previous game?
The previous game, you mean in Sanhok?
Yeah, the Sanhok. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I think for Sanhok, I think it's all about how we position ourselves. I think that is our biggest moment for us right now because we've been up and down for these couple of weeks, and I think our momentum is getting back up. So let's just see how it goes in the coming matches.
Yes, I definitely still believe in you guys because it's like it's just that you guys were now in the second page. I think you are able to catch it up. Don't worry, we still believe in the system. Okay, next question, Y2K. Would Team Secret prefer cows? Because before this, in MOSG, Team Secret were from cow, right? But now you guys changed to the current drop. So, maybe you can explain to us if, let's say, Team Secret would have preferred to be in cow as compared to the current drop.
For us, we prefer to be at a spot where we can have a lot of first aid loots, just like Axis Rate 1. But unfortunately, our prediction was wrong, and there's several teams which is quite strong, and they play very, very slow, surrounding us in Langkawi, and to play in cow that we have to fight Infinity, that wasn't our plan earlier. So that's why we have to, take more fights and be a little more aggressive compared to how we used to play last time.
Yep, definitely agreed to that. But definitely in teams, when I see how Team Secret play in Sanhok, I do see like sometimes when you guys get to have the early kills that was spot on, like for Mad Toy, for Jumper. I mean, these are the a few games that I accumulated, like seeing that they can get that entrance knockout or even kill. Okay, next question. Is Team Secret going to play more aggro like some of the teams today?
Of course, after a discussion that we decided that we should really play more, we already have the slot to PMGC. Of course, for the reputation for Team Secret, we want to do better. So we take this as our fault to really train much more on our chemistry in fighting. So that is what was our weakness in MYSG and right now in C as well. So that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to take more fights and we're trying to improve. Yeah.
Definitely, we are definitely looking forward for that because we did see a lot of different kind of movements coming from all the different players in Team Secret itself. Okay, last question. Being an experienced team, I mean, there's not much of the teams inside of the current list have gone to global standard. So this question is especially for Team Secret. Is there difference playing in PMPL Southeast Asia as compared to PMGC?
Well, both people that qualifies to PMGC are basically the best in their district, their nation, and also their continent. For me, I personally didn't have that opportunity to play against them or even to see how they play. I only managed to see how they play with the teams they always play with. And of course, in C, it's also known as one of the strongest continents in the world. And right now, in the East, we are gonna fight against Chinese team, and other Chinese team is also improving from China and from Taiwan. So it's gonna be a very heavy matchup for us. And for me, that is how I'm gonna differentiate between the top global Asian teams and top C teams. Yeah.
All right, thank you so much. I like that answer. So I wish all the best for Team Secret. Getting already into the PMGC. So this is just maybe just training platform for you guys to get the best at the same time to prepare for the best one later on. So I'll see you very soon, Y2K. Hopefully Team Secret will get.
Thank you, sis. Stay strong.
Okay, thank you.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye. Okay, guys. So let us break down or describe a little bit more about the game. Okay, honestly, Sanhok, I don't know if you guys are feeling what I'm feeling because I was almost dozing off. But it's not that it's boring. It's because honestly, these teams are really playing it super serious, and it's not about, okay, maybe some of you guys viewers would say like, why are they playing it so passively? It's not passive, guys, trust me. I've been watching a lot of tournaments, and then when it comes to Southeast Asia or even your own country's serious tournaments, and it comes to Sanhok, and there's only 16 teams, so teams will not play passive just because they want to stay safe, because it's a strategic movement. You see, if you guys realize in the first half of the match, and you know that Geek Fam won the chicken dinner, basically it's also because of rotation. You guys can see their rotation, it's minimum, okay, minimum rotation. They won that chicken dinner. So as I was saying earlier, they were not the other teams, they were staying put at their own positions. Some of them are very close to one another. I think it's at least about 50 or even 100 meters apart. Like yesterday's match, they even exchanged shots like that. Yeah, it was 4 rivals and someone else in Hainan. But today, Observer did not get to catch any part of those things. But I'm sure they know that, hey, I know this team is here. And they didn't push because the fight is all about survival and also about who will get the shots first. And in fact, the first part of the circle or the first part of the game, if any teams make any rational movements or careless mistakes, they are being spotted and they will get shot from a distance. In fact, from that distance also, it's able to produce headshots. Yeah, that is how scary and intimidating it is being in Sanhok, playing in Sanhok PMPL Southeast Asia League. So you have to really watch your steps, and knowing that it's Sanhok, everywhere is clustered with people. You can see in the map right now in the graphics, the teams are right beside each other. They are super close to one another, and nobody wants to be in the center of the circle. Because why? There's no compound. It's totally open. I mean, if you were to compare this in your normal scrims or even smaller tournaments, I'm sure there's a lot of teams that would prefer to be in the circle as compared to the teams that is currently that you're seeing in the graphic. Most of them are out of the circle. But looking at BTR, initially I thought it was BTR that is about to win that chicken dinner, because we all know Sanhok Kings, BTR usually holds the lead, and plus they have been getting the circle at the very end. But the reason being why they couldn't get that chicken dinner is because Geek Fam had this contingency plan that they already kind of thought about it and been sending one person at a time, and the plays that they got at the very last moment, they kind of locked their target, and that's the reason why they won that chicken dinner. And plus they have minimum movement, right? And they engage at the very last minute. They dropped near ruins and they won the chicken dinner near ruins. It was like literally I don't think it's at least about 200 meters the way they move, or maybe that is the average. But yeah, they just had to circle around that area. So a lot of teams were gatekeeping teams that were trying to come into the circle, because they already know the drop spot of every team where they are going to go. You know, some of these teams, they have like big posters in their rooms, and knowing that, so they already kind of predicted, okay, if I'm going to be at this part of the perimeter, this is the teams that would come in. And in fact, in Sanhok, you would see a lot of this happening. Teams gatekeeping other teams from coming in, and that's exactly what Geek Fam also did. Coming from ruins, they make sure that behind is super flush, meaning that it's already empty, and then they focus to the front. As compared to how BTR did it, they had a very good plan also. They kind of separated into 4 like what they usually do in Sanhok. But the thing is that Geek Fam had a better plan, and that's the reason why they got that chicken dinner. So again, our gameplay in Sanhok is usually pretty much relaxed, but at the same time, a lot of thinking, and you can't make mistakes. So we can also make mistakes, because we have our beautiful, not beautiful, but our awesome casters that giving us all this information. Let's go back to Contra and Keith.
You know, I'm kind of sad when she says we're not beautiful enough.
We've got face problem here on the desk. Can we get a replacement?
No, not happening that soon. But of course, thank you, Sis Jenny. And now we're all here for the final match of our Saturday night. Well, of course, hooray to the weekends, and of course, hooray to PUBG Mobile for hosting the PUBG Mobile Pro League Southeast Asia Championship Season 4. Of course, all of this will not be made possible without our dear partners here. Starting off with Xiaomi, as you can challenge your boundaries with the Redmi Note 10 series. And of course, you can also watch and earn exclusively with Esports Fight Club, as they are our official media partner of the PMPL SEA Championship. On top of that, of course, WeTV on Footways offers you guys more what you get watch Asia's best content for absolutely free on WeTV, where you can download today on your Google Play or Apple App Store. You can even watch it on your PC internet browsers out there. So make sure you check all these cool stuff out. And not forgetting, all of this is organized by VSPN, and VSPN powers esports. So far, this is a great tournament and it's so exciting, and we have to thank VSPN for it. And of course, hats off to everybody working hard behind that production to give us all these optimal angles and crazy stuff that all the players are doing. Now we're down to that final game here. We're going to be moving to Erangel. Keith, if you can vote for that one team right now to beat whoever's at the top,
I will vote this future and upcoming team that we will find through through the PMCC SEA. Yes, I'm talking about, of course, the PUBG Mobile Campus Championship. Okay, it's a tournament for the people who still studying, so they could be up and coming talents right here, right?
Yeah.
So go over to www. Wait, how many W's did I just say? www.pmccsea.com/my to register yourself right now. You have until the 24th of October. And yes, this is exclusively for Malaysians, unfortunately. But for those out there, I'm pretty sure you're gonna get a PMCC for your own eventually, maybe.
Yeah, and you heard the man. Don't disappoint him. You guys can be the ones to one day step on to the big stages, I hope, to challenge your favorite stars of PUBG Mobile so far. And well, you definitely caught me by surprise out there.
Okay, well, let's go back to that thing, okay?
Yeah.
Who would I vote for this last chicken dinner of the day? You know, I think I like I want to reward the underdogs, right? So APG,
Again, United.
This one happened. You take this one away, and I'll give you my votes later.
Yeah, sure thing. Vikendi definitely is a map where Bigetron aliens were called kings at. And you know, you can also be the king of the north when you, of course, assign a little bit more of your teammates to play in Vikendi. We got Runic Powers about to dawn, Payload 2.0, and Infection Mode returning once again this month, all the way till November 15. Remember, some of these modes actually end by October 31st, so if you don't play now, you don't know how long you gotta wait till they come back.
Yeah, we weren't told about the future, but we know that this is happening right now. So grab it while it's right there. Now, I mentioned I like to root for the underdog, and I think APG, I want to see them get the chicken dinner. Why? Because they are the only team representing the SEA wildcard right now. And come on, it's about time. You know, it goes on to at least the Vietnam or the wildcard. You know, just keep it even, give them some hope to keep on fighting on further on.
All right, Anchor PUBG, they closed out last weekend with 84 points on 14 plays. And this week, I think they're doing pretty all right, at least even without that chicken dinner. They feel pretty all right in the sense that, okay, they definitely have a lot of things that they need to fix in order to get that chicken dinner. And you see, they mentioned in the interview, they want to improve firepower. Same thing goes to Team Secret, where we had Y2K joining us. And I think he was pretty spot on when he mentioned that, yeah, there's a lot of all these expectations on the line, and you want to keep the repetition of a huge org like Team Secret there on that global stage. By the time that you get to PMGC, you just really have to show up strong. So they have to just go no holds barred. And it's been a while before we see Team Secret getting that chicken dinner. I hope that they can actually get it there, because earlier with that top 4 significant finish, that looks pretty great. And if there's any team that may sound unlikely to win, BN United right now, because it looks like a rough spot, but Erangel is the place to be for them to claim that last chance here on the Saturday round before we move into the final 5 games of tomorrow's Sunday run of the PMPL SEA Championship.
Yeah, and you were talking about BN United. I mean, if any map they're going to for them to be able to pull whatever they want to and intend to pull, it should be in Erangel, the fairest of them all here. As we see the flight path, pretty favorable for every single teams will get the drop they want to. I don't think it's unevenly skewed towards one side or the other. But Bandam United, do they still look to drop over and over Abnoya, knowing that, you know, other teams are going to now be able to occupy the lands before them?
Yeah, and you know, when you mentioned that this is the land that is fairest of them all, it's like I kind of want to come up with a phrase like chicken on the plate, who's the strongest for this date.
Oh, hey, can we patent that? No.
Sounds fair, of course. Captain of the flight now takes us all the way to Zarki already. Still, nobody drops in.
Oh, you know, Zarki, VPE could just be going to Zarki since their drop inquiry and Primark is not there.
Right.
And they're not over in VPE. I mean, they're not over in Milta Power.
Let's just see it. Let's see it.
This could be it. Oh,
hey. There you go. There you go.
Yeah.
Good prediction, my man.
Oh.
And
wow.
a good prediction, but maybe not the best of choice.
Oh, how that one bit us in the back.
Hey, you're not wrong. You can't blame yourself for that, right? So changes after changes, and you gotta commend them though, because VP Esports, they are the ones to secure some of the highest points in Erangel. Even though they were basically shifting here, shifting there, the nomads of this entire competitive scene have shown us that you don't need to fix the location.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter if somebody occupies that. If you're stronger, then they'll give you the VIP access. Like, yeah, take those loots. I'm leaving this town. Yeah, it's Dracula, man. He's just sapping everything out of this place.
Fortunately for the rest of the teams, nobody thinks Zarki is a good location to be in. So I guess they will have it for themselves. I mean, it has its drawbacks. You mentioned time and time again, there's not much loot to go around
I think
there.
they at least need, like, what, 3 gas cans to get to... Okay, if it goes to Milta Power, that's like 40 over kilometers that they have to drive.
Yeah.
And I honestly haven't checked on all these vehicles. Like, I don't know if different vehicles have different gas usage, especially when you hit that nitro. Like, I haven't counted 40 kilometers. How many refills do you have to take?
Oh, me neither. I usually get shot down on the way through. So.
Oh man, the feels, the mood.
That's why we're here
big
and
mood.
they're there, you know?
Yeah. I know it's inappropriately used with the word big mood, like, yeah, trying to be all savvy, following with the times. Yeah.
I actually don't get what is that, big mood?
Yeah, well, it's like, oh, if it's like a great vibe that you could basically chill with, it's like, yeah, that's the mood right there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I got it.
Yeah. Hey, welcome to the club.
Yeah,
We just had our birthday. We're old boys now.
But we're a tad bit younger now that we know the terms and jargons
Yeah.
these youngsters use.
You youngin.
Now, next stop, we gotta start our own TikToks, man.
I have an account, bro,
Oh my god.
but I haven't uploaded a single thing just about yet.
Okay.
And I just don't know what should be the first content.
Definitely a dance content. We know that one goes on viral. The worst. How do I put it? The more terrible it looks, the more virality potential it holds. Okay, that's. I
Wow.
believe in that one that
I
much.
never heard of such theory. Now it sounds like you're like Sun Tzu with the art of TikTok.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I've got the beard going. Not long enough.
That's what he said. So Team Secret is slowly looting up the outskirts of Severny with Jumper here taking whatever stash. There's no stash here though. Jumper's upset. He's shadow boxing.
And he
It's
closed the door open
It's
himself.
like, where is my helmet? Where is my super suit?
I got that reference. Those who got it, welcome to the club.
Well, good times. So, Geek Fam, North George, interesting town, right? You have so many great loots. It's kind of like Yasnaya Pollyanna 2.0 without the vehicles.
So it's a discount.
Yeah, discount Pollyanna.
So why go over here? No. I guess to avoid some of the teams.
Safety.
Yeah. But you know though.
This is like, okay, if this were to be a part of America, this is like San Francisco. Okay, maybe it's less busy as compared to San Francisco, but yeah, it's kind of like a chill town. You got the bridge going on, ain't the Golden Gate.
You know, if I was Geek Fam, I would probably drop Pollyanna. You know why?
Why?
Because right now Geek Fam seems like the kind of team who can take fights, and the only ones that are occupying Pollyanna right now is MSC.
Yeah, and you look at Damroot's scorer line.
Yeah.
Average elimination of 1.8, that tells you that an average of 2 pointers is very much guaranteed per game from Damroot. Like, we're already into like 2 weeks. So, yeah, maybe you don't expect him to have frags every day of the weekend, but when he does pop off, we've seen like, what, 8 frags very much potentially pulled out by Damroot himself. Now, I like to hear roaring engines, but not on a trike though. Is that a trike? Nah, it's a buggy. Thank goodness me.
Your
Don't
favorite.
bring that blasphemy on my face, right? Like, okay. Jokes aside, trike's still a viable vehicle. Only if you're going on foot.
Sure it is, I'm sure.
Sure.
I would rather prone my way across. At least I know they can't see me.
Please don't be in my game. Okay. Now, Access Red 1. Got level 2 Gears Mika needing to shop for a bag. And you know, you can basically shop for cool UCs to get yourself some swaggin'.
Oh, take a look. This is the overall total points.
Wow, finally. Wait, Access Red 1.
Still staying strong.
On top of the table, and you got Geek
3
Fam.
Malaysians?
Wait a second.
What?
Malaysian domination, and speaking of which, it's Onyx here, starting off with the first blood, taking out Bigetron Red Aliens. Player out there. What a bummer. And this farm section is the hometown of Bigetron, and they're getting punished all across.
Oh my god, there was a car that just came straight in. Oh, meanwhile, gunshots though. I think it's 4 rivals having some fights of their own someplace else, which is not enlarged, so I can't quite specify it.
Yeah, they're taking it on to RRQ Ryu and Rift, finding the kill onto Nepeko. Taps coming in from Zuxi. You better watch out if you're going to be Onyx Esports. And Jeff didn't take the memo, apparently. He's going to be just fine, at least. But without the presence of, I believe it was Liquid, was it, that got taken down?
Yeah, I believe so.
Unfortunately, though, now you don't really have somebody to not only babysit the top fraggers of Bigetron Red Aliens. This is just a chunk of firepower being left out, not having all too much of that suppressive angle to work with.
But if you're being optimistic, then you would have said, you know, at least, you know, you still have Zuxi, Luxi, and Rugs, and the core staple of Bigetron. It could have been them.
Yeah, this is a lineup that has not changed from the start. Like the 3 of them, like the original one, you still had Natic. There's always that one slot that, you know, if there's anything to experiment with, yeah, you look at that one slot, and that's just about it. So that's what they definitely rely on majority of the time, but
Circle, though, you like it?
yeah, I was about to get to it. I don't know what to feel. I think we've seen this quite a number of times before.
I like it. It looks very fair.
Imagine it going all the way
to the water.
Hard south. Some corner of the island, some corner of the river.
Maybe then I'll
That's my
hate it.
preference.
Yeah, maybe then I'll hate it. But
the players hate it. I love it. Choo loves it. Sir Cult loves it.
What?
But the players here, I mean, the spectators love it.
That's true. That's true.
But now we're getting ourselves a spectacle here. Onyx getting rushed upon. They've just taken the fight against Bigetron RA Aliens, and now EVOS Reborn pushing in. It's going to be Arrow there. First one to crash out. Senpei's going to be the next one to fall. And look at how swift they go. And it's going to be the rest of EVOS Esports getting many of all their numbers. RedFaZe is getting tagged though. But Onyx only have one more remaining in the form of Sea Sky only. And they have to give respect to Sea Sky only because he can still clutch out some of all these situations.
However, EVOS does have all their 4 members though, so they're just gonna focus fire right into the smoke. If not, maybe even push straight in here. There we go, RedFaZe, no fear. Just going through, showing Onyx Esports how it should be done when you have the advantage, pushing straight on forward.
Whoa.
And, well, claiming that victory. 4 kills to the side of EVOS.
That is some sharp shooting coming out of RedFaZe. And he just sees through the windows. He saw that small little pixel on the sleeve. And he's like, okay, got myself that final member of Onyx. And, okay, past game, it was quite a number of Thai teams that crashed out early. So he definitely shifted a little bit. And you look at Axis now, team with the highest points so far that has been able to, of course, lock themselves a really good placing in order to close out the final Super Weekend. Now, remember this, Kings of the League gets that direct access to PMGC. And Axis RedONE have proved to us that they are the long-haul fighters. They are the marathon runners. They are the ones with the best of stamina to do this.
Yeah, they're super consistent. I'd say even in their country league itself, fell off a little bit in country finals, but I think they might have learned more there from their defeat and recognizing what they lack, and now they're coming in strong in Southeast Asia, which is good news for this newly founded team. But Geek Fam and 4 Rivals only to trail behind them. This is the exact opposite of what Malaysia and Singapore region was last season when they took the bottom 3.
Yeah, and I'm just checking into some of the stats as well. Like you look at Bigetron as well as Vampire Esports actually tying those points currently as I swerve through another different topic. Okay. And when I talk about Bigetron Aliens, this time they get the circle into farm. They won't be wasting that opportunity again, I hope. So a lot of all the flock of crowd will be moving in. While there is going to be shots, as we mentioned, Bigetron, he's going to have Ryzen there ready with the M249. And the Infinity says that I don't care who you are hiding in the building. You gotta basically get off of the roof. This is a classic Bigetron strategy, you know, like having a member up there and you just get that sort of a POV that nobody's gonna be able to seek you out. And the only way to flush it out is by grenades, and Infinity is no strangers to this situation.
Well, they have to close it fast, though, because Infinity, they might make a rotation over once they have all members rounding the sides. It's going to be, well, worse for wear for Ryzen, as now they will have all eyes on top and could even look to push their way on top here. So Ryzen has to be careful. The nades coming in from all angles. Newsy toss one a little bit too high. Meanwhile, Geek Fam, Snipes getting taken out earlier on. Oh, it clipped.
This ain't fair.
Yeah. Finally, we'll have to make an exit down on the low ground.
They saw him going down, though.
Yeah, takes the first aid kit. Do they know? They're not making a move. Oh, there we go, Shirley.
They know. They heard the ton. And, oh my! Ryzen's trying to fight right back.
Oh,
he won't find
Ryzen!
a knock. He secures the kill, and he still will fall, though.
Hey, but good enough for him that he could have gone out with no points.
Right. And Ryzen, at least this time, of course, holding for long enough. But yet again, my question, Bigetron, was the backup. This is something that I don't see all the time, because back then, old school Bigetron comes in with a quick refract.
Yeah. I guess it's what you mentioned earlier on, Bigetron making this weird call, sending like scouts out, which is telling about their mentality, right? Oh, hold my thought, because Vampire Esports finds another one of their brothers here. It's the Sharks, MSC Chonburi, being taken out here as they try to push onto Vampire when they took out Fluketh. And now to follow along is Schweppes by the back end here. MSC just tying things up, if not giving themselves an advantage here. Ravenclaw will be in prime position in case they do overextend far forward. He will come in with the flank.
Well, you know, like I look at Bats, I look at Sharks, and have you watched the recent Suicide Squad.
Oh yeah, it's terrible. It's terrible. I hated it.
You hated it?
Yeah.
I find it to be not as bad as the previous Suicide Squad.
Well, yeah, true enough. But, you know, it's like one of those superhero movies with no plot content kind of thing. It was a bit of a no.
It was more fun.
Yeah.
But, you know, who was not having that much fun? Bonsai. Yeah. This is the little shark boy. Oh, Sharkman. I don't know what you call that guy again. But, like, yeah, the character's pretty cute. I guess, like, at least that shark was more well-fed as compared to MS Chonburi right now. Yeah. This is the current situation. They're playing outside of the play zone here, and I guess they do zone out VPE 2 times in a row. Crash out early.
Talking about being well fed. It seems
yeah.
like they got the whole team right there. Oh, meanwhile, FaZe though, eyes onto Axis, sprays one down. That is one member outside of his vehicle and will be on his knees. Micah OP begging for
flip.
please. Kachang Susu next to fall in, and that is the casualty for the side of Axis. Only one member remaining, and remember, they are #1 in the overalls. Can this game be the ones where people overtake them?
Yeah, and I want to set my sights onto FaZe Clan for a while, and you just look at how well they've been playing. Last week, okay, I have the sheet of paper. 78 points was what they got. And you look at this week, they got more than 100 points within this 2 days, and now here comes the fight. Dammer now taking down onto Riv as they have April here to hold out onto the compound. Team Seekers rushing right in. April, how long can he actually defend this one? I don't think for long, though. It's going to be a little bit of back against the wall. And April tried his best. Not going to be enough.
Well, this is kind of bad news for the top 3 teams right now. If they bow out right now, which means that number will be set. And that gives chances for all the other teams below to take over. And FaZe is looking like they want the #1 spot really bad.
FaZe Clan, we're just taking their sweet time to loot up. They know that the entirety of the outskirts are cleared off. And just going to leave that member that's knocked high and dry.
It's one member of Axis on top of the sniper's nest here.
They chased them, true. Dang.
Oh, he's taking shots though from EVOS from the other end of the map, or Infinity. It could be either one of the two here, but well, FaZe, you're gonna have to come here and do what you have to do and finish it fast before other teams comes in and prey upon you. So they tossed up the Molotov. He will get burned. You can tell by his HP.
damage.
Faris falling pretty low. Actually,
It's a final member as well.
he survived. There we go. Nail in the coffin.
Yeah, Tony K didn't have to even look. He knows that, okay, I covered every angle that I could cover. It's like you go into an exam. There's multiple choice answer, and you just know the answer. you know what you're doing on that sheet of paper where you're supposed to blacken it out. You blacken all the other answers, and you just leave the correct answer out.
Process of elimination.
Yeah, it's just to, you know, tell the teacher, yeah, I know what I'm doing. Just kidding, just kidding. Okay, don't take my word for it. Don't do that on your exam sheet, okay? Now, eye shots. Lend that one onto Luppy. We have 4 teams eliminated early. It's only phase 4. And Axis Red 1. The leader of the pack currently down. Geek Fam does have a chance. Meanwhile, NFP getting crashed upon by Team Secret.
Oh, he was just standing there. It's a bit weird, that strat, but I guess he just waved the white flag before it began.
Maybe he wasn't really paying attention, or he had a notification going on. It's like, okay, this is going to be a tough pill to swallow. And immediately having a perfect angle drawn. Trying to pull off a clutch here and not going to be able to get that one sorted out. Team Secret, they say they want to go aggro, and this is where you look at them.
Look at the
5
Sharks,
points.
though. The Sharks, do they look to crash?
They can do that, but it's quite an awkward angle for them to move in right now. But they know that the fight is settled. Problem is, they were hoping that Team Secret is damaged in this fight. Not apparently so. They're quite ready to take this fight head on. And no matter what, they have to pass through Team Secret. Now, Team Secret having that gatekeeper's advantage. They just have all the time in the world to take this fight against MSC.
Yeah, all the smokes in the waters won't be enough. Meanwhile, Banam taking out Tony K. That's a big flex coming up from Banam, but can they seal the job here, David? Looks like they can. That's 2 members down. Silence doing work here up against FaZe Clan, and now FaZe Clan Ventores makes it in, takes one out. That's White Cat down for the count, and the entire Banam is dwindled down to just Silence and Capone on left to guard this compound itself. But can they close this one off though and secure at least a decent amount of kill going their way?
Quite tough for FaZe Clan. They have Tony K basically crawling on the outskirts, and there is not going to be a way that Ventores can go in for the save. He has to be the only member to hold this one out while they do have to circle though. Unless if Tony K can crawl all the way through. Now a member is being knocked. MS Chonburi in trouble. Kid as well as iShot, they are launching a little bit of a sneak attack. More smokes in the way as they are blotting out MSC. But this might actually give away a little bit of information. Meanwhile, I believe that there is a member of Team Secret that is getting shot there as Infinity is moving along by the circle. It's a double gatekeeping being set up.
Yeah, it's very crucial that Infinity takes this one out, because look at that, 221 points. They're in prime position to compete for the #1 spot. Meanwhile, MSC just getting shredded by their feet here as they try to push on in out of desperation, and MSC will probably bow out from the blue zone, but no, even Jumper wants to secure that great white fin soup. Now, meanwhile, now Banam continues their stride, seem to be strong up against FaZe Clan, but the nade will be coming in from a third party, I believe.
And that's from Lizer as
well.
So
EVOS secures one for themselves.
Kind of feels rough for BN United, because come on, they worked pretty hard for those numbers, and it's against FaZe Clan. And gotta just take the limelight away. So Lizer, that's kind of on you. Team Secret, they played aggressively. They got 9 pointers to book off the round there on the top 8 finish. Meanwhile, Damroot now getting sniped. Zunos bring out the meaning 14, while Bigetron RA still have the twin brothers inside of the farm shack. And they are inside of the circle without all the other teams bugging them at the moment. Geek Fam holding by the trees. And to take 5 steps forward to get to phase 6.
Now, we've seen what 2 members can do earlier on today with FaZe, Tony K and Ventores. Now, can BTR pull off the same stunt here? Zunaus now pinning down Redface. Well, EVOS is in track. I'm pretty sure they know about that with the earlier nades, but can EVOS play out of this sticky situation? It seems like it's open field from here on out, and they will have to push their way in. RRQ is well within the vicinity, with, I think, 3 teams now occupying inside the circle.
3 teams inside the circle. But it's definitely hard to pinpoint who has the best of advantage other than Bigetron Aliens there with the safe compound. Eagle Esports, this is their chance to shine as well. And BN United making their way into the top 7 with a few of all these kill points that they've managed to secure. And speaking of BN United, they're rushing right in, challenging Zuxi as well. Zuxi brings out the Thompson, but he's pretty much catching far. He's going to be coming up with the Molotov of his own, blocking the entry. And that is a smart move. A grenade will exchange between the 2 of them. And now it's down to Zunas, but Zunas is also down and out. It leaves out to Al Capone to save the day. Silence will be picked up. A lot of smokes by the door, and this is basically a house absolutely set on fire. Trailing with a blaze. Zuxi will pick up Luxy right here.
Yeah.
That's one of twin brothers like we've called them beforehand. Now, needing to just last till the very end. And let's see if they got what it takes to get the dinner. Meanwhile, Uzi, he goes down.
Yeah, EVOS is doing so much pickoffs here. They have been third-partying since we remembered here when it comes to this last map in Erangel. So many teams have they picked off, and now their points are going up the board. We've seen now hitting the 200 and I think 21 mark. 3 teams hitting 222, so Infinity is in contention as well. Geek Fam, though.
I need your attention right now.
Why?
BN United, they won that compound fight, and they also challenged EVOS Reborn they're slaying every Indonesian team that there is.
Yeah, we're talking about how BN United came back in the last day of the weekday. Then could this very be the moment once again, though? They will try, but Geek Fam and EVOS and Infinity, if they were to push straight in, surely that compound, there's a team right behind BN. If they do not look at that, then that could be their bane of existence.
That might have actually been a possible bane out there, and that team is going to be, well, Damrude alone.
Hey, it's Damrude.
Yeah, don't underestimate the power of what Damrude can actually bring. Gatunito has to clutch it off, but it's Infinity who have sent a full squadron straight at the likes of the single unit of Infinity. Top 4 finish, great stuff from the Infinity, but Damrude is chilling. He's trying to play the healing game. He could have easily walked in though, but he heard shots coming from EVOS. It's a battle between BN as well as EVOS to make a decided cure.
They're gonna push.
Damrude can find an angle.
Look at Lyserk though, he's just driving straight in.
Wow.
He took a bunch of hits. His vehicle will be held in place. Now it goes down to he who has the compound, but they have the numbers on the side of EVOS. They crashed in. They're right at the doorstep here. EVOS finding their way in against the 2 of Banam.
1 HP. Now the grenades.
Grenade will be tossed on out. Does not take anyone down just as of yet, though. The crosshairs have been focused fire upon Banam, making sure that Capone does not come out the peak. And now EVOS playing the slow burn. He got one, Capone!
It's huge for BN United. They've not gotten a chicken they were for so long. And if they win EVOS, a huge chance for them to redeem themselves. Silence now down the ground. It's all up to Capone.
All one player for BN, and they will bow out just to the sure numbers. EVOS Reborn, the White Tigers, they claim it. Another winner chicken dinner going their way and going the way of Indonesia.
It was so close for BN United to revive their hopes right there. And you saw Silence, he got 3 along with White Cat have secured 1. But turn our attention back to EVOS here as they have been able to accumulate huge numbers. And it's great phase. 5 players being eliminated by himself. Liza for 3, 2 for KF and Microboy with 1. So I wonder if this is good enough for EVOS Reborn to take back that #1 spot. It's been a while.
I actually think it's enough. I think they were already around the 200 mark, and I think it was Infinity contesting the top 3 spot at 222. So now that all these teams, that like 4 rivals have been put in their place at 14 spot, that means 222 is baseline to top 3. So EVOS might just skyrocket their way up to the top.
Oh boy, the competition is stiff, and I am just waiting to find out how much points does it take to basically be on top of the table. And as we look through the screen here, we got our champions of the final round of Saturday, and that is EVOS Reborn of Indonesia's PMPL. And here are your players out there, Liza, KF, Michael, as well as Red FaZe, each to their own, and have been able to contribute in many ways.
Yeah, I mean, these players, they've been striking fear ever since Microboy went on to EVOS. It was the hottest thing on the market, and they're proving their worth right now. Red FaZe, I guess this guy has been standing out outstandingly actually in the team. My eyes have always been on this guy. He is crazy aggressive. This guy knows no rules. He doesn't play by your fears.
Indeed, and you know, just like Dua Lipa, sometimes you just got no rules. So when we look back into how Red FaZe take compound fights, he makes sure that he snaps into areas where he expects players to move, especially either behind a door, behind doors, behind walls. And we saw a lot of all these grenade lobs that were actually looking pretty good. And that's how MS Chonburi shuts down to Vampire Esports. This is the second time with 2 soon action, and this was awkward.
It was a long drawn out pickoff here, but I guess it paid off eventually. There we go. Meanwhile, Team Secret also has some sort of compound for the least of time, but it turned really sour almost for them as they lost quite a number of members. But BN, their position, their compound advantage, this was skewing towards their side for the longest time. But EVOS, they played it out strategically and with the numbers as well.
That's right, and we look at MS Chonburi, who got double gatekeep by not only Team Secret, there was also another team that was waiting on the line, and that was the Infinity. You look at Lizer, he has so much of confidence to just move right in, and by the time they clear the ones on the kill, they move into the final compound and shut down BN United. It's a good chance for BN United, and you know, like, I kind of rooted for them for the very final game, like you mentioned. This isn't exactly an underdog team because they have shown that they are strong back in their hometown of the PMPL VN.
And Super Weekend 1.
Yeah, Super Weekend 1, they were looking pretty convincing. Then this is what they needed, at least, to know that they still can challenge even the top guns out there, and they were taking out players out of Bigetron RA.
Yeah, so just a little recap for today, right? Indonesia got their first ever chicken dinner, 2 from Malaysia, 2 for Thailand. So I think today, out of all, is probably the most balanced across all the regions. Of course, we're still waiting for Vietnam.
If only there were 6 games, then maybe you can get
right
2.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, I'd love to see that one happen, but really, it's refreshing to see BN get some of this life of action, I guess you would say. And it's not like we sure, I didn't doubt him. It's more like we're calling it as it is, and so far they've been performing under the weather, you would say. But we knew that they can pull these sort of this comeback, because we've seen that in weekday number 2 when they were at the brink of elimination. They pulled back when it matters the most, and they qualified. Now, I'm hoping that when it comes to day 3, they are strong enough to at least make it mid-page in the second phase.
Yeah, making it to the mid-page is really important because we look at who's playing or not playing, who's been able to accumulate significant points.
Yeah.
So long as you are somewhere about what 12 or 13, yeah, you can still actually take a deep breath and say, oh,
yeah,
thank goodness I'm not at 17.
Right?
Right.
No, or at the bottom 4, yeah, technically.
That, you just can't do anything about it.
Yeah. No, because like in the end of the day, you can set objectives, right? And you can be realistic about it. If you think that, hey, we're not too hot during the super weekends, maybe number 1's not the spot, but we can still qualify for the final week.
Yeah, and honestly, there's so many good teams here that deserves to be champions of the league, but only the most consistent will be rewarded. And now, EVOS Reborn showing their consistency as well. RedFaZe is your MVP this time around. 5 frags, 700 perfect number of damage with 37.3 being contributed back to EVOS Reborn. So now that they got that chicken dinner and you got so much points up ahead, this should be able to put them into a really good spot. And we see Team Secret having some really big numbers. Also, it was a top 5 finish for them as they were playing brilliantly to try to shut down MSC early on. Geek Fam, somehow making it top 2, having damage surviving, and you know they're currently playing for those top spot with Axis RedONE crashing out. And we saw second place was Geek Fam on the total scoreboard of all the ranks of the teams currently.
Yeah, I mean, Geek Fam was playing the healing game though. Damn rude. Could have been the bane for BANM, but of course the BANM falls eventually with 4 kills on their name and 3 kills to Infinity respectively. So still has a representative from Thailand up in the top 5 position. Still very scary, that region alone. 2 chicken dinners today. And yeah, this is more the secret I'd like to see. You know, when I was criticizing them, let's be honest, they weren't pulling this sort of moves. Like, if you're out at 5th place with 9 kills, I'd say you're doing well for yourself. But if you're out at like 7th, 8th, and with like 2, 3 kills, then you know that's not what Team Secret is like.
I honestly love watching iShots play, and you saw how he managed to open this horizon for Team Secret to shine. And because he found that 2 knocks onto MS Chonburi, that basically help them clean it up more efficiently as compared to, take that long haul fight. But it could be anybody out there. It's only boiling down to execution. And we'll talk about execution here. Obviously, EVOS Reborn have been able to be the kings of this match itself. So we'll skip over to the second highest damage, which is actually coming from, well, Secret. Okay. I hold my words back because the highest damage is by BN United.
See? Well, they were a turret in that compound. They were just poking the guns out and just spraying everyone. I think it took like 2 seconds for EVOS Lizerk's vehicle to blow up right in front of his face. But talking about them though, they're all across the board, obviously deserving it because EVOS Reborn played their hearts out, taking a lot of third-party pickoffs here. So high total eliminations of 136, total damage of 27,832, an average survival time of about 20 minutes and 35 seconds.
Yeah, now heading into the number 1 spot of total limbs and total damage as well. And you look at Geek Fam, they have improved on their firepower. They're also sitting at second, while Infinity have pretty high average points as compared to what we thought that they would fight for more ranking points instead. It could be a well balance of both for sure. And survival time have increased for RRQ Ryu. That definitely is a good sign for the team, but that also shows that they just need to go in with those finishing touch to close up with a chicken dinner. Has Ryu actually gotten any chicken dinners as of yet?
No, unfortunately, not so much. I guess they missed out first Super Weekend. They were a bit shaky starting off week number 2, but they're average. I'd say they're performing pretty average. But
wow,
like look at who are above average right now.
I can't believe the stats. Damru actually getting 52 frags. You're telling me that Tony K is still needing a lot more.
I mean, Damru's feeling himself. We saw that one game over in Erangel where he just 1v1 with RRQ right
Maybe
behind
this
the tree.
is a total, right?
Yeah, no.
All the frags?
Of course, of course it's total thing. But it is, as soon as this season starts, it started counting.
It's over 9,000. You know what that means?
A DBZ. Time to hold a DBS just to follow through it. Now, Vampire Esports, Schweppes taking in 5th place. EVOS Redface at 6. Ventores still at 7. Luxy now in 8th. Newsy in 9. And Logan in 10. Now, this is pretty scary because you see a lot of these spots occupied by like 2 or 3 teams. That's it.
Yeah, and it tells you how dominant they are. It's great to see Luxy here still flying the flag for Bigetron RA Aliens, also representing Indonesia. Back then, you know how scary it was? It wasn't just filled with, you know, now you have like 3, 4, 5 teams, somewhat. Back then it was all red and white.
Yeah.
You know,
it was just them.
It was them. It was a few players from Thailand. And now, going into the ranking charts, it's Damru at number 1 once again. I think we've seen this, but Tony K is going to be next to them, though, when it comes down to damage output. We're seeing 8,500. Quite a nice scoring, you know, like so much damage being done and you just had the perfect execution. And these guys at the top 3, they have like a KDA of close to 3, maybe say average of 3 frags per game.
Yeah, which is insane. And knowing that it's PUBG Mobile and you don't get opportunities like that way too often. Close up is Voki. I guess he has to pull another one of those 11 kill frags by himself just to demand attention from the top 3 spots. But he'll get there. EVOS is sweeping across this entire 6 slot here. It's all painted EVOS, which means they have all the good talents onto their roster.
Yep, they do, and this is where we take a look at our Super Weekend ranking.
There we go, I told
EVOS
you.
Reborn, number 1 spot.
Like I mentioned, man, they were propelled all the way to the top, and you can see it right now, 121. Oh, but this is not the overall, this is the Super Weekend rankings. But I guess we'll see in the overall soon enough. FaZe coming in second at 108. Geek Fam at 104, and Infinity 103. Yeah, 1 point behind, despite having 2 chicken dinners. So Geek Fam, because of Damru, offsetting the kills.
Yeah. And just look at them. They have some of the best result when it comes down to position points. Highest for Geek Fam, 60. Meanwhile, you have RQ now moving into the top 5 because Axis not so hot in the final few games. And let's take a look. Now, Team Secret kind of making sure that nobody cuts over into the other side, being not only gatekeepers in Erangel, but gatekeepers of anybody on the second page right here. Bigetron at least made from 15 to 10 by the end of this one, so it's looking pretty solid. I think it's still decent. While MSC Chonburi 49, 46 for APG and not too much movement going
There
on.
we go.
Wow.
Told you they were skyrocket. EVOS taking in first place,
1 point
242.
difference.
Yeah, they did it by just enough because Geek Fam was the only Malaysian team who was still accumulating towards the late game. So Geek Fam falling off short by 1 point, but it's only the week number 2, day number 2, so we have tomorrow to still accumulate all those points. Infinity coming in with third, 230, drawing things out with Axis at 230 as well, who was at number 1 spot yesterday.
You know, this is the only week I didn't vote for EVOS Reborn, and I guess I kind of lift off my caster's curse off of that. You know, now I kind of implant that onto Vampire Esports. I'm so sorry.
I know.
5 for Infinity though, and yet there's top 3. It's like, this does not make sense.
Wait, what? It slipped my mind. I didn't. Oh,
5
wow.
chicken dinners over the span of those super weekend, and it means that there's so much of things that there needs to be done in order to be that number 1 team on the table. But you know, tomorrow we're going to be having a lot of great games out there. Now, second pager here, we have to look at the danger zone. Yangon Galacticos now is being pushed into 17. GD is not playing. They're still safe for some reason. Tomorrow, I don't think so, no.
Yeah, Genesis Dogma. Yeah, they're not, the gap are so minute at this point, right? Yangon Galacticos and GD, those will be stuck there for the time being. Like, we know that for sure because they're missed out on the second super weekend. But can Onyx and NFT Esports do enough to overcome the 85 points? Technically, that is the safe zone.
Yeah, I feel that Anchor PUBG at least is safe because they got 140 points out there. So no matter what happens by the end of this week, it's clear. But if they miss next week, then it's hard because there's going to be teams that are going to be chasing in, and that's also including the fact that Yangon has a chance to bounce back for week number 3. So definitely the plot thickens so far. When you have 1 point to separate teams apart and you have so many chicken dinners and you're not number 1, it baffles me. So Keith, I think I'm gonna leave a little bit more room of error at least because Sis Jani will be accompanying us for the interview.
Hi, Joker.
Hi, sis.
Hi. Okay, I hope you're doing well. So I have 2 questions for you, very quick ones. So first question, how was 4 Rivals performance today?
Okay, for performance for Rivals today is quite good because we achieved our target for 50 points per day. So basically today we got 58 points. So we are glad that we managed to get our ni lah, maksudnya kita punya target lah for this
Target
day.
yang nak achieve. Betul,
Yeah.
bagus. Yes.
Yeah.
Walaupun boleh lebih baik, tapi saya rasa ada ruang lagi. There is still space for improvements, and there's still tomorrow anyway. So mesti boleh punya insyaAllah.
Yes.
Okay, so last question. What are your plans for tomorrow's gameplay for Rival?
So tomorrow we gonna get more point than today. We gonna do our best for tomorrow and next super weekend. So our target for tomorrow, we want to achieve the highest place in the super weekend week ni lah. So weekend punya ranking.
Alright, good answer, and I love your confidence because we are also rooting for Rivals and other Malaysian teams also, of course, the ones that are aggressive like you guys. You know, you are always playing like that. So hopefully korang dapat yang markah yang korang dah, the points that they are looking for. So yes, all the best for you,
Thank
Joker,
you, sis.
dan juga for Rivals.
Thank you.
Okay, jumpa
Thank
lagi.
you. Bye-bye.
Welcome. Bye-bye. Alright guys, so let's do a quick recap of what happened. Honestly guys, I want to create a story for this particular round because I wrote a story for EVOS. Okay, it started from 11 minutes. Yes, EVOS won the chicken dinner. Finally, this very aggressive team. Okay, so they pushed at the 11 minutes with a team that was in the house. Remember, it was like Onyx, if I'm not mistaken. they finish it with a finesse. It's like a work of art because you saw how they kind of knock out 3 players first, and then they slowly ran towards the last person, like as though that yes, I'm coming to you. But on it, they actually ended it with a grenade coming into the room. So it was like a horror movie with a flying grenade. So EVOS had that build up. They knew what they were about to do, and they built it up super nicely. And they were on fire, guys. And I thought that was just the end. No, the last circle, leaving one. They were so confident that they can take down Bound Nam, that they 3 of them push in the house and leaving one person at the back there. If I'm not wrong, it was one of the guys named Lyson or something like that. Yes, he was at the back giving the support assistance just to tap, so confidently thinking that they will win the chicken dinner. So like I said, this chicken dinner was like a story that EVOS kind of already I dreamt about this before, and I'm gonna redo it right there. So it was really nice, like literally like a piece of art. Okay, another thing that I wanted to highlight is that we did see how Infinity pushed Ryzen. You guys knew what is the number of grenades that was being tossed just to bring him down? I counted about 6. Yeah, so they kept throwing the grenade, knowing, I'm not sure if they knew who were the player. If they didn't know, so it does not matter because it is PMPL SEA League. So if they were to put their crosshair up in the air, they knew that it's going to be deadly. So that's the reason why they keep on tossing things so that that player could come down. And what are the odds of all the players? It was our BTR, had being the champion for quite a while. So it was Ryzen, one of the backbones of BTR, just to bring him down. And in fact, when he got down, he brought down one of the Infinity players, which is Mila. So unfortunately, that was one of the highlights that I saw for the gameplay. Okay guys, let's look into the graphic. That's how EVOS won their chicken dinner. They went by the sides. Usually EVOS don't really have a proper how they would play. How their gameplay is, they are fast, they are efficient, and they are confident. They are full of bravery. They are the kind of team who will if they want to commit, they would commit, and they would get a wipeout, or they would get 1 or 2 and then leaving 1 or 2 behind. So that's how EVOS gameplay is. They are very much feisty, angry tigers. Yeah, that's their gameplay. But another thing to highlight also, Team Secret, no longer in this graphic, but Team Secret did show aggressive play. After one another, they wiped out. So the first one, they started with one of the players from 4Rival, and then after that, they went to NFT, who was under... They were not prepared for that. And then after that, they finished up with MS Chonburi. So they managed to reset. And when they came in, another gameplay, another build up, and it was really nice on how they throw the grenades, they made them scared, and after that they came out to spray. It was super nice to me. I like this kind of gameplay. It really shows how much experience equals quality. This kind of teams will show you this kind of gameplay. Alright, so now looking at the last, not the last, but one of the graphics here, a lot of teams were still scattered around. But honestly, guys, this is one of the shortest gameplay that we see, or the shortest match as compared to Sanhok. I think they are all like, hey, I want to go and fight. Because after the 5th circle, I remembered seeing only about, there was 8 or 7 teams left. So it was not as much as the previous maps before this. So obviously, teams are stepping up on their gameplay. They're trying to make it fast. They want to get more elimination points as much as possible. If they can commit, they commit, like what Axis Red 1 tried to do. They wanted to commit while running away, but they were being chased down also by FaZe, like another horror movie. This gameplay is a lot of horror movies, honestly, guys. A lot of chase down was happening. So this last graphic, we can see EVOS coming. Again, the area that EVOS is covering is usually empty. And this is not the first time we're seeing EVOS in this kind of situation. They knew a good place. They know what is the best place for them to go and build up their gameplay. Probably that's the reason why EVOS prioritize on to build up empty areas first, and then they can get to where they want. If they don't get a chicken, it's no problem, because right now you guys can see the top of the charts right now is EVOS, and they only had like about 2 chicken, the first chicken dinner even, and they are getting the most points, and they are number 1. is because of the consistency, elimination, and survival points that they have been collecting ever since the first super weekend that they came in. So yeah, that's all that I wrapped up for our Erangel match that we saw. Honestly, the gameplay is just getting started. It's just on fire right now. Everybody just showing their aggressiveness, their skills, their experience, and I'm very excited to see what's going to happen tomorrow. So let's go back to our awesome, handsome casters, Contra and Keith.
You're too sweet, says Jenny, and of course, just like what she said, it's just about to get started because we are just down to the middle of the super weekend because we got a total of 3 weekends to go through. Tomorrow will be the closure of week 2, and then we'll start off with week 3. But you look at EVOS Reborn, they managed to clutch with that chicken dinner, and they're only 1 point ahead of Geek Fam. And you have teams like the Infinity who's got 5 chicken dinners, and yet again, they're not in that top 2. That baffles me a whole lot. Well, Keith,
you know what's impressive?
What can I make out of this?
You know what's impressive? Although it feels like it's so close, right? Like EVOS is only up by 1 point against Geek Fam, but they jump from the 5th position. Take that, process that a little bit.
Yeah, you know what? I need a lot of time to process of all of the things that have happened. But of course, we thank you guys for tuning in for so long from the start all the way to finish. If you guys did, you're the MVP. You guys can also follow us on our social media. It's ContraCast as well as Keith Eligio. So far, it definitely has been exciting to be covering the entirety of the broadcast of PUBG Mobile Southeast Asia Championship Season 4. And of course, this is only made possible with our dear partners Xiaomi, where you can challenge your boundaries with all of them. And you know what? You can also, of course, watch and earn with Esports Fight Club as our official media partner. And you also got WeTV, always more, as you can watch all your content for free. And all of this is, of course, organized by VSPN as Esports Power People. And you know, I go in very quickly with this one because I know you guys have definitely got a long day. And of course, thank you to everybody behind the scenes who've been working really hard. And you know, let's do this again tomorrow because we got some great games ahead of us and we don't want you guys to miss out. So my name's Contra, this is Keith, and we are signing out. Until then, we'll catch you on the Sunday evening.